Okay, we're gonna take a walk all the way back through here, and I'm gonna pause while I walk, and when I get to some things I want to show you, I will play it. But I want to show you this whole mountain here was once a giant tree. Okay, all mountains, but I'm just going to show you this one now. Okay, this is just an overview. Okay, so I'm going to pause it and we're going to move on up. So as we get right here, I'm going to show you all this is petrified wood. Okay, and I don't know where this is going to go in the video, but you'll see. Remember, everything breaks off flat. Okay, I'm going to show you here. See here, these are just rings of a tree. These are all just bits and pieces of a petrified tree. Okay, so I'm going to go on up here and show you a few things. Okay, all these pieces here I'm going to show you. I'm going to go up above, but these are just rings, pieces of the tree and rings. Okay, all these, everything up here, as far up as you can go. Okay, I'm going to show you, so hold on. So I'm going to show you here, this is all petrified wood. This whole mountain is just remains of a giant tree. Okay, this is a modern day cedar, but this giant cedar tree was miles in diameter. See here, this is just a small piece. See all the rings in it. And when I tell you that the quartz comes from the tree, I'll show you. You'll see it everywhere in this video. You'll see that everywhere from that color to snow white. It comes from the tree. Okay? See the rings? Come over here. This is just a piece. And you see the rings. This is just a tiny, tiny piece from a massive tree. See that? And this is, it's everywhere. Okay? It's just all part of a tree that reached 100 miles into the air. It's incredible. Okay? So you see the rings here. These are just small pieces. Okay, I'm going to keep on moving up. So before I leave here, I just want you to look at this here. Okay, so this is all petrified wood. We're going to go up around here. I'm going to show you that the quartz comes from the tree. Okay, these are all rings right here. This was once a giant knot, and you typically see this stuff where there's knots in the wood. I'm talking knots as big as apartment buildings. But you see the tree rings here. Hey, a lot of it gets filled in. Like here, it's all filled in, and the rings aren't as obvious as right here. But you see the quartz. This is just a giant knot that was in this tree that was miles and miles in diameter, that literally reached up into the heavens. Okay, we're gonna go all the way up here. So it's hard to carry this camera and walk and film, but you see all the rings. You'll see more as we go. So I'm gonna head up this way, and I'll show you more up here. Phew. So I want you to look close at this. These are just tiny, tiny pieces from the tree that broke apart. Okay? This whole thing. And it's so weathered and worn over the years. And you see up here, there's just the whole mountain. You know, this thing goes down for miles and miles and miles. This just happens to be what's on top. Okay? So I'm going to continue up. So you see here, these are just little tiny pieces and parts. These rings on these trees, some of them are feet thick. And like I say, it's everywhere in the world, every mountain range in today's world. You just got to look at it with new eyes. Okay, this has all been rounded and smoothed over the years from the rain and the water. And each one of them up there is a ring. That's just the top one, and then another and another and another. You got to understand what I mean by rings. So I'm going to keep headed up. So this is just a tiny, tiny modern day cedar tree. And I want to show you the characteristics of this as opposed to what you're seeing. Okay? But remember, this thing hasn't petrified yet. But you see the characteristics. Because it's the same thing, yet on a massive scale. A scale that you can't even wrap your mind around. I'll give you a quick overview of this area. But this goes as far as the eye can see. This is all just remains, bits and pieces of a giant tree. So we're going to head up here and I'll show you something else. So here's another small piece of the quartz veins that come from the tree. Okay, you'll more than likely have seen some of this already, and you'll see more. Okay, all this is quartz. Okay, comes from the tree. Comes in snow white to the color you're seeing there. And these are just tree rings from a massive tree. Okay, we're gonna, like I say, this was more than likely a massive knot of some kind, because I've been up here many times already documenting, and every time I see the quartz, it seems like it's within like a knot, or where a tree limb would have came out of the main trunk. But let me pause this and go up here. So I want to explain something to you really quick. You got to understand that these trees were anywhere from 1 mile to 10 miles or larger wide in diameter. And they reached well up beyond the clouds into the heavens. Could have been 5, 10, 50, 100, or even further miles into the heavens. So when I talk about rings, this one's kind of rotted. This is a modern day cedar. Most people think of tree rings looking down at it like this, okay? But if the tree diameter is so large, the radius isn't going to be like that, because it's going to be so large. It's going to appear to be flat. And if you look here, you see ring after ring, okay? When you're looking down at it. But this thing was laid over and worn and jagged and broken apart and weathered and rounded and smoothed and fallen away. It's going to be ring after ring stacked on each other, okay? It's everywhere you look. It's just small pieces, ring after ring stacked upon each other. But it's the wind will rip through here at 100, 200 miles an hour with rain and hail and all the elements of nature. And I'm going to take a walk down here and just show you. You got to understand that how big these trees were. Hey, this is not the sea floor that pushed up the tectonic plates. It is a lie. So this here, the wind rips through here with the water, and it carves this like that. Okay, and you see here, like I told you, ring after ring after ring. They're just ring after ring because you're not looking down at it. It's fallen. All these pieces are fallen. They're just bits and pieces. Okay? You see all the rings in there. And over time, a lot of them will get filled in with sediment and debris. And sometimes it'll just look smooth. You won't be able to see the rings. But some of these rings are feet thick. Okay? And all that is just from the weather of smooth rounding, and a lot of it's fallen away. Okay, so I'm going to pause this and go up here. Okay, if you look right here, okay, these are just small pieces of rings of the tree. Each one of them right here. Okay, so you probably already understand, but I'm going to show you again, okay? On a tree, like over here, okay, what you're seeing here is not the main trunk of the tree, okay? You have the tree, you have branches that come off the tree, and off the tree, off the branch, you have twigs, okay? So all this stuff you're seeing here for miles and miles in these mountains is just a buildup of branches and twigs that have petrified over the years since the flood. That's all you're looking at, okay? And everything down below, I don't know where the bottom is, I'm sure it goes down for miles upon miles, is just a buildup of this tree, okay? So I'm gonna go over here and show you a few more things. So I'm going to show you something right here. So see this mushroom right here? And there's a few more right there. But I have a mushroom like this that's petrified, that's 4,000 years old. It's much bigger than that. But it's I'll put a picture of it right here. But the one I have is petrified, and I got it up around a friend's house on his property up around this area. And it's the same thing. But anyway, we're going to take a walk over here. And I'll show you some more. Hold on. Okay, when I tell you about the rings, remember, it's not like looking down at like this. These trees were so large, it's like it appears flat because the radius was so large on these trees. And then you have ring after ring after ring. And the closer to the center of the branch or tree you get to, the tighter the circle. But all these are all weathered from the wind, but you see ring after ring after ring. A lot of this stuff is not recognizable to most people. And for that matter, even the stuff that is, people are blinded from it. They're indoctrinated. They're lied to. They're brainwashed. Okay? These are the trees of the Bible all across this earth. I don't care where you are in today's world. All the mountains. You know, all this. You can go. Even them tall peaks. Here, here, and here. That is the same exact thing. All that area, everywhere. Okay, so I'm going to go down here and I'm going to show you some better examples for what you're seeing right here. Okay, but all this whole thing was a massive branch that goes down underneath, and everything down below is just a pile up. Okay, so we're going to go down here and I'll show you some much better examples. so you know what you're looking at. Okay? So we're going to stop right here a second. I want to explain a few things to you, okay? I'm going to explain this to you, but, you know, you've probably already seen it. If not, you're going to see it. But when these trees broke down, I mean, everything is all over the ground. But you see why most everything will have a flat edge, okay? That's what they do. You see it in today's world, and then they fall to the ground, and you'll see pieces like this. Let me bring this in here. You see pieces like this that are as big as an apartment building, okay? And they always break off flat, and there's no particular shape to it. There's all kinds of different shapes. Now, if you haven't seen the examples, you'll see a lot of it throughout this video, okay? It's everywhere. It's just what the tree does. So when you see a piece like this that's 100 feet in diameter, that's as big as an apartment building, and it's just a small piece from a bigger piece, you know how big that branch was from a tree. If this little piece compared to this came from a tree that was 200 foot in diameter. Okay, so when I'm telling you about the rings, you look at the side, okay? So for example, the rings go in a circle here, but if this thing was hundreds of feet in diameter, you wouldn't have a tight radius. It would be so large it would appear to be flat. And then you have this is an outer ring. Then you have another one, another one, another one, another one. That's all you're seeing everywhere. Just bits and pieces that fall off like this, laying all over the ground. And these pieces that fall off. Okay, you'll see more of them everywhere throughout the video. That's all you're looking at. You got to understand the rings. So you see in here, you have ring after ring after ring after ring. And all these pieces, individual pieces will fall off. You know, whether it's like this, you know, that's all you're seeing here. All these pieces from giant trees. And I'm going to tell you again, trees that were a mile to 10, 20 miles in diameter that reached way beyond the clouds for miles upon miles, 50, 100 miles possibly, maybe even more. You know, they could be seen from all ends of the earth. The branches shadowed all nations. Okay? They lie to you. They hide God in creation. They want you to think that this is the seafloor that came up 160 billion years ago. They do that because it's not about flesh and blood, it's a spiritual battle. It's a battle for your soul, for your mind. Okay? You got to understand that. So I'm going to pause this a second until we get down here a little bit. So you see all these branches and trees just all piled up. This is the same exact thing. But this branch right here, just the branch, not the tree, just the branch alone would have been hundreds of feet in diameter. Okay? And then it was filled in with dirt and sediment. Just a thin layer of vegetation on top. That's all it is. Okay? Just wanted to explain that real quick, so hold on. Okay, I want to show something else to you here. So this is a fresh piece of wood here that's broken apart and fallen. Come here, girls! So this is the radius I'm talking about. This is a ring right here, okay? And you know, it don't have much of a radius to it, you know what I mean? But the bigger it is, the more flat it'll appear. But if you look in here, you see each ring. Okay? You see each ring. These are like 1/32 thick. A ring, a ring, a ring. Okay? And these can be, you know, they could be laying like this. Get off there, Roxy. And you see the rings, how they're laying flat. They're not like looking down, okay? And everything you're gonna see is what I'm talking about. And all this stuff is smooth and rounded and worn. okay? But I'm talking on a scale that this tree here was miles in diameter. You got a branch coming off, and off the branch you have a twig. This twig could have been 200 feet in diameter, to opposed to a tree that was 10 miles wide or bigger. Okay? And you see how the tree breaks apart. All the flat, it just breaks. You will see it everywhere. You got to remember this, what you see in today's world. And you see the rings here in this modern, this is just a dead cedar tree that's rotten. But you see the rings. Okay? The same thing today. Okay? It's just worn and smooth. Come on, girls. Get down from there. Okay, I'm going to show you some things down here. So I'm just going to keep you with me. Okay, you got to know what you're looking at. This is all just has been smoothed and worn over the years. That's just one tiny piece of a ring. Okay? And just remember how everything breaks off flat. Okay? You'll see that later, or you've already seen it, or you'll see a lot of it. Okay? Just telling you. That's all this is. It's massive. It's not the seafloor, the tectonic plates. Okay? All this stuff was underwater. Everything petrified. See everything. Just remnants and pieces. For as far as your eye can see, every mountain. But if you don't know what you're looking at, you're going to think you're looking at what you've been brainwashed and indoctrinated into believing. Why would they lie? Well, you better read your Bible. Because it's a spiritual battle. Hey? They don't want people knowing the truth because it's a battle for your soul. Okay? All this is so massive, okay? So I'm going to pause this here and I'm going to go back over here and show you a couple things before I stop this video here. Okay, I'm just going to show you some parts here. I'm telling you, these are all just pieces and parts. Okay? That's worn and weathered. Okay? It breaks off flat. Okay, and these are all rings, just pieces and parts. Okay, I'm going to pause it until I get around over there. Okay, I'm showing you some overviews. Okay, so you come right here. There's more of the quartz. Okay. This was more than likely some kind of knot. But you know, the miners, they look for quartz veins, gold veins, silver veins. This is where they come from. They come from the tree. Okay? I have a lot of examples of that throughout this video. And I want to show you this. See all the rings. Look at the way the tree breaks up. Okay? Just like it does today, it did back then. It cracks. I guess that's what I would call it. It splits. And you have all the rings. Okay, I'm gonna go right over here. Hold on. Okay, we're over here again where we started, but just wanted to show you this really quick. So this is the mountain behind the hotels here. Okay, so you see all the rings in this piece, okay? And the quartz, granite, feldspar, gold, silver. It comes from the tree. You'll see a lot of that throughout this video. I want you to look at this close. Okay? All that, everything that you come right here. These are all just rings. This is an outer ring, and then another and another. Just like I've been trying to show you. Okay? I'm going to go right over here and show you something else. So if you watch the whole video, I have so much information, I can't, you know, you have to watch it all, and then you will understand. It'll blow in your mind's an understatement. But all this is petrified wood, okay? And you see all the quartz and granite inside here. Okay, it just comes from the tree. When I first set my eyes on this, I knew exactly what it was. It was incredible. And how people can't see this, I have no idea. I was gonna get a picture of Roxy. She's my new girl since I lost Allie to bone cancer. But she's, Roxy. Hey. Roxy. Hey. Sit. Sit. Roxy, stay. Well, generally she listens pretty good. Hey, Roxy. Roxy, come here, girl. Yeah, anyway. So we're gonna go over here. Okay, hold on a moment. So you can look up through here and see all the pieces and parts, and here's a modern day cedar, but you see how the rings break apart. Okay, this way they go in and they go this way, but if this is fallen over, this is what you see. Okay, just all pieces and parts. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple things. Hold on. Okay, we're going to walk right up in here and I'm going to show you a few things. Okay, so this is all petrified wood. And when I tell you how things break off flat, see, there's more of the quartz. Okay, see, it's flat. You see all the rings. Okay, all this is petrified wood. Okay, and you see here, this was one, this is that piece we were looking at from above. It's pretty cool. You see all the quartz within the tree, like sap or maple, something like that. Okay, this was some kind of knot at one time, but you see here. Okay, let me move this out of the way. Okay, you see how this breaks off flat. Okay, it's just one piece of wood. You see the quartz. Okay, a lot of this stuff is not recognizable to most people. A lot of it is, but I just wanted to show you that here. But I want you to look at this here. Oh, you sucker. Okay, how everything breaks off flat. You'll understand that if you don't already. But you got to remember the quartz. I'm going to go down here in the front and show you that really quick. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so we're back here behind the hotel. I just wanted to show you a few things really quick. You see the veins. This is what they look for. These are gold veins, quartz veins. And you see up over here. I'll show you really quick. That was all one giant knot at one time. All this, okay? See the knot on the quartz? You come right over here and you see the large vein, okay? Yeah, it's all quartz, just like this. Okay, I'm gonna pause this here and show you something out front. Okay, this is like I have another part like this in this video, but this is just gonna be quick. Just want to show you. Here's the vein. Okay, this is exactly what you're looking at. Quartz feldspar, gold, silver, mica. It's in the tree. Okay, it comes from the tree. This is petrified wood. Okay, this lighter stuff. You see the tree attached to it. Okay, it's all petrified wood. All this. Okay, all this comes from the tree. It's right there. Okay, all this is petrified wood. You see the rings. That piece comes from a tree. Okay, you see the rings in it. Okay, right here, 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 here. Okay, it's no different. I'm gonna go back over here and show you this really quick. This is, this is not what people have been brainwashed and indoctrinated into thinking what petrified wood looks like. It was a different world back then with carbon-based, silicon-based trees. Hey, get over here right now. But you see, okay, your eyes don't deceive you. Okay. All right, we're gonna leave it at that. I just wanted to show you this here. You've already seen it once. Okay. This whole, you can go all the way over to there to that small mountain. That over there, I don't care where you're at. This over here is no different. All them hills back there, it's all the same. It's just remains of a giant tree. Okay? All of it. Alright, we're going to leave it at that. So I'm in a different spot. I just wanted to show you this. This is probably 40 foot tall. And it was connected to this one at one time. And you see there's just pieces and parts everywhere. Ruby. It's just part of a giant branch from the tree. That's all it is. You go back here. Yeah, they protrude out of the ground. Yeah, there's a modern day cedar. But these are all just pieces and parts. It's all petrified wood. You go into a gold mine. It's like walking into the belly of a tree. Okay. It's just pieces and parts. These are parts of branches like you see today, but on a small scale. Hey, little Addie. That's all it is. We got the whole clan out here. It's a new dog. See how massive these branches were. Hey, Kaden, keep an eye on Addie. You see it's in the ground. See, everything breaks off flat. These are all just pieces of giant tree limbs, just like this. All the pieces. It's got moss on it, so. Okay, I'm gonna go up here a minute, hold on. Yeah, you can walk through these mountains, go down the valley there. It's everywhere, just like you see the branches from the trees of today's world laying all over. Okay, it's all the same thing. Remember, everything breaks off flat. It's everywhere. It's just part of giant trees. The whole mountain. You go all the way up there. It's the same exact thing. These are all just remains of giant trees. That's all it is. You go all the way up there. It's all the same. You got to understand how the tree breaks apart. This here are just pieces of branches before the flood. Everything. All of this, as far as the eye can see. Every mountain in every state, every country, the plateaus, the mesas, it's all the same. So we brought 5 dogs with us. Hey, Loopy, Lupa. Yeah. Chicken Lou. Addie. Addie. Or Roxy. That's Roxy. And there's Ruby, huh? Are you gonna say hi? Yeah, that's the pack. Okay. I'm gonna go move on up here. So I haven't been over here. This is all new stuff to me, but it's all the same. Just gotta remember how the tree breaks down. Remember, these are just parts of, I mean, it's everywhere. And it's all up there, all the way back up there. Okay, so that's a modern day cedar. It's all the same. You gotta understand how they break apart. And I've said it before many times that these are branches, not the main tree. They're branches from trees that were miles upon miles wide, that reached far into the heavens. You just remember how everything always breaks off flat. Okay, if you don't understand that now, there'll be more than enough examples that you'll see. Just kind of taking you on a little walk. I haven't been up this way yet. Well, I'm gonna pause it a second. So, you know, I've said that I don't know how far down it goes, where the bottom is, but it's got to be miles. And you see here, this is part of the giant tree. That there. Stood tall into the heavens before the flood. And these are all just parts of the branches and the twigs that were on the tree. All the different rings. Okay? It's everywhere. Everything breaks off flat. Hey. Right over here. Watch out there. So, that's a new dog I got. 2 days ago I pulled her out of the shelter and brought her up on vacation up here. So, but yeah, this is all remains. Alright, I'm going to pause it a second so you can see back through here. This is just another part of the tree remain that's still standing. Come over here. is my third time up here. Okay. Yeah, she's pretty good for just getting out of the shelter. Just see here, you see all the rings in it. This thing was so massive. Imagine what kind of world it was back then. You see back here, they're everywhere, they're buried there. I'm gonna pause this till I get over there. Okay, we're just gonna show you these again real quick. So now these are all fallen limbs, like you see on the ground here. Okay, and one thing I want to show you about this one right here. Here, I'm going to get on the other side of it. Hold on. Here's a couple more mushrooms here. I told you about the petrified one I had. What you see here, all this has fallen away. Okay, all of this. Okay, you'll see this on a small scale in today's world. All this. All right there. This is a tiny section from a giant tree branch. Okay. Alright, I'm going to move on to a different area. All that's still standing. That reached up into the heavens. And the branches that stretched out for miles. That literally shadowed all nations. Are just laying everywhere like these branches here. Alright, we're going to move on to a different area. So this is a pretty good shot of showing like what's underneath this grass and ground cover. This is kind of a cutout. Everything down below is the same thing, just parts of these giant trees. That's all it is. It's just a cutout. That's all it is. And you go up there, and they're just everywhere. But underneath the dirt, everything is just part of the giant trees. Hold on. Okay, you come back up here, and you see everything. So this and all that up there, they're just like them little pieces I show you that break off from the branches in the tree. All of it. Okay. Remember, all this is falling away. And this goes way down under and underneath. It's just a pile up for miles and miles upon miles of these giant trees. Okay, just remember how they break off flat. That's what happens. Well, these mountains really wind you. See all these pieces here. It's an example. Okay. Like that. Here, girl. She ate it. That's all you're seeing. Are all these pieces here. Like that. Okay. That's all you're seeing. When the tree just breaks off flat. And all the pieces are laying around, protruding out of the ground. Okay? And all this has fallen away. It was probably much taller. And over the thousands of years since the flood, things have washed away, gotten buried, just hidden. But there's still so much to see. Like I say, every plateau, every mesa, it's just all petrified wood. It's really incredible stuff. That there was just a branch or a twig that fell off the main tree. That's all it is. Okay, we're gonna go to a different spot. We'll find some other stuff, okay? So just remember how everything breaks straight, breaks off flat. That was just one branch, and it goes all the way down to here. It goes all the way up, and these are just pieces of it. You know, thousands of years, a long time since the flood. But things erode and weather and fall away. I mean, it's everywhere. So when you go to your mountains, every mountain range is a little different. I've been to a bunch of them. Okay? But you see, just going to show you a few of these. See, like this little piece right here. Well, it's not little, but this is all underground. And everything down below is the same thing. You just can't see it. Okay? It's really incredible stuff. Alright. We're going to leave this here. Just a quick overview. There's little Addie. Addie! Dogs everywhere. Alright, we're gonna move on. Okay, I'm in a different area here, but you know, these trees hide so much of it. You get back up in there, all over there. We're gonna walk around and I'll show you all this. But these are just remnants. Everything under this grassland. Okay, so I'm gonna pause it while I walk over there. Okay, I'm a little closer. I'm just gonna walk with you and show you. Remember how everything breaks off flat and splits apart? Look at all these dogs. We brought all them from Colorado. There's a couple more running around. Like I said, I just got her out of the shelter yesterday. Lucky dog. Okay. Yeah. That's just one of them tiny little pieces. Yeah. See, and everything breaks off flat. It's just one tiny chunk. Okay. It's pretty incredible stuff, man. All this here is just falling away. That used to be one round branch. You see all the different rings in there.
Look what I found. A set of them too. Oh, cool. Lupa thinks that they're great trees. The fact that I found both of them is super cool. They're still pretty fresh.
Yeah.
In the pump is a cedar though, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pause it while I go over to a different area. I'll show you an angle from this other side. But it doesn't matter what mountains you're in or where you're at in the world. They're just a little bit different. You see all the rings and all the little pieces. And you can go off over here, all up in there. It's everywhere. The whole mountain, giant tree. So we're gonna go over there, so hold on a moment. So I just want to show you, you get back, you go down this valley, it's everywhere. Everywhere under here, you get all back up in here, it's all the same, it's just all buried, okay? I'm gonna walk over there and show you. So on top of here, you see the grassland, like right here. It's just like a cutout. But you see everything. It's just buried. A lot of it is washed away. It's everywhere. I'll just zoom in here. These are all just parts of the giant trees. It's everywhere. Okay? It's everywhere. Yeah, and that's 100 yards away from me. So I'm going to pause it while I get up in there. Actually, look, you go way over here. It's everywhere. So I'm just going to keep you walking with me. I want to show you how you get up here on the grassland, like right up in here, but you see what's really underneath it all. Okay? It's just remains of the tree, it's everywhere. It's really incredible down here. So you see all this was just one big branch, all of it. It went down. And it's just all of it, all the way up there. It's the whole mountain. We're just going to keep walking. I'm going to go right up here. But even though you go over here and you just see grassland, it's all the same thing. All of it. This is incredible stuff. I mean, if you can see this with the peripheral vision. It's just all petrified tree. It goes on and on and on. All these pieces down here are just, these pieces here are no different than them pieces of wood right here that are not petrified. Okay? It's enormous. These trees, like I said, reached into the heavens up here, way beyond the clouds, way beyond what airplanes fly. These are just laying everywhere. It's truly incredible. You see all the rings in the trees, the branches. So you see here, it's just like the modern day. It's a tiny little piece of petrified wood, but that thing's probably 7 foot long and 3 feet in diameter, 4 feet. But like I say, it's everywhere. It's truly incredible. And the lies that people believe because of the indoctrination. All these pieces. It's just... And you see how this goes into the ground, under the road. And the road just looks like just dirt. But you get underneath it, follow it out. Everything's the same underneath all that out there. It's all this. It's all that. It's just buried. Look at this. This is truly incredible. I mean, this... Yeah, I just can't put words to it. The lies that they tell us. When I tell you everything you think you know that they teach us in school and in science, history, is a lie. Okay? You look at the way the tree breaks down today, it's the same thing. And like I say, these are just branches. They're not part of the main tree. And this is a fallen branch. It's fallen. Okay, it's not standing upright like you see the tiny trees in today's world. You know, back in Ezekiel 31, God said he'd never make the trees that large again. After Assyrian and Ezekiel 31 was destroyed. They were all destroyed. I think in Enoch it talks about the angels labored at the trees. Everybody thinks that stuff's all fairy tales. Not everybody, but a lot of people. And it's not, I'm showing you. Okay? All these are just pieces and parts. It's the most incredible thing you will ever see in your life. Anyway, I'm going to end this here and move on. It's, I mean, just can't put no words on it. I want you to just pay attention how everything breaks off flat and splits. This is all wood, all petrified wood. In all mountains, all states, all countries, national forests, plateaus, mesas, they're all remains of these giant trees worldwide. And that tree right here that's 2 feet in diameter, the trees back then were miles across. And the branches were hundreds and thousands of feet in diameter. All these here are just pieces of the tree. It's all buried. All this under the road. And you know, even people that live up here, they have no idea what this is. It's incredible. I've asked people. It's just the mountains. It's just rock. Well, you know, it all turned to stone. These giant trees that towered into the heavens. Can you imagine what the Garden of Eden looked like? Gee. And it was all destroyed. Look at this. I mean, it's just incredible. And this is everywhere. This is just more prominent, but I've been in numerous different states in the mountains, and it's all the same. You just got to know what you're looking at. So hopefully this video will show you the truth. Yeah. They want to tell you this is the sea floor. Come on, man. God gave you the senses for a reason. They lie about everything. Alright, we're going to leave it at that. We're going to move on. So I'm going to walk down this way and just videotape this here. This is just one small section of just tree parts. It's really incredible stuff. See, it's everywhere. Just all petrified tree. Just branches. Not from the main tree.
I know, I'm not that's what was it. I was like, oh right, no, I have no doubt at all that this is.
And like I say, what's underneath all that grassland is the same that you can see going under this road.
Right. You have no idea where. Well, like if you look at the.
And it goes up and up and up. Remember, these are branches.
You walk the path, and it's like it got Indian. It's an Indian ground, but you can't touch like a United tree. But it's in the view, but it's amazing. And then you get up close to it. Yeah. I want to see that. But it's like, is that the core of the giant tree, or is that the giant tree? That's not.
So you see there's just pieces and parts of the tree underneath this road. And out here it's the same thing underneath all that grassland. Except this is exposed right here. All of it. So it goes underneath the road. If you were to just look at this, and it goes down for miles upon miles, the buildup of these trees. This was a giant cedar tree, miles and miles and miles wide, that soared hundreds of miles in the air possibly. It's really hard to show the scale of these trees other than what the Bible says, that they reached into the heavens. It could be seen from all ends of the earth, and that some of them shadowed the nations. Like I say, these are just parts of branches, not the main tree. Okay. Everything breaks off flat. Back then, as it does today. So I'm going to pause it until I get over here. But everything under here is the same thing. I'm going to go over here. Hold on. Okay, let's look at the little sweet girl. She is pretty adorable. Okay, look at this stuff here. So see, you get up here on this grassland, but you see the cutout on the side, okay? And it's the same thing out here. It's just got a thin layer of vegetation over it. You know, you can go all the way over there, all the way up there. You go all the way over here. We're gonna go over there, and I'll show you. So hold on a moment till I get over there. Okay, I'm just gonna start here, but you just see everything. Okay, it's all petrified wood, as far as the eye can see. This whole mountain was a giant tree. Go up over here. Just gotta zoom in over here. These are all just tree parts. And it goes on and on and on. Up here and everything down below. Let's check this out over here. Remember, these are branches, not the tree. And over the thousands of years, things have washed away and weathered and eroded. See, so you see this up here, okay? This at one time, the whole thing was here. Let me get over here, you'll see it a little better. Okay? So this was a branch. Okay? And at one time, this whole thing was like this. It went all the way down. And all this has fallen away over the years. It broke apart during the flood. Okay? This is what you're looking at. You go back up in there, between the trees. You know, you go back over there where we just were. You go back over there. It's everywhere. It's truly incredible. I'm actually going to walk up there and show you that one, so hold on. I'm just going to give you an overview while I'm here. We were just way back over there, and you can see up in here. You come over here. It's the same thing. This is where we're going over here. So hold on a second. So this is a modern day cedar. You see, it's the same thing, except this isn't petrified, and a lot of it hasn't fallen away. Hey, this right here is the same as that, but on a massive scale over there. So I'll just keep you with me here, walking, and I'll show you this one. I'm gonna probably wrap this up for today. So all this up there, all this was part of a branch, and it goes down. A lot of it is fallen away. Like I said, this little piece here with all this was here at one time, and it's just fallen away. I'm actually going to go way up here and then walk down, so hold on. Okay, before we go up there, I want to show you something. Like these pieces right here, and this large piece that's 40, 50 foot tall, all this used to be one big branch that went down and around, and all this has fallen away. Okay, so I'm going to go up here a minute. Hold on. So this is just an example of modern day cedar. Okay, it's all the same thing, but on a scale that is enormous. Okay. Okay, we'll walk up a little closer. Okay, I want you to look at this. Once again, these are all just pieces and parts here. It's all see, they all fall off like that, and over years they just fall away, like that one way out there. But everything's buried, weathered, and fallen away. Oh, it's a lot easier going downhill. See, so all this has fallen away. See, this part here used to be, all this used to be here. All this has fallen away. This used to go around. The whole thing was one giant branch all the way down. That's part of it. Okay, it's just fallen away. Pieces everywhere. You see the rings. Okay. It's another modern day piece of cedar. All this is falling away. So I'm going to go over here a minute. Hold on. Just remember how everything breaks off flat. And you see here, you see just a couple tiny rings. Just a couple small pieces. Okay, it's all petrified wood. It breaks off flat. And like I say, this stuff goes down into the ground to the bottom, wherever that is. You see all that way out there? It's everywhere. Okay, remember how things break off flat? You'll see many examples. Okay, watch out there, girls. Things break off flat, just pieces everywhere. So here you see this small piece here. All this used to be here and go around way up high. It's just fallen away. Ugh. That's all it's done. A lot of people don't believe that trees were miles wide that towered into the heavens. But I'm showing you the lie. If you finish this whole video, you'll be blown away. You go way back over there, and you go way back up in there, right up in here. that's part of the source tree that's still standing upright. These are just branches and twigs, and not twigs like these things on the branches on these trees. Twigs that were hundreds of feet in diameter, branches that were hundred, possibly thousands of feet in diameter. Like I say, it's everywhere. Alright, I'm going to end it here and continue on with this video. Let's see, it don't matter. It's everywhere. Branches from these giant trees. Just like you see laying on the ground here. It's the same thing. But so we're at the different area, but I just want to give an overview of this. I mean, you could see back there, again, it goes on forever, goes down forever. And you see here, how it's just buried in the ground. And this sits on top, underneath, of just a pile up of the same thing. All this is just a thin layer of vegetation and pine needles and stuff over thousands of years after the flood. These are all just giant tree remains. You see them all on the ground. You know, it's just everywhere. But you gotta remember, things have eroded and rounded and fallen away and smoothed. Yep, it's pretty crazy. I haven't been up over this ridge here, so we'll see what's over here. There's our shelter dog, Gracie. That's what we named her, Gracie. Yeah, I don't think we can take the dogs down that. Anyway, I'm gonna just wanted to show you this area up here. And we'll go find a different area. So hold on. Before we leave right here, I want to show you a couple things. So you see, this is all petrified wood, okay? And then you come up here, show you that the quartz comes in the tree, okay? It's all solid quartz. Comes in the tree. Okay. Alright, I'm going to pause it a moment. Just another quick area to show you different rings. Okay, we're going to head over here. We'll walk up around this here. Just petrified wood. Yeah. Okay. I think I've already showed you this, but we'll look at it again real quick. Oh yeah. Yeah, the quartz veins is all petrified wood. See, it's like a knot right here. See the radius parts. This was a knot right here, a giant knot. Okay. So I just want to show you, this is a modern day cedar, and you see all the different rings in it. Okay. This here is no different. All the different rings. You see the rings here, but soon, not soon, but maybe 10, 20 years, all the other ring are going to fill in, and it's going to look like one stone. Okay? But this is the same exact thing. All of it. You see the rings here, okay? There, there, there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and downward. Okay? All this is just petrified wood. You see the rings there. Over here. Okay. Let's see this here. See, a lot of these pieces that you see are the same thing as this. Okay? All these pieces break off. Different shapes and sizes. And it comes from the trees. But on a massive scale. And then they get scattered after the flood. You see here. Okay? Let me take an overview. This is a modern day piece of cedar that's fallen. And you see what happens to it. All these pieces. And they could be in any different sizes. You know? Then they break apart. Some will have a flat ledge like this and then a protrusion. You'll see that a lot. But this is what happens. All these pieces that I've been showing you that are everywhere. That's what it is, okay? But like I said before, this piece here could be as big as a school bus or an apartment building. Hey. And so you see this piece, how big it is compared to my fingers, off of a 2-foot diameter tree that's busted, you know, broken down. So you could imagine a piece that's as big as an apartment building, the branch that it came from. Okay? And you see here just how the rings work. Okay? But on a massive scale. Okay? You understand this. This is how a lot of it gets flat. Okay? And I'll probably put a couple pictures of here of this exact thing right here, but on a massive scale along a roadway. Okay, so I'll probably put it in right here so you understand. But you know, you can go all the way back, all the way to that over there, and it's the exact same thing. See how that breaks down? Okay, what you're seeing over there and everywhere else I've showed you and everything else that you're going to see is the exact same thing as this. Okay? It's the exact same breakdown. I'll put a picture in right here of what you're looking at. Okay? Alright, I'm going to pause it a minute. So remember I told you that a lot of things are recognizable and some are not. A lot of the rings get filled in and become monolithic. But I tell you, here's more of the quartz and like the granite that's inside the tree. And then you get quartz and feldspar. I don't care what they tell you, I'm showing you here. Okay? It comes from the tree. And gold runs with quartz. Okay? Just wanted to show that to you. There's a lot of places throughout this video where you're going to see this. See, that's quartz right there. Okay? And then you get quartz there and granite. Okay? Alright. So this is one of them rocks here where it's, for most people it's not recognizable because it's filled in and you don't see any of the rings. Just small places. So only because of this and a couple other places that one can tell what it is. See here, these are just rings. This is radius. More than likely this could have been a knot here or something. But all these are radius. Okay? See, all this is filled in. It looks like one solid rock. but you can slightly see some of the rings still. But it's just filled in. And then I see here, you come up here and you see there's more of the quartz, granite, mica. Hey, there's more over here. Hold on there, Ruby. Hold on, Ruby. I don't want you up here, fat girl. Watch out. Move it. Alright, I'm going to pause this a second. So here's a few more examples of the quartz coming out of the tree. Okay? Okay. This is really incredible if you could just see it in person. Okay? This is a solid chunk of quartz. The whole thing. It's just got moss on it. The whole thing is just one solid piece of quartz. And this came from a knot at one time from somewhere up there. But you see all this. You see all this quartz outcropping here. All that white stuff you see all through here. Everything. I'm going to go back up here and show you. But you see here, this all comes from the tree. This is probably a good place to run a metal detector. See, you have rose quartz. And you have mica. All this comes from the tree. That is one solid piece of quartz. Watch. It's pretty incredible. See that? It's got moss on it, but that is one solid piece of quartz. And that's a little bit smaller than a VW bug, actually. It's pretty damn big. And it comes in all different colors. But this is just part of the tree. All of it. This is, see? It's all quartz. It's just got moss on it. Everything. This could have been a massive knot. Well, not could have, it was. It had to have been. See? I don't see a whole lot of wood attached to this. So that's why I'm saying it was a giant knot. But I'm sure we'll find some wood attached to it here. See this? This all comes from the tree. It's all quartz. Okay? All of it. Is all that quartz up there?
Yeah, I'm peeling it off.
Yeah, we'll go check it out.
Literally just peels off.
Yeah, this is all quartz. Everything. One giant quartz outcrop. Look at that. You see here? You can see rings. Hey, show them that skull. Like a mountain goat. Show the side of it. Like little devil horns. But Roxy found that. Anyway, so this is a quartz outcrop. And I'm sure underneath it it's attached to the tree. but this is all that's exposed. I got plenty other pictures and videos that show the quartz attached to the tree or in the tree. Okay, so I will leave this at that, and I'll put some examples in here of quartz veins in the tree. Okay, it's pretty incredible to be here to see it with your own eyes. But I'm telling you, this comes from a tree. Okay, hold on. Alright, I wanted to show this to you here. So let's just assume that this is a branch that fell, okay? I'm trying to show you all these pieces here that I've been showing you, and that you're going to see how most all of them always have a flat edge, okay? So you get a massive branch that's hundreds of feet in diameter that fell. Not the tree, a branch. Okay? And then you get this that happens. Okay, and all these pieces break off. And they fall. And they get scattered during the flood. And they all petrify. And then over thousands of years, a lot of them get taken away by landscaping companies, or all these ring areas here will get filled in, and it'll become monolithic, and it'll look like just one smooth piece, that it's just one big solid rock, when it's not. It's tree rings. But all this you see here is the same as all the pieces you see there from a branch that was hundreds of feet in diameter. Okay? And you can see here, everything always breaks off flat, and I showed you why. You see the radius rings on this one. Okay? That's just like 4 or 5 rings. So this one here is filled in, so it's become monolithic. It looks like one thick ring, and it's not. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this looks like one. Okay? You come up here, you see everything becomes. These are all the pieces, okay, that come, that break off flat with this flat edge, like I just showed you. Don't matter where you're at. Okay, it's all the same. Everything. See all the rings. Don't matter where you're at. So I just wanted to show you that. It's important that you understand that. How all these large pieces come about. Okay? And they, like I say, they could be as big as a school bus. Remember, these branches were hundreds of feet in diameter. And one of these pieces right here could be as big as a school bus. Okay, you just got to remember that. So you come here. These are all just rings, different rings. Okay, so we're going to leave it at that. Okay, before I left for the night, I just wanted to show you another example of a quartz vein, but what we seen over there on that outcrop, it was just on a massive scale. This is just a small quartz vein. That's all it is. And you notice the way it breaks right here. That's just the way they do. You'll understand if you don't later, if you don't understand by now. And you see here, just pieces like I showed you, all the different rings. Okay? Same here, but they're kind of getting filled in. And when all these rings get filled in, it'll eventually be monolithic and look like one solid stone. But it's not. It started off like this, where it's very recognizable. And then it gets filled in through the elements, sediment. Alright, I think I'm going to call it a night. Well, now that I'm closer to this, I just wanted to show you this. You'll notice they always break.
Oh, Grace
That way?
got the pelt. She's over there playing with it.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, back on this. It breaks this way. Okay? It's just what the tree does. And you see up under here. Okay? This ring right here broke off. Okay, it's the same exact thing. Everything. These are just bits and pieces. Remnants. Such tiny, tiny pieces just laying everywhere on this mountain, which was a giant tree. Okay? All these pieces. So you see the hotel here. We're just kind of walking along the back, getting ready to call it a day. We've been hiking all day. So let's see here. See what we got up here. That's a pretty good piece right there. See, they always break off flat. Yeah, there's some good stuff right here. You see the rings.
There's a dead cat over here.
Okay, hold on a moment. Hey, oh, this has all been weathered. And things break off flat. This is so buried in the mountain here, and it goes down and down and down and down. And it's even underneath that asphalt there on that parking lot. If you were to dig that up, it would look just like this. All of it. This is pretty neat here. You see all the rings.
It's right there.
Okay. Hey girls, go on. Go.
Chalupa?
Hey, get off of there. Hold on a moment.
Hey, come on, Grace.
Okay, I just wanted to show this to you. Gracie. Here's another quartz vein. That stuff I showed you over there, that outcrop, it's the same thing but on a giant, massive scale, okay? And that's all petrified wood around it. All this, look at, I don't know how well you can see this, but it's beyond incredible. Okay. Just gonna keep on walking with you to show you this stuff over here. Okay. You see here. I'm gonna pause it while I get over here. Here you got a pretty good shot how everything breaks off flat. There, there, right up here. Okay? And you come here, everything breaks off flat. Hold on a moment. Okay, well, I gotta get my dogs. This is about it for today. So we'll leave it at that. There's some more quartz outcrop. So this here's a radius. Okay. These are all rings that are radius. And then it gets filled in and it becomes monolithic. Alright, we're going to leave it at that today. So this is just a little different area here. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see because of the sun, but these giant tree remains are everywhere. You know, and even under this grass right here. Okay? I'll show you what I mean in a minute. And you everywhere, and there's a Pretty cool piece right here. I gotta get over here to show you. I mean, it's everywhere. It's nothing. It's got all the moss and stuff on it. But I want to show you a perfect example of when I talk about the grassland, like what's underneath this right here. All of it. You see right there. Okay? You come up under here and you see everything just coming out of the ground because it's all buried. Okay? Even underneath that grass and everything right here, underneath this road. Okay, I got a better example down here, so I'm going to pause it a second. So just really quick, I wanted to show you the modern day cedar. Okay, it's just a tiny, tiny little tree. Okay, so come over here. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see because the sun is. Yeah, all this here is it's like a step up, but this is all part of a giant branch. Let me go down here a little bit further. Hold on. So everything breaks off flat, okay? And here's another modern day cedar. It's the same thing. Ruby, don't get lost. Okay? Watch, I'll show you an example over here. Hold on. So you go up in here. See, everything's just buried, protruding out of the ground. Some of it's sitting on the ground. And you see everything has a flat edge, and I'll show you why again. Okay? So once again, here's just a log. But you see here what this log does, okay? And all these pieces that you see here that fall off like this, okay? They just continually break down. And like I'm saying, this piece right here, you see the size of this piece to what it came from. So when you see a piece like this, that's as large as an apartment building, it'll tell you how big that branch was. But this is what happens to the tree here. Okay? That's why everything has a flat edge. It's just the way the tree breaks down. Alright, let me go show you something else. Okay, I wanted to show you something here. Okay? So, you look across the street. Okay? And you see it all there. It has all the way up. Okay? Let me back out. Underneath this ground, underneath this road, okay, underneath all that grassland up here, all it is, Ruby, get over here. Okay, you go down. This is just all petrified tree. You see the way it breaks off straight. Okay, you see here, let me get in the shade over here. Okay, you see in the side of the road what's underneath this grassland here. Hold on. Damn dogs eating stuff, man. Alright, so I'm going to get up a little closer to this. But you see though, like I say, all the grassland underneath this road, underneath all that, it's just a thin layer of vegetation that hides all this. You see how it breaks off straight. Okay? back up out of here. The sun is not my friend today. Okay. So I'll show you down here. Hold on a moment. Okay, you see how this is coming off at ground level here? It's the whole ground is full of it. You see how everything breaks off flat. Okay, and up top you see the rings. I'll show you what I mean by that when I get down to that piece of wood again. How it breaks off flat and you see the rings here. Okay, so hold on a moment. Okay, here we are again. Okay, I'm going to pull a piece out of here. A couple of them. I'm going to show you. Okay, so I'm going to go right over here in the shade. Okay, but you got to understand the scale difference. So you see the rings in this. I mean, maybe the sun. See all the rings. Okay. This one. You see the rings in there. Okay. But these rings are on a massive scale, and I'm going to go up here and check this area out. So here's a small example. And I tell you, you know how things break off flat. Okay. And you see all the rings. But these are very small pieces. We're going to go up there and check out a few things and see here what's underneath the grassland up here. It's all the same thing. It's just buried. So I'm going to go up there really quick. So we're going to go up into there. But I want to show you real quick. So everything breaks off flat. Up there. Here, everywhere. And I'm pretty high up. I just climbed up here. But you see the grassland here. Everything underneath it. Okay, it's just a thin layer of vegetation. So, just remember how they break down. Everything has a flat edge, even the tiniest pieces. So let me get up a little higher, hold on. Just wanted to show you this piece here. You know, everything always breaks off flat, just like I showed you in that tree down there. And then you see all the rings. Okay, all these pieces laying around everywhere. Okay, they're just tiny pieces. Oh, this mountain. And then it gets buried. Okay, hold on a moment. So just like on this small cedar here, you got to understand how the rings work here. Not like looking down at a stump. So, I'll show you what I mean. Hold on. So we're pretty high up here, but you see everything breaks off flat. And remember, as I said, things get rounded and smooth and eroded. And you can see all the rings underneath the moss. Okay? And you see how it breaks flat in no particular way. Okay? Remember I showed you how the tree breaks apart. Okay, it's the same thing. See, like this. It's the same thing I just showed you in that small piece of wood down there. Yet on a massive, giant scale. And like I say, everything under this grassland down for miles and miles is all the same thing. Okay? It's just incredible stuff. You know, the most incredible part is the lies. Why they do it. Why they lie. You got to understand that. It's no different than the biblical cosmology opposed to living on a ball flying through space. It's the same type of deception because it discredits God and His creation and the truth of creation, the truth of the flood, the truth of the Bible. Okay? That's why people find it so hard to understand that. They've been deceived. And even if you show them the truth in plain sight, they will still deny it because of the cognitive dissonance. They're so heavily brainwashed by the world system. Okay, so I'm going to pause this here a second. So as I was walking through here, I noticed there's more of a quartz outcrops. Hey, so this is all part of the tree. Hey, and you see the wood right here. Okay, all this quartz with the moss on it. It all comes from the tree. Okay, all this quartz, all this comes from the tree. Okay. There's more of it down there. I mean, it's all over here. Okay. This quartz, okay, it comes from the tree. It's all down in here. It's everywhere. Okay, it'll be snow white. Let's see over here. Yeah, it's hard to tell because the moss is on it. But I'm just going to keep it rolling. I'm going to show you over here some more stuff. Okay. See, these are just pieces. You see some of the rings right here. It always breaks off flat, no matter what size it is. Okay. It always breaks off flat. We've seen this time and time again. All the rings. This is just incredible stuff, man. And these are just, like I showed you, the tiny pieces. I mean, this here is large, very large. And you know, it goes way down under the ground. And all the other pieces and parts from trees that towered much higher than that. You go all the way over there. Okay? It's no different than what I'm showing you right here. I've been all over these mountains. It's the same exact thing, and it goes down for miles. It's a pileup of the giant trees. When I show you how they break off flat, okay? Yet on a massive scale. That's how they break off. Hey girl, what are you doing up there? Roxy, hey. Roxy. Roxy. Hey. Roxy. She's trying to get down. Anyway, see, all these have rings. So we're gonna take a walk over here and check out a couple more on the way down. Hold on. So I just want to show you really quick here where all this quartz comes from. Okay. See in there. You come up here and you see it comes from the tree. Okay? So it comes from the tree. All the quartz. It's like a knot, and this sure looks like a knot. That's all quartz up there. And you'll notice again how things are always flat. There's more quartz.
There's quartz underneath the tree.
Right up in here. And apparently there's quartz up here. all this. It's everywhere. You know, the gold people will say, follow the quartz and you'll find the gold. But this is pretty cool, this tree growing out of a cluster of quartz. Pretty neat stuff. You go up here and I'll show you. See, the quartz is in the tree. Okay? You come over here and you see everything breaks off flat and you see all the rings that have fallen away. Okay? That right up here looks like it's splintered, like it broke off. So I'm going to pause it and go around this piece here. Actually, I'll show you this quartz a little closer. But I'm telling you, it comes from the tree, and there's a vein of it that runs up right here. Okay? It's all just pieces and parts here. See, there's another quartz vein. You see it runs through right here. And this shows you it comes from the tree. Okay? It's very important because people, geology and archaeology, they lie to you about this stuff. So even the smallest pieces always break off flat. Okay? I got a little place later I'm going to show you. I'm going to go back to, you see that runs all the way through, and gold and quartz run together. Okay? You see the piece I'm standing on? See, very distinctive rings. Okay? Go up this backside. You notice everything breaks off flat. It's hard to tell right here. Maybe the sun is. It's just wood. It's not what people have been showing to be wood. And you look in here, it's got all the quartz all through here. This is pretty damn cool, man. Look right up here in the wood. It's got all the quartz. See, when this stuff doesn't have the moss on it, and it's in its raw form, you can see what it is so much better. There's that quartz vein. It runs all the way through it. And you notice they always break off flat, just like I've shown you. Alright, I'm going to pause this a second. So this here is just a modern day piece of cedar, but I wanted to show you how it comes up and turns, because I'm going to show you on the whole side of the mountain the exact same thing, okay? I want you to look at that really close. How it comes up and swirls, okay? It's not straight up and down. So just remember that. So hold on. You know, when you look at these pieces right here, these have snapped, okay? They didn't break off like naturally, like I showed you in the way the wood breaks down. But you go down here, it's just constant. Everything. And then I told you got that quartz outcrop here. That's all part of the tree. That's where it comes from. Alright, I'm going to move on over here. I'm going to show you this. Okay. Hey, these are just some little pieces I showed you that I held up in my hand. Okay, there's no particular design. There's all kinds of different examples. But they're massive, from this size to as big as an apartment building. Okay? So I'm going to leave this here. Actually, I'll show you this. You look down in here, all the quartz. Okay? And these are all just remnants from the tree. All this here, all has the quartz in it. Okay? See that? All up in there. This was more than likely a giant knot. I mean, a knot as big as an apartment building. And that's typically where I always see the quartz, like it's sap or maple or who knows what it was. But you see that in today's world too. But anyway, here's a pretty good shot of the wood. It's not got moss and stuff on it. But just remember, everything breaks off flat. Just like this. There's another example. Okay, this is what happens. All these pieces like this. Okay, all kinds of different designs and sizes and shapes. It could be flat right here with the edge, and then they break up more. This is all you're seeing, all these pieces and parts. I'm showing you that several times already. That's what happens. Alright, I'm going to move on. So I just wanted to show you an example here. This is just a piece of cedar here, and the way this is broken, snapped off. This piece here is no different. Okay? It's just broken, snapped off. Just like this would have been. But on a massive scale. Okay, kind of like that. Right here, the end of one of them. Right there. And that's just one of them little tiny pieces I just showed you. And then they get bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, we'll walk down right here. You see it. See everything that's under this ground. Just some of it's protruding out. Some of it's sitting on top. Some of it's recognizable and some of it's not. But everything under this ground is the same thing. It goes down for miles. You look at here. Just different ways. There's so many different ways the tree breaks down. Like these are rings. Okay? People, they picture rings only like this. Okay? They got to understand this is a section of a ring. Okay? Same here. It can be like that, or it can be like this. They can be stacked. I said that this piece here could be 200 feet across, so there's not going to be much of radius, and you see all the different layers of rings. You see it time and time again. Just, you know, everywhere you look, it's the same thing. Yeah. I'm just going to say it one more time that they lie about the creation, whether it be the evolution, the Big Bang, the tectonic plates pushing up the seafloor. It's all a lie to hide creation, to keep God away from people, to keep people away from God. Okay? And the same thing with the spinning ball Earth flying through space. It's the same thing. Okay? That's not what the Bible says. Alright, I'm going to move on and we'll go to a different spot. So before I leave this area, I just ran into one more spot I want to show you. So I want you to look at this piece here. See how it's flat here and like a ledge? So there's no particular way that these pieces break off from the main tree. And if you see here, there's just another example of what happens when these pieces all fall. Hey, they're even all down here. See? So that big piece right there, it's doing the same thing right there. Okay? It's doing the same thing today. You see here, okay? There's a piece there. It's all over here. Okay, and then you incorporate that with the flood that buries everything. Okay? So you see here, this is the exact same thing. Okay? And then that's how you get the flat edges. All kinds of different examples. You know, and then this piece will break. Okay? There's all kinds of different examples. You know, just like here, you'll see a lot of this later, how it's flat here and then a raised edge. Okay, you're going to see this on a massive scale later. But this is exactly what these pieces are. Okay? And once again, I know I've been over this, But you see a piece like this, as big as my tip of my thumb, for 6-8 inch diameter branch, okay? So you could imagine that a piece that's similar to this came from a branch that was hundreds of feet in diameter, okay? That's how big these trees were. These trees. See that airplane up there? Let's go to it. These trees towered much higher than that plane. Okay? That plane would have ran into the trunk of the tree. They were so large. Okay? And that's what you need to understand. That piece right there is tiny. Okay? And you just remember the flat edges. They're all like that. Don't matter the size of them. Okay? So we're going to go to a different spot. I'm going to leave it at that. So I just wanted to show you this again real quick. So if we pick this piece up, okay? And we know how they break off flat. So when you look at this piece here, okay? You're seeing the same similar things. But when you put it down, I want to show you. Okay? You see the rings. These are tiny, okay? And just all there's so many different designs in the way they break down flat like this. Okay? And then the rings. But you got to remember, these have thousands of years of weather and erosion. Things getting filled in, falling away, smooth, rounded. Okay? And that's all it is. And you'll see that. You've already seen a bunch of it, and you're going to see a lot more, okay? It's just the way it does it. All the different rings. Let me show you here. Again. These are all the different rings. And it breaks off flat. Okay? You see here on this one. They're all going to be the same. They're just everywhere, as far as the eye can see. You go over there to that one. It's all the same. Okay? Let's see this. We're gonna. So when you look at a mountain, it's a difference. Just like it looks like trees and dirt. Let's zoom in up here. You'll see it's all the same thing. You gotta understand how the tree breaks apart. It's like I showed you. See that? That is no different than that branch I just showed you. Okay? So you see how tall that is, and that space is there between that tree? So much of this is falling away. But I was showing you right here, this is such a perfect example. Okay, this is a couple miles across the way. And you see the way it breaks down. Okay? This is just a giant, massive branch that fell. More than likely, okay, this whole deal right here is all one branch that fell. And then it started doing what that wood does, and I'll show you. Look close at it, okay? It's really important you understand this. See the way it breaks up? That might be a 300 foot, 400 foot diameter wide branch. Okay? Look at the way it breaks up. Okay? I want you to look close at it. And then a lot of it's falling away. You go down on the mountain and you'll find it all. Okay, look at that close. Okay? Look at this close. Okay? And now I'm going to back out. And I'm going to show you that everything under here is the same thing. Under this road, under here, it's just a thin layer of vegetation. everything. So now I'm going to show you something. Hold on. So that stuff I just showed you up there is no different than this stuff. It's identical. Okay? And I don't care what city, state, country you're in. There's different trees. These happen to be giant cedars, but you're going to see the same thing, but there's so many different ways that the trees break down. Okay? So I'm going to show you down here one more time what I just showed you over there across that mountain. Look at it close. See, and then all the pieces fall off. Okay? But you got to remember, what we're seeing over there is just this top section that's exposed. Everything else, that big hump right here, hold on, all this up here, all that is this top section that's exposed. Everything else is down below is buried. And that's all you're seeing. Look close at this. Okay? Look close at it. Okay? Look close at it. See the way it breaks apart? And then all the pieces fall down. Okay? This piece here could be as big as an apartment building or a washing machine. It just depends. Okay? And you remember what you just looked at. Okay, we're going to hit it one more time. I want you to understand what you're looking at when I tell you the mountains are remains of giant trees. Okay? Alright, my battery died, so I want to show you this. Okay? Just want you to look close. Okay? A lot of this is falling away. Yeah. Look close at it. Okay, all them pieces there to the left, they break off straight. Look close. That highest part, everything to the left and the right has fallen away. Okay, look close. Okay, so now, remember that just the top part is showing. So I'm going to show you one more time. Okay, so this is the exact same thing you're seeing. The only thing that's exposed is this top part. The rest of this is underneath. Okay. Alright, I'm going to leave this at that. You should understand what all this is by now. Okay? And that stuff over there is the same as this. It doesn't matter what state you're in, what country. Yeah, there's another piece of the tree with the quartz in it. Okay, I'm telling you, it comes from the tree, precious metals. Alright, we're going to leave it at that. We're going to move to a different spot. So I just want to show you this last thing from this angle here. How everything, again, under this is just, and under this road is just remains of the giant trees, okay? You see here? Everything goes in under the ground. So I'm going to pause it here and go around, so hold on. Okay, so I'm more of a angle here where you can see. Remember, everything breaks off flat. You see how it goes under the ground. All this just goes back up in there. It's just everywhere. So all this under here. Got dogs under my feet hitting me. So you see this piece right there? Lupa. That's just one little sliver of a ring of a fallen tree. Okay, I'll put a picture in right here At least I'll try to show you what that is. But you see how it just goes into the ground and just a thin layer of vegetation covers everything. You know, and you got, for some reason, you got this single piece right up here, but back behind it, along that hill, is just a whole bunch more. Remember how it just breaks off flat, just little pieces. Well, it's not little, but it's a little compared to what it came from. All that hillside, underneath the road, underneath here, the grassland everywhere. Let me try to go over here a little bit. Let me pause it a second. So that piece I was showing you, I was going to put a picture in here. It's just like one of these little slivers right here. That's just a small part of a ring. This right here. And if I were able to zoom that, you'd be able to see. Okay? That right there is just one of them small little slivers like I showed you. Okay? That piece right there, like I showed you, is just one of these little pieces right here. All this you're seeing right here is just a fallen tree. So if you remember that mountain I just showed you that I zoomed in on way across the way. So this is another giant part of a branch. And if I zoom in here, I were to show you, this is exactly the same thing, okay? But this is just part of a giant branch. And we're going to go over there and take a look at it. Okay, just remember the mountain I just showed you. Take a close look at it. This is the exact same thing. But this is part of a branch. This whole thing here was part of a branch. Okay, and then them small pieces that fall off, like I showed you in the tree, that small modern day tree, are just pieces like this that fall off. Okay? We got all our little pitties with us today. That's the shelter pitty. Gracie, what you got, girl? Huh? This is my fat girl, Ruby. Had to put Allie down the day before Christmas, and still grieving over that. She was my number one. Bone cancer got her. But you see the characteristics of cedar. There's so many different examples, okay? But we're going to go over here and take a look at this. I have footage of this, but I'm going to do it again, so hold on. So that piece I tried to show you on the side of the hill over there, all it is just, this is a better thing, it was just one of these little slivers right here of a massive fallen branch. Okay, it was just one of these little slivers, okay? Or one of these little slivers. But you got to imagine that thing's going to be turned sideways. Roxy, get out of there. That's my other little pitty girl. She's just a baby. Got some carcass here. Anyway, we're going to head on over there, okay? So hold on. So that's a little bit closer shot, okay? Remember that mountainside. Remember the tree, I showed you how it breaks apart. Okay, this is the exact same thing. I know I keep saying that. But all these pieces are the ones that just fall off. Okay? So you got to remember, this thing here is probably 50 foot tall, maybe taller. And this is just part of a branch that has fallen. Not part of the trunk, a branch, okay? You got to understand that. Okay, so we're going to go up and take a closer look, so hold on. Okay, we're up on it. And you see all the pieces here, okay? That's like one of them little slivers I just showed you, okay? And you can see the rings in the sliver. Same thing here. You know, they tell you they tell you about the biggest petrified tree in the world. It's tiny. I mean, it's about as big as that right here. It's such bullshit. Okay, take a look at this. You see how things have eroded and weathered. All this is missing. It used to be perfectly round at one time. All this is missing. It used to be perfectly round. And then it goes into the ground, and it goes way under the ground. And everything down below here is just is a pileup of the same thing. Okay? Look at this close. Look at the rings. These are like them little things I showed you in the side of the mountain over there sticking out. Okay, it's just broken pieces. I know I keep saying the same thing over and over, but you know, if you were here to see this in person, you would understand. And all you got to do is go to your mountains. You may not see something like this, but it's everywhere. Everywhere in the world. It's in front of banks and apartments and businesses and homes. All it is remains of giant trees. This piece here is like a toothpick. It's so tiny. Even though this is a large piece, it's so tiny compared to what it came from. And you see this whole piece just goes into the ground, and it goes way, way under. So we're going to take a walk around the front of this and around the side. Okay, so hold on. Okay, I just moved over a little bit. I want to show you here from the side. So remember, this thing, all this is missing. Okay, it's just pieces laying everywhere. I mean, they're everywhere. They're under the ground. They're laying on top of the ground. Okay? And just remember how the tree breaks down and how it breaks apart. Okay? Just, and that up there, you see, this has been broke off. It wasn't naturally like the splits that you see, the straight splits. So hold on a minute. So maybe this frontal view will show you just how large these branches and trees were. So you got to remember here, all of this is missing. It's fallen away. Okay, and you see all the straight edges everywhere. And that up there was broke off. Okay? You see how large this is. Okay, this is all from a giant tree that soared into the heavens, higher than them clouds, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 miles, 200 miles into the air. And these are just parts of the branches. Do you see how massive this is? And this isn't even all of it. Like I say, all this is missing. And then it goes way down. That's just one branch. Okay? And it goes all the way back. Okay, I'm just going to keep this rolling here. We'll go over here. Okay, and we're going to go up on top. This is just a piece of it that fell off. You always have the flat edge, okay? You see, you always got the flat edges. That's just the way they break apart. You got tiny little pieces like this. Okay? And you see here, everything breaks off flat. And this goes way down under the ground. And it just keeps on going. Underneath this little mound right here is part of it. Everything out there underneath that grassland. Okay? So I'm going to pause this a second and go around and up. So hold on. So before I go around over there, I want to show you one more thing. So remember, this is a branch, okay? It's not a part of the tree. So you come back over here and turn around. See? All the pieces that fall off, okay? All the pieces that fall off. In no particular, there's flat here, a ledge. They have all kinds of different ways they fall off. Just like I showed you in all the pieces of trees, okay? Just like in here, okay? But now, you get back over here, and this is part of the source tree, okay? That's still standing. All that back in here, if you were to radius this all the way around, that's how big it was. This is not fallen. This is part of the source tree, okay? And if you were to look close at it, you would see ring after ring after ring after ring. Okay? And a lot of it has fallen away, and each one of them is a ring, just like I showed you on them pieces of wood. So you see all the pieces that are standing up there, okay? I'm going to show you what that is. All you're looking at over there, you see the stump like the radius. All you're looking at are all these pieces standing up. And you see the rings here, okay? Rings are not like, they are like this, but there's different ways to look at it. But you see the rings, that's part of a ring. That's part of a ring. Okay, and when you get over here, you gotta know what you're looking at, okay? Because they lie, you gotta really look at it, what I just showed you. Okay, each one of them is a ring. See this? We're going to go back over there and I'll show you. That's part of the source tree. That reached 100 miles into the sky, to the heavens. You come back over here. Okay, you got to remember that, let me get on this side, that this is a ring, part of a ring. And you see other ones within it. You can't think about rings like that because they go in, they go around. It depends on how these are a whole bunch of rings in here. But you've got to understand here, these are just parts of rings. Some are missing. It's worn and weathered, it gets split. And when you come up here, once again, this is just part of the source tree. If you were to look at it from up above, it would be just like I just showed you, okay? You can go all the way back. There's a small piece there. You can go all the way back in there. These are just parts of rings. You can go all the way. Don't matter where you are, okay? So we're going to continue on around this this massive branch right here, okay? So hold on a moment. So we're kind of on the low side over here, and I want you to just take a close look how these break off, okay? It's just like you've seen in the earlier in the video, where underneath the ground it was coming out, okay? But you can't see all this because it was buried by the grassland. You just seen parts of this sticking out, but you see how it all breaks off flat, okay? And I've already shown you plenty of examples of why and how it does it. And you see here, if you were to bring this out, there's part of it right here. And then it's everywhere. And this goes back into the ground here. It's all buried with vegetation. It goes across, all up over into here. Everything, all this grassland. Okay, you want to go back over here, some more that's exposed. Okay. In Ezekiel 31, it talks about the tree that when the wicked, evil nations destroyed the Assyrian, that the branches fell upon all the hills and valleys and mountains and waterways around on all nations. Okay, as well as all the other giant trees. Okay, so we're going to go all the way on the top. Okay, so hold on a moment. So just as I was walking up, it's everywhere. I mean, you'll see it all in that pile of wood. It's just what it does. But the branches that fall, you see what happens, why they have straight edges. And some of them are broken edges. but this is what's happening. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna head on up. Okay, so as we're going up, I just want to show you how everything coming down in the ground, it's just the top of this branch is exposed. Okay. This is so massive. And you look right there through the trees. And that's part of the source tree. Right there. Okay. When we get up top, I'll have a better shot of it. But take a look. This is the back side of it. Okay, let me go up further. Okay, on my way up I encountered this. So this is part of the source. This would be kind of like part of the source tree. And what I showed you way over there, part of the source tree, you see the rings just the way it is. Okay? And then like the Mount Rushmore, the president's faces, they find one spire of this giant tree and they engrave the president's face on it. Okay? That's all it is. And you see in there the way the tree breaks down. And that's all the pieces you see laying everywhere. Okay? We're going to go up there on top. And I'll show you some incredible stuff. So hold on a moment. Well, on my way up, here's another cedar. Just look at the characteristics, okay? You see the rings. That's a modern day cedar. Okay, same as that. So here's that one I was just showing you. And you look at it, you can see the rings, okay? All the rings right here. Parts of rings. Just look at the characteristics of this modern day cedar. Okay, and like I was saying, the president's faces, they find one spear that's sticking up and they're going to carve the faces on it. But everything else around it is just part of the giant tree. Okay? So we're going to go up here. We're on the back side of what I just showed you. Okay, it's pretty incredible up there. So hold on. Okay, so I'm right here. And I just want to show you here how everything breaks off flat. Okay? Even the tiniest pieces. Let me get in the shade here. Even the tiniest pieces break off flat. Everything. Okay? Hello, Roxy. And there, you see here, everything breaks off flat. The characteristics of the modern day cedar. It's the same thing. Okay? So we're just going to keep walking up here. I'll keep it rolling. Whew, wow. It's really... I'm going to pause this so I can catch my breath. Hold on. Okay. So we're at the top. We were down here showing you the face of this. Got all the dogs up here. I hope they don't fall off. Anyway, so you see out there all the pieces and parts. And you look over there. Again, while I'm up here. This is all just part of the source tree. Okay? That's still standing. And this is like, I mean, this thing went miles. High enough to where it could be seen from all ends of the earth. Okay? You see here, everything is, I don't want to get too far out here. But see, we were just down there. Okay? But you can see here how this has broken off. Okay? This was snapped. And all the rest of the stuff is washed away or has been taken away. Get over here, girl. Okay? This is everything from down below. Get up here, girl. Okay? See this? That is just broken off. And then, you know, during the flood, a lot of this stuff got filled up and washed away, got buried. Just like today, a lot of the ancient civilizations and monolithic structures, they're buried, you know, over in Egypt and different parts of the world. So a lot of this stuff got washed away and buried during the flood, but these trees towered into the heavens, just like all the other plants and shrubs and bushes and vegetations were equally as large.
Oh my goodness.
Just like the Bible says. Okay, not the tectonic plates pushing these mountains up from the sea floor. That's a lie, a deception to discredit the Bible, God, and creation. Okay, you got to understand that, and it's no different than the round ball Earth flying through space. Okay, we live on a fixed, stationary, unmovable Earth. Okay, so we're gonna go up over here and take a look. Hold on. So this is what you see. So my daughter peeled a piece of this off. You know, it's deceiving because it's got moss and it's discolored. But when you peel a piece off, it actually looks like living wood. But that's what it originally looks like. All of this. Okay, and if you were to do the same with that, okay, that's not the original color. Okay, this was a cedar tree. But it's been weathered over thousands of years and it's got moss and all these organisms living on it. It should look more like this. The brown, my shadow's in the way. You know, it should be more of the brown, just like that. Okay? Little Chicken Lou.
Chicken Loop.
Chicken Lou and Ruby and Gracie, the new, hey Gracie, hey girl. The new shelter dog we pulled out 2 days ago, and that's Miss Roxy. Roxy, hi pretty girl. Yep, that's our pack. Anyway, so that's probably going to be it for here. I'll probably go down the other side here and I'll show you from the back side, so hold on. Okay, so we're back where we started on this one. I hope you can see how massive this branch is. Remember, you have the tree, you have a branch that comes off, and off the branch comes twigs. These are branches and twigs that you're seeing here. They're not part of a main tree, the main trunk, okay? It's not the main tree. Okay? And a lot of this stuff washed away with the flood. It got buried, got displaced, but it's everywhere in the world, every state, every country, every town, every mountain, every national forest. You just got to open your eyes and look and remember the way it breaks down. Okay? Look at old wood today and look at the mountains. Okay? So we're going to leave this at that. We're actually going to go back to the place we were yesterday because that's really one of the most incredible places I've found up to date. So I'm going to stop this here and continue when we get over there. So this is just a really quick example of, I pulled this off of, so you see the way this breaks down, okay? And you got the ledge, and then you got the rings, whether you're looking at it like this or like this, okay? It doesn't matter.
Where's it, Ruby?
Okay, and you see that. It's the same exact thing, but on a scale, literally a biblical scale. It is enormous. You see that? You see this, okay? You got to remember, this is thousands of years old since the flood. It's worn, weathered, smooth, rounded. Stuff is falling away. It's laying everywhere, okay? But this is a good example, another example, with these ledges, okay, and the rings, okay? You see here. This is so massive. I mean, this is thousands of feet from over there to over here. Just one massive branch that fell. It is enormous. I can't even begin to tell you. And then, like I showed you earlier in the video, this road, everything under the road in that grassland. You know, if you go back over here, you see just more of it here. Okay? And here, where it just goes under the ground. Okay? If you just look at this, you would never know. But you go there and here, everything. And these are just pieces from it. And you go up here. I can't tell you. This across here is probably 40 feet at 40 foot tall. It's just that piece, but it's this whole thing all the way back. Just giant tree limbs that have fell. And here you can see the modern day cedar. Got to understand how the tree breaks down. Here you see the rings. Just got to understand how the tree breaks down. All these pieces, why it's always flat. Okay? Everything's sticking, protruding out of the ground. The same thing under this road. Out here. Okay? All these pieces down here. And up here, they're just tiny pieces. And remember how they break off flat. All the ledges. It's just so enormous. Alright, we're actually gonna climb up here and take a look and see what we can find. Alright, so we're climbing up. I want to show you a few things. So, this here is just a bunch of cedar that's fallen. Modern day. See the characteristics? So you see all them pieces in there? All they are, all these pieces, okay, are the same thing that you see here everywhere that I've shown you. This. Yeah, I know I've said that so many times, but okay, so we're gonna keep on headed up and we'll see what we find up there. But you see more the characteristics of the cedar, okay, the way it breaks down, okay. Alright, we're gonna keep moving up. Okay, there's cedar all along here. You know, God said He would never build the trees or have the trees grow as large as they did, and He preserved the seed, and we're left with what we have today. But you see the characteristics of it. It's the same thing, okay? Just on a different scale. This is fallen here. All that is fallen. Okay? But you look at it from the sides, you see it's the same. These were the giant cedars they talk about in the Bible. And they were all across this earth. Okay? We're standing up on one right here. But we're going to keep on headed up. And we'll see what we can find.
Come on, Roxy.
So I'm just going to give you an overview here. This is incredible. I just can't even... You see how things just fall away over time. And you see up underneath there where you actually see the color of the wood. Don't have all that moss on it. Okay? You just keep seeing all the rings. It's truly incredible. And if you keep watching this video and my other videos, you'll see everywhere we go. It doesn't matter if we're up on top of a 5-mile wide plateau, which is actually the the trunk of a tree, a mesa, plateau, and the columns. My videos explain everything. It's truly incredible. Alright, we're going to keep on headed up. Well, I kind of reached the side, and I'll just kind of give you an overview. All the stuff that we showed you from below is back that way. But you get up here to the side, you see how everything's just buried. And so many things protruding out everywhere. The whole mountainside for miles upon miles. We're going to keep on headed up there. But you see out here, everything under this grassland for as far as the eye can see, for miles upon miles, it's just remains of the giant trees. So we're going to head up this way and take some more footage. Okay, so hold on. So actually, I'm just going to keep you walking with me, and you have to excuse any breathing that's heavy walking up the mountain. I just want you to see this stuff as we go. I mean, if you had the peripheral vision I have here, it is beyond incredible. Okay, all these pieces that are as big as vehicles, apartment buildings. And like I say, they're not. So here's a modern day cedar. Okay, it's about 18 inches in diameter. And that's the actual tree. But what you're seeing here are parts of the branches and the twigs. Okay? These things, the branches and twigs, not the main tree. There's the main tree right here, watch. That's still standing upright. All that there, and all this back over there, that's all part of the main tree. It could have been 10 miles in diameter, maybe bigger, I don't know. And all the branches just fell. A lot of it washed away during the flood. And it just piled up. This whole mountain is the remain of the giant trees. Okay? We'll just keep on going up. There you go, what a shot. Okay? This is just part of it. That's probably 2 miles from over here to over here. And it goes even further to the right. But that is part of the core of the tree that reached into the heavens. Okay? That stuff there is no different than what I've been showing you. Okay? This is just what's still remains, it's standing. It's pretty incredible. And that's like the outer, I consider that the outer part of the tree. Or it could be the center part, I don't know. But the tree was enormous. I mean, it went literally up into the heavens. And then it just fell. And then petrified, it was destroyed. The Bible says that Enoch, that the angels labored at the trees. And then Assyrian in Ezekiel 31 talks about how the tree that evil wicked nations destroyed it, and its branches fell upon all nations, all valleys, all rivers, all mountains. People think that's a fairy tale, but I'm telling you, I'm showing you it. I have so much footage and documentation. It's incredible. I mean, it don't matter where you're at. It's just piled up, and what you see is just laying on top of the ground. Everything below is still the remains. It's just under it, all the pieces and parts. I'm gonna keep on going up. We'll go right down over here. We're kind of at the top, but hey, there's a old cedar right there. So if this was laid over sideways, okay, you see that, you'd be seeing the same thing as that right here. But the branches, okay, branches that were hundreds of feet in diameter, okay, not this main tree. It's important that you understand that. You see this large piece, I mean, we're on the top, so it's kind of hard. It's better to see it from the front facing, but I've shown you all that earlier. We're on the top of everything. Anyway, I'm going to pause it here. I'll actually just keep you walking with me, okay? We're kind of going down a little bit, okay? Like I say, we're on the top of it. We're not where you can see the face of it. But the little pieces I was holding in my finger from the tree, that would be the equivalent right here. And that's probably 25 foot tall. Okay? All these. You come right over here. Yeah, it might be a little steep for the dogs over here. Okay. See, when you get in front of it, you can see it instead of looking over it. And this right here is like standing up here on top of it.
Gracie.
Okay, so we're gonna go up and around. You see here, this is the other side of that one. See this right here? When I was holding them pieces in my hand, it's the same thing.
Come here.
Same here.
Come here, Gracie. Come on, Gracie. Come on. Come on. Gracie, come on. Gracie, come on. Come on.
You know, and then pieces fall off like this here. Get away from there, girl. You got all these pieces down there, they just fall off. Come on, girls, let's go. Alright, we're gonna go up and around over there. Hold on. So here's a couple kind of cool pieces. They're not very big, but just shows you how the tree breaks apart again. So when I showed you all the quartz coming out of the tree, okay, and I said most likely it's a knot. So this here is a piece of sap that was draining out. So it's possible that sap, maple, something created the quartz. And the things you see in the tree, the different stones and precious metals or quartz, that somehow it turned into the quartz, like crystallized. I don't know, but this is a ball of sap. Okay? So you get a tree that's 5-10 miles in diameter with branches that are hundreds of feet in diameter. Well, you're not going to have little sap balls like this. You're going to have massive veins of that stuff. And you get over here, it just goes down and down and down. And you can just see the ring after ring. The same thing you see today. Okay? It goes down. So we're just going to walk over here. I'm telling you, if you had the peripheral vision here that I had, it's truly the most incredible thing you'll ever see in your life. The only thing that could possibly be compared to this is finding Noah's Ark or seeing Jesus come in the clouds. I'm telling you, it's that incredible. This proves the lie of their seafloor tectonic plates pushing up. Okay? And like I say, I don't care where you're at in the world, what city, state, country, what mountain range, what national forest, it's all the same. Just different types of tree that are all cedar. Some of them are vegetation or plants or bushes that were also giant. Okay? So, look at this big cedar tree here that's dead. So everything you're seeing here, all these pieces, they are from the branches, not the main tree. Okay, all that back here is all part of the main tree. Everything down below these mountains, for however far down, is the pile up. And everything you see here is just what remains on top. Okay? It's absolutely incredible. It just goes on and on and on. So here there's a few things I want to show you. So we know that maple syrup and there's sap in trees, and I don't know how the trees were back before the flood, the silicon and carbon based trees, but you see here, this is all the sap and stuff coming out of the tree. Well, you really see that around like the sweating out of it, around knots and joints in a tree. But then you come over here and you see this is a modern day cedar, and you look in here and you just see the same breakdown. Okay, and then you see the rings. Okay, not rings like looking down at a stump. Okay, so everything you're seeing is just pieces and parts from the branches in the tree. And you look at the texture. Okay, look at the texture of the cedars. You come over here. Okay, all these pieces laying on the ground, just tiny little slivers. Okay, you see the texture right there. See the texture of the cedar. It's only about 18 inches in diameter. Okay, same thing, except this has the moss on it. Okay, these are the trees that God preserved that have already died. And you see here, we're just going to take a little walk around up here. Okay, it's just all the what's on top of the pile. I know I keep saying that, but you know, this is something that very few people know about, and very few people have seen that really know what they're looking at. Okay, so all of them lies with the history books and NASA and science and all the CGI documentaries about creation and the Big Bang and the seafloor pushing up, creating the mountains. You got to understand the implications of that. Okay, it's all a lie. And you come right here, this is a beautiful shot. This is your source tree, okay? The remains of it that's still standing. Actually, I'm going to get a better shot of it. Hold on a minute. Okay. So I don't know if this would be like the center core, what you're looking at, the outside perimeter. It's hard telling. Okay, so What you see there is the same thing that I've been showing you. This has not fallen. It's still standing upright. The same as you see at the monument with the president's faces. Okay? They picked one little section out that's standing up, like the spires, the spears, and they carved the face on it. They're just remains of the trees. And that's part of the source tree. It is enormous. I can't even begin to tell you the size of it. This thing towered, it could have been hundreds of miles into the air. The Bible said they could be seen from all ends of the earth. Okay? And all these things are just pieces and parts. And you see the tree here that's still standing. Everything down here below, for miles down, is just a buildup of this tree. You know, it's incredible. And remember I showed you how the tree breaks apart. This is just a little tiny example. And you come here, this piece just recently broke off, and you see the actual color. Okay? If you break this off, let me see if it'll break off. No, nothing will break off. Okay, when you see the actual color, it's not actually that moss color, okay? But you look at the cedar trees today, okay? But the implications of this is incredible. And you don't have to come here, it don't matter where you're at. It's the same everywhere. There were giant trees and plants and shrubs and bushes across this entire earth. Not the spinning ball that's flying through space. Okay? This is just small remnants that still remain. I just can't explain how incredible this is. And there's just a small part of the source tree that still remains. Can you imagine how high that went up into the air? Being 10 miles in diameter, maybe bigger, maybe smaller. I said it before, but in Ezekiel 21 it talks about the tree that all the birds of the air, all the beasts of the field, and all human ate from this tree. And it was food for all flesh. And then the tree was handed over to wicked, evil nations. And it was destroyed. And all the branches that once shadowed all nations fell upon all the nations, in all the hills and valleys and waterways. Okay, and you're going to see a lot of that up in everywhere in the world, okay? Just put it that way. There's no particular spot, it's everywhere. Okay? You know, even this stuff on the ground that, people just see rocks laying around. Okay? They were trees, they turned to stone, they petrified. Different wood, hardwood, softwood. Petrifies different. Not everything is the same. So you just remember what I'm showing you here, what I'm telling you, because it's the truth. Okay? It's a spiritual battle. They hide God in creation. And that's pretty much what it comes down to. Alright. It's a beautiful day out. Real clouds. Beautiful blue sky. It's about 65, 70 degrees. It's just perfect. Let's go take a look over here. It's my shelter dog. Yeah, it's pretty incredible stuff. I know it all looks the same, but it's not. Every piece is different. Alright, we're going to leave it at that. And we're going to journey on, and this is how they break apart, just like I showed you in the tree. Okay? Everything. before we leave this area, I want to give one more overview of what's left of the tree still standing. And this is what's left. Everything else is fallen. And you come over here, like I showed you, I've showed you many times, but every example I show you is just more documentation. So you see, when a branch falls, what it does, okay? And then during the flood, okay, whether it was along the roadway or wherever, you'll see a branch like this along the roadway, which I've already shown you, where you see it just like that, okay? And then all these pieces that fall to the ground and during the flood got dispersed and buried. All these pieces like this, hey, that's all you're seeing everywhere laying around. And this is why most of them have a flat edge. And then the flood dispersed them and buried them. And just what you see protruding out of the ground is what's left, and it's everywhere. And like I say, it don't matter what state, what country, what mountain range, what national forest. It's just different, okay? This is what you're seeing here, all the pieces that were buried and dispersed. You know, and then you look at the characteristics of the cedar, okay? All the rings, just the way it is. Right? It's the same exact thing. Except this is weathered and worn and eroded, smooth, rounded. Much has fallen away. Okay? So from there you get all this. It's just smooth and rounded and weathered and eroded, and much of it's fallen away. Okay? You see the characteristics. It's the same thing. And there's the actual color. Okay? This is what it would look like, but on a massive scale. So like I said, all these ledges and squares and pieces that split apart, okay? All that, and how it breaks off flat and straight, okay? This is why, right here, okay? It's the same exact thing, but on a scale that's so massive, so incredible. Well, you see the scale right here, okay? That's just a small portion of what's still remaining of this tree, okay? And like I say, it's everywhere, worldwide. You just got to know what you're looking at. When they break off flat, that's all it is, okay? And you look at the characteristics of that to the cedar today, it's the same thing. It's beyond incredible. Better find a way down, girl. And it goes on and on and on. Same thing. So my battery just died on me, but I'm going to walk you down with me. Okay, here, you see here. It's the same thing. We're just walking down. And when you get in the front of them, you see what you're looking at. It is so massive. I can't even begin to tell you what it's like looking at it with a peripheral vision. See all these tiny little pieces, they just break off slivers everywhere. See, it's just... And I still got another 100 yards to go down, and it's just continuous like this every step of the way. Okay, I'm going to go down over here because that's a drop off there. See everything in the ground. Here are the little chipmunks. Okay, we'll go down right here. You see back up in there. It is so massive. And like I say, it's not just here, it's worldwide. If you're from Colorado, drive down I-70. I mean, we're just going to keep you walking just so you kind of can see. Well, walking down's a lot easier than walking up. Just massive pieces and parts. And we're back here again. I'll just show you this, how the roadway, everything under it. You can look at waterfalls and waterways and everywhere in the water, in front of banks, apartment buildings, schools. Okay, we're just going to end it here. But if you Google how big the biggest tree in the world is, or the biggest piece of petrified wood, it's just more lies. Look at how massive these are. Okay, we're going to go to a completely different spot. I've been there before. There's some really amazing quartz veins. That's part of the tree. It comes from the tree. Alright, so we're going to head over there now. So as we were leaving, when I told you about most of the quartz and veins I find is like what looks like joints, knots, where branch intersections are, where we find all the quartz. And so this is a junction, like a knot. And I don't have any water on me to pour on it, but all this is sap. All this. So I believe that's where the quartz coming from. It's something similar to this, or maple, or other stuff that's in the tree that runs down in between the rings and creates a vein. So that's what I believe it was. I definitely don't believe, or I know it's not true, what mainstream anything tells you about anything. Okay? You've got to remember that.
Oh, there's like tar over there.
Alright, hold on a moment. So we just came from back there. All that over there, everything. I'll give you a shot of this in the distance. Okay, it's incredible. It really is. Just pieces and parts of giant branches. And you know, you would never guess under this road, I've shown you several times, is all that. And how far it goes down, Lord only knows. It's just a buildup of these trees. Like I say, the floodwaters, I'm sure, displaced a lot of it and just buried it with sediment. But you see here, this is kind of a radius, a little bit goes around. You just go back up in there. It just goes up and up and up. So we're going to leave it at that. We're going to go to this other spot. So I am standing on the back side of the monument, but what I wanted to show you of what's still standing and remains is way over there, and the sun's not in a very good position. But these are just remains of what's still standing, part of it, of these giant trees. So anyway, some guys stopped me, asked me a question. But what I want to show you here is on the other side of the road, but there wasn't a traffic for an hour until I started videotaping. But anyway, I'm going to come over here and I'll show you. Okay? It's just all tree. Okay? See, this is the back side of the monument here. And down here where you can see pretty good, just like I showed you how they break up. Okay? It's just all petrified wood, the whole damn mountain. Okay, you go over there. The sun's not doing me any justice at all. But this is what's still standing. You remember, it's been rounded and smooth from weather and erosion. Okay? So we're going to leave it at that. So hold on a moment. So yeah, this is just like, you know, there's different colors. It's not all one color. And a lot of this is not recognizable because the rings, see, so you see here this piece, the rings are pretty recognizable. There's like 5 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a piece of this one's missing. And it broke off of there, okay? You see all the rings. This is not recognizable because it's filled in. It's like monolithic, okay? It's and then you see it once again, it breaks off flat, okay? Breaks off flat. Breaks off flat. Okay? And a lot of this stuff, like I say, is just filled in with minerals and debris, and it's not as uniform as it once was. But you see here, okay, it's all just petrified wood, everything, the whole damn mountain. Alright, we're going to leave it at that. I think we're going to go get something to eat. Alright, so I'm still here on the back side of the monument, and I wanted to show you something. So you can go right back in there, just the way it doesn't change right here, okay? And I want to show you over here. All this right here. Told you about the different rings. Okay? This is all wood, okay? You see the rings here. These are just remnants, small pieces. Okay? You got a big quartz vein running through there. Okay? And you see how everything curves around. It's just like a knot. Okay? It's radius right there. Okay, you come over here. This is just a ring. Okay? That's all it is. And then another one right below it, and this is falling away. Okay, you see the rings there, and this is like a knot. Okay, and you see all like the sap, maple, whatever was in the tree. Okay, this is just broke off, and that's a ring, and that's a ring, and that's a ring. Things get filled in. That's all it is. It's like what they call bedrock. Okay, that's all it is. And you come over here on the other side. Okay, we're on the back side of the monument where the president's faces are. See, that's all just wood. It's just petrified wood. And a lot of it's not recognizable because of the weathering that's on it and the moss, like I showed you earlier. Okay? It's all wood. It's just disguised by the color. Right? Look. Just got to understand what you're looking at. Like I say, this is all just a ring. Okay? That's all it is. This is one giant knot right here. This whole entire thing was one giant knot. Okay, it looks big, but it's not compared to the tree. Okay, you see all the quartz in there. See here, all the different rings. Okay, it's weathered, worn, fallen away, chipped, broken. Okay, that's all it is. Some of it's recognizable, some of it's not. You see here. Okay? And you see all the radius in here. It's part of the knot, and all this up here is no different. It's part of the mother tree, I guess you would say. See all the quartz over there in the tree. Okay, you see right there. Okay, that's a little more recognizable because it doesn't have that moss and stuff on it. Okay. So we're going to leave it at that for now. We'll be back up here tomorrow, but I had to pull over and show you this. See, like this, these are just chipped and broken off. They were all isometric at one time. And you see the radius, and right here, all this is radius. It was all a knot, a giant knot, this whole thing. That's where I always see the quartz veins and the quartz. Okay? It comes from the tree. There's gold and silver and feldspar and other things incorporated in that. See the radius. Alright, we're going to leave this at that. Okay, just remember, things are rounded, smooth, worn away, fallen away. But a lot of it's still recognizable. Okay, we're going to leave it at that. Okay, I want to do another little video here and explain something. I'm in a different area now, okay? But before I do that, I want to explain something. My wife went to a different area today. She went to a place called Cave of the Jewels, or Jewels of the Cave, or something like that, in South Dakota. It's an underground cave that goes on for miles, lots of miles. Well, she said I wouldn't have liked it, or it would have been an issue, because you got to understand that even underground, things were buried back during the flood. All the tree limbs, giant trees, you should know how big they are by now. And whether you're going into a gold mine, like into a belly of a tree, or even down below the ground here, it's all the same. And they started talking about the tectonic plates pushing up. Just more enforcement to the lies. And it's the same thing at Red Rocks, Colorado, how they talk about the tectonic plates that pushed up there and the sandstone and stuff. Well, I'm going to tell you, everything returns back to the earth, okay? Even petrified wood will, this type of stuff, it'll break off and it turns back to sand, okay? It returns back to the earth. So everything, okay? This is so weathered, that's petrified wood. Okay, so they talk about the tectonic plates in there. It's all a lie. So here, you see, I told you that things become like monolithic and filled in where you can't see the rings. And it looks like one stone. And that's what's happening here, okay? And I'll show you. You come right up here and you see this is just a big part, and you can still see remnants of the rings, but it's got that moss on it, okay? But you come down here and you can see them. They're pretty well defined still. Okay? But in time, so you could define the rings really well. But in time, this is going to even fill in more with sediment and debris, and it's going to become like one stone. Okay? And like here, you can still see rings all the way up it. Keep going, Ken. I'm going to film right there where you're at, buddy. So you see here, you can still define some of the rings. Okay? But on that piece down there I just showed you, it becomes monolithic. And it looks like one stone. It's just completely fused together. If you watch the entire video, I think there's going to be two videos, one very long one and one semi-long one. I cover everything, okay? You see here, it's just more of the rings. You come right up here. So the weather doesn't see this a whole lot. So it doesn't have the moss on it. And the discoloration. And it's very recognizable. Okay? And you can still see the rings. Let me climb up here a bit. And you get up here, see, it's everywhere. It's just like, they call it bedrock, but it's not bedrock. It's just giant rings of the tree. Okay, so I'm going to pause it here. Hold on. So this is a good example here. This looks like one big stone that's cracked. But here on the end, you can still see remnants of the rings. But this has all gotten filled in and become monolithic. And it looks like one solid stone, and it's not. Okay? You look on the ends, you can still see the rings. Okay, but you come out here, they have filled in and become monolithic. But you can still see from the ends where it recently broke off, you can still see the rings. Okay? So I just want to explain some of this stuff to you, so hold on a moment. This one, you can still see the rings really well. Okay? You get up here, there's 3 rings here. 3 or 4. Some of these rings are feet thick in certain areas. Get down here, Kanan. You know, and even the smallest pieces. Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on. So there's another area you can see the rings really well. Okay. Come up over here. You can still see the rings pretty good in there. And you know, I talked about my wife going to that cave. And you know, a lot of people, you know, they don't have no clue what kind of world they live in, what's really going on. They don't understand the deception and brainwashing they're under. And if you read Ephesians 6:12, you know, where it talks about it's not about flesh and blood. Okay, it's about principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places. And that's what it's all about. It's a spiritual battle. And the enemy will lie to you about everything to keep you from having a relationship with the Creator and living in a life of sin. That's what it's all about. There are a lot of people who are aware of it, that take part in it, and a lot of people that are compartmentalized, brainwashed, that think what they're teaching, whether it's teachers, NASA employees, science, biologists, archaeologists, geologists, they're all brainwashed. Okay? And I'm showing you the truth. Okay, we're going to go on over here. But it's important that you understand that. What kind of world you live in. So, I'll leave that up to you to decide, you know. The old saying goes, you could lead a horse to water, but you cannot make him drink. Okay? So I'm going to zoom in right here. Let me get the sun out of my... Here you can see a lot of the rings coming up. We'll go up, walk up this way. Okay? And you can see right here, okay? Everything. I know it all looks the same, but it's not. It's really incredible stuff. I'm going to pause this a second. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to pause it a second. Hold on. Once again, I want to show you a modern day cedar. Just look at the characteristics of it, okay? And you look at the wood, the petrified wood. But this has got thousands of years of erosion and falling away and rounding. See all the rings. People have no idea how large these trees were. They just can't wrap their minds around it. Those that believe and don't believe. Okay? You see here. Hold on a moment. Pretty crazy, huh, Kanan? Ruben now. Yeah, where's this? We gotta get down from here, bud. Damn it, man. Here, I wanted to see something right here, Kanan. I meant to do it, but the sun was in my eyes. All that glittery stuff at the top of that rock. You didn't see it?
No.
You did, or?
Oh, yeah.
It's right over here. It's right over here. Come here, girl. Come on, let's go.
Way too close.
Yeah, I don't want him that close to that edge. So this is a kind of a good area here where you can see the underside that has not gotten the weather You can just see what it really looks like. Okay. So all that color right here have all that moss and algae and stuff on it. But this is what it's supposed to look like, all of it. If all this looked like that, it would be a dead giveaway for people. But, you know, there's people that walk up through these hills and or the mountains or the national parks or anywhere, and they don't know what they're looking at. You see the rings through there. But here's an area that is exposed. You can see what it really is, what it really looks like. Okay. Alright, I'm going to move on. So here's some more where it's not really recognizable till you get here and you can see what it is, okay? You get over here, you can see the rings in there all the way up. All the different rings here. Okay, so I'm going to move on. So you see this cedar tree right here. Okay, the way it's broke off. Okay, this is the exact same thing, but on a giant scale. Okay, all the way over. Okay, I'm going to move on. So here I'm just going to show you some random pieces. See all the rings in there, okay? It just gets worn and smoothed and rounded. That's all it does. Oh, that sun doesn't do me any good. See, this is becoming monolithic. It's filling in. You can still see the rings in some of the areas. Some of it's very recognizable, some of it's not. Just gotta know what you're looking at. What doesn't have the moss on it is very revealing. Okay, so I was saying, you could look at that and see that that's just a ring, the outer ring. Come over here, you could see the rings, but it's been filled in. Same here, this looks like one rock. All the rings have been filled in. Okay. Just come over here. It's what it's all should look like. Like I say, it's weathered and eroded. Got moss. But this must not get wet very often. You can see the rings, how they're filling in here. Okay, so just like I showed you in that tree, everything, you see the rings. Okay? And then things get filled in and you can't see them anymore. Okay? And then it looks like one solid piece of stone. That's what happens. That's what weather does. See up here. Things break off flat. Okay? You look at wood in the nature today. Hey, and here's a piece that doesn't have all the moss on it. Okay, and you see it's all wood. I'm telling you, it don't matter where you are in the world, what city, state, country, what mountain range, in today's world, they're all remains of giant trees, caves, plateaus, mesas. But they will lie to you. They will tell you some story to keep God and creation out of the picture. Satan is the power and prince of the air. He's the ruler of this earth. You got to understand that, okay? We're only here for a short while, and you got to make it count. Okay? Just kind of walking around showing you. Just don't be deceived. Listen to what I'm showing you and telling you. You see the rings there, okay? Everything's just busted up. I showed you earlier part of the mother tree, I guess you would say. Part of the main tree. Okay? All that yellow stuff is just a moss. Something that grows on the rock. So, you know, when you see stuff like this, that's rounded and smooth, you'll know what it is now. Okay? Remember how they break off flat? Like I say, here's more of the vein. Comes in all kinds of different colors. Okay? Okay, I'm going to move on. But here you can actually see, this is a good piece here. You see here, this all looks like one slab, but it's not. There's another piece of cedar. See how the moss hides the rings. Here's one ring, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes on over into here. But it's hard to tell, and here it's filled in, so you can't see the individual rings. And a lot of this stuff is just all come crashing down. During the flood, the flood and the angels labored at the trees, dispersed everything, destroyed everything, buried everything. Okay. I'm going to move on. So this piece here is kind of cool. Boy, that bark is slick. Because even up on top, so you come down here, you see everything's kind of monolithic. It's kind of just filled in. If you come up here, you can see exactly what it is. Doesn't have as much of that moss on it. Can't walk on it because the pine needles are too slick. Okay, so this is all wood. Okay, all this. Some of it's recognizable, some of it's not. Ruby, Roxy, you're gonna slide on your little butt, girl. Here, let me get her down before she slides down this. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here, let me get you down. Come on. Good girl. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to show you this piece because it's also revealing. Watch out, Gracie. Hey. Okay, well, that's enough of this piece. But that moss really hides a lot. And the discoloration. Alright, we're going to move on. So you look up here, whoops, hey, you look at this, see all the rings in there, all the wood, okay, I back out, when you have new eyes you know what you're looking at. So this here is an actual piece of wood, it's not petrified. Boy, sure looks a lot alike, don't it? It's because it's the same thing. See, this is actual wood. This is actual cedar. Okay. It's the same exact thing, but giant. Reached into the heavens, miles wide. See, this is the exact same thing, but on a massive scale. Okay. Like I say, a lot of these pieces, depending on the tree in the area, that's where they get your flagstone from. Okay? I cover that in a part of this video, maybe the other video. Alright, we're going to move on. So I wanted to show you this one last thing before I called it a day. Okay, so I told you about the radius, okay, that these branches and trees were so large. And then this is just one ring, and then you have another and another and another. This part broke off and fell away, okay? We'll go over here, it's a little easier to access. Okay, each one of these is a ring, okay? I'll show you that. See, this part broke off and fell away. I've shown you examples of like that on the tree, how the rings broke off. Okay? But all this is this broke off, and this is a ring, and then another and another and another. This top ring, this part broke off and separated from it, just like this and this is missing. Okay? That's all it is. This was a giant, huge tree that fell, that went around. And the rest of this, it just goes around and all the way underneath. And these are the rings. It appears flat, but the radius was so large. You look up, you see, okay? That's all it is. And it's discolored because of the elements. That's all it is, okay? So this is a perfect example of that. Let me see if there's an example I can show you. Hold on a moment. Okay, I'm going to show you right here. So you see the radius of this, okay? And you see the different rings in here, okay? All the way down. This is the top one. And you see here, okay, all this is broken away. This is the top. This is broken away. The same as right here, okay? This is broken away, and if you look from the end, you'll see the rings here. That's the same thing you're seeing here. This part broke away, just like this. This part broke away, and this ledge here would be this ledge here. And if you see the rings right here, if you look up under here, you'll see the rings here, okay? So you'll see the rings here and the flat part. Same thing here. You'll see the rings and the flat part, and the same thing happens over there. Okay, but this radius is so large, it appears flat. I mean, this thing is so massive, and that's all you're seeing is this right here, and how these are is the same thing you're seeing there. Okay, just on a massive scale. Okay, I can't be any more clear about it. You come over here and the same thing, okay? It's exactly what I just showed you, okay? This is a huge, giant tree or branch. Okay, and these are just the rings. That's the top one. You just got to look at it the right way. Okay? So, I'm not going to go through that again because I think I was pretty clear on it. But you just got to understand. Okay? Alright. We'll get up here and show you the rings again. Okay? That's all it is. But on a giant, massive scale. Okay? And you see these little ledges right here. All them little ledges are these little things right here. But on a tiny scale. This is a tiny scale. Okay? You understand? This thing was enormous, man. I'm telling you, it reached up into the heavens. Okay, let me get back and go do an overview of this. Okay? Hold on, Lou. Anyway, so there it is. Just like I showed you. Okay, I wanted to show you something here that's kind of important. We're going to go up to the monument, and if you look at these pieces here, okay, whether it's where a branch comes out and you have this swirl that goes around, okay, you have it everywhere. Okay, a lot of this is missing, but this would come around and go up, and I'm going to show you something. And you look at the way these radius pieces, okay, do this. You got to remember that. And then, cedar has different characteristics. These are different rings. And you see the swirl, okay, and this nub right here. I'm going to show you something over here. Okay, it's the same characteristics. You look at the swirls, okay, and this can come out and go up and around. It's just everyone's different. Remember this nub and this swirl, okay? So I'm going to show you over here. I told you that how the rings work, okay? This here is like a knot or where a branch was, okay? You see the way the swirls come up. And every one of these are just different rings. And you see here the radius and the quartz again in the knot or where the branch came out, a giant branch. You see the radius here. A lot of it is missing and a lot of it's buried. But this here was a giant knot or where a branch came out. Okay? I want you to look close at it. Okay, these are just rings, like I showed you on them pieces of wood over there. Okay, these are just rings of the tree that broke off. I showed you earlier last night before I came down off the mountain. You see this right here, okay? And there's always quartz in the knots and where the branches are, like sap, maple, something that was in the tree. And then it comes swirling back up. You're going to see this exact same thing up at the monument, okay? It's really important that you understand that. Remember, this is thousands of years old, and much of it has fallen away, eroded, rounded, smoothed. But you see this, okay? This is really important. This is a perfect example. This is not the sea floor. Okay, and this is all the different rings. Okay, and they've just broke off. And this here too is where your flagstone comes from. Okay, it's rings of trees. That's all it is. All this is down underneath the ground. Okay, take a close look at that, the radius. And then the way it swirls back up. Okay? And I'll show you. This is what it is, right here, but on a massive scale. Just the way the radiuses are, and then it comes back up, okay? And when we go to the monument, I will show you the exact same thing coming out of the monument, where a big branch came out. Where the faces are carved, it's just part of the giant trees. Okay? So I'm going to stop this here and we're going to head up to the monument. Alright, we're here at the monument and I want to show you a couple things, okay? Before we get up there. So, when I tell you that some things are recognizable and some are not, so this is all the petrified wood. You come over here and you can see these rings are recognizable, okay? And then you get in here where they've been weathered. Hello, come here. Okay? And then a lot of this stuff, like this, it's not recognizable, okay? Because of the weathering and the erosion. Come here. You get over here, and you can see the stuff that is recognizable. Like this, okay? These are just parts of the tree, the rings, in good condition. And then you get over here, and they've just been weathered and eroded and fused together with sediment and stuff. Okay, I want you to understand that. Okay. These ones are in pretty good condition. Okay? And the same thing up here. All this has become solidified, and you don't see the rings in it. Okay? So we're going to go up to the monument, and I'll show you the branch that comes out from the example I showed you earlier. So hold on. Okay, I'm here at the monument, and I'm going to show you where a large branch came out of this part of this tree here, okay? So I'm just going to give you an overview here. Okay, I'm going to go up here and get some closer shots and show you. Okay, I'm going to show you where a large branch came out of here. Okay, you see this right here? That's just a band of the tree that was not shaved. Okay, all this here. Okay, I'll put a picture in here of what that is. And if you really look at the characteristics of the cedar tree, you'll see right here the swoop. I guess that's what you would call it, okay? I showed you this already. And there when I pulled over on the side of the road, you see here, this is the center part of where a branch came out. And if you look at all the radius, all around it, let me back out a little bit. Okay, you go in. See all the radius that goes around it. Okay, this is all part of the cedar tree. It's just the characteristics of it. Okay, right there is where a branch came out. See them little... Right there is where a branch came out. Okay, and then it swoops up right there, and then it swoops down right here. Okay, and the whole thing sweeps up. And remember, there's been thousands of years of weather and erosion. These are all just rings, radius rings around that knot or branch. Right there. You see here, these are just rings, like I showed you around that knot of that branch. See that? And here, this is all just part of the tree that hasn't been shaved. It's like they're mocking you. Remember, all this stuff has been smoothed and rounded. This is just part, like a spire of the tree. It's been all smooth and rounded. But you can see here on the left, this is all petrified wood. You see the radius there. Right there is the center of a knot or where a branch came out. You look at the characteristics of a cedar tree, okay? These are just radius rings. Right there. See that? That's all they are. Okay. Just gotta leave this at that. Okay? Okay, I moved to a different spot, but I want you to see. You gotta remember, things over thousands of years have weathered and eroded. But I want you to see here. There's the center. And there's the swoop down and the tight radius right here. And if you notice, it swirls all the way up. But all this stuff has been rounded and smooth. Okay, you see the way it swoops up and around and up. Okay, that stuff is not very recognizable to most people. You got to understand the weather and erosion, the rounding, the smoothing, the falling away. Okay, and so I'm here. And I'm going to come right over here and show you some. Okay, it's everywhere. Okay, you see the rings in the tree here. It's just pieces and parts everywhere. It's like another quartz, like another knot. I'm telling you, it comes from the tree. These are just pieces and parts from thousands of years of weather and erosion after the flood. Okay? Just pieces and parts. Okay? It's just like I showed you when we first came in. Some of it's recognizable and some of it's not. Okay? Like that's recognizable. That is solidified and all the rings are filled in. And it looks like one big stone, but it's not. It's just like that. But it has been filled in with sediment, all the rings. And eventually this piece here, all these rings will also fill in. And this will appear to be just one giant stone. Like this. Okay? But it's not. It's just what happens. It's what the weather does. Okay? Alright, we're going to leave it at that. So I want to show you this too. All this stone comes from the tree. Okay? You see the granite and quartz in it. Okay? It all comes from the tree. See the quartz here? All in there. These come from veins, large veins in these giant trees, okay? You should understand this by now. Okay? We're going to go over here. All this comes from the tree, okay? See this close. Giant granite and quartz nodules, okay? It all comes from the tree. Different veins and knots, okay? I showed you this earlier. So you see things when it gets, so it turns from stone, like this is turning into sandstone because it's weathered. It used to be solid stone like that, but it just gets so weathered and everything returns back to the earth. Okay? You can go grab that and it would crumble in your hands like sand. Okay? Just like this, that would crumble in your hands like sand because it's just been weathered and eroded. And it used to be solid stone, petrified wood. This here, it's starting to solidify together. But as you go around this side, you see here, that would just crumble in your hand like sand because it's so weathered. Okay? But you get over here, and these rings are in better shape. Okay? They haven't been weathered as much. Okay? I want you to understand that. And then this happens, and it appears there's a whole bunch of rings, but if you really look at it, you'll see there's only a few there. But it's just what happens. I've looked at enough of this over the last couple years of trying to document everything. I understand it all. I'm just trying to show you everything. You know how things break down. Okay? And you see here, you see the rings here. Okay? That is filled in and solidified. You see the quartz. All this is part of the tree. Watch out, okay? If you look close here, okay, you see the radius rings in this that have filled in. It's just barely recognizable, but you could still see the outline of them. That used to be just like that, but it is filled in over the years. You could still see some of it in there, but they've just filled in, and it appears to be one solid stone, but it's not. Eventually, all this will turn the same way. It'll fill in, and it'll look like one solid stone, like this. Okay? It's important you understand that. Okay? And everything returns back to the earth. Eventually. All the quartz, everything, it comes from the tree, okay? Okay, I hope you understand this. I can't be any more clear. Okay? Alright, we're going to leave this at that right now. I just want you to look and understand what I've told you and showing you. Just want you to take a close look at it. And why things break up the way they do, why they weather. You see the radius there, okay? Don't feed the chipmunks, really. You see up here, so it goes from pretty good to getting weathered to not being able to see the rings because it fills in, to looking like one rock, but there's actually 3 rings right there, but it's filling in. And the farther down you go, the more recognizable it is. Okay? Alright, we're going to leave it at that. So I'm farther back from the monument. You can probably see it a little bit better. Okay? You got to look here. The way this all swoops up. I know my finger's kind of big, but you see the center of where the knot is, or where the branch came out. Okay, there's the center once again. Okay, there's the center, tight circles, and then it gets a bigger radius. Okay, and then it comes out and it swoops down and around. The tree's in the way now. And then you come up here, it just continues to curve up to the left, straight up, and then it becomes rounded and smoothed, and you can't see all the rings because it's been all filled in. Okay? And you see this. That was one giant branch that came out there, or not. And you see the way it swoops up to the left and then back to the right. Remember, this stuff is filled in, just like I just showed you. You can't see the rings. It's alright, I'm going to leave that at that, so hold on. So this is off to the side, but this here is another giant vein of quartz and granite and stuff where the gold runs with it. But this is just a giant vein that was within this tree. Okay? You see all the quartz? This is all part of the tree. It's just one giant vein. I can't see the face of it. Okay? So we're going to leave that at that. All these pieces in here that just look like, it's kind of hard to see, that just look like rocks. They all come from the tree. You see here. You see the way the lines are. Okay, this is all part of the tree. Okay? All of it. Came from a knot, a branch. You come over here. You see, it's just part of the tree incorporated with it. The rings. Okay, like the knot, the radius. Okay? You see all the quartz. This was a giant knot, or where a branch came out. Okay? You see it all in there. These are all just pieces and parts. That's all it is. Okay? They still break off flat. Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. You go right up here and you can still see. It's hard to see, it's dark in there. You see all the rings there. Okay? Just all pieces and parts of the tree here. So I'm going to leave this at that. So we're out of the monument, and we're here at this lake. Yeah, I'm going to film some stuff back over there. But I ran across this, and I want to show you. So if you see all these pieces on the ground, okay? This is the same thing that's happened, yet this is a tiny scale. You come up here, and you see all the pieces that spread around. You can imagine during the flood how all this stuff got dispersed. Okay? It's like big pieces like this. Okay, and you see the radius in this one. Okay, it's everywhere. This is the same thing that happened back then as you're seeing right here. Okay, and it got washed away and piled up during the flood. Okay, and you see it all over the ground here. It's the same thing that happened on a massive scale. That's why most everything has a flat edge. But like this piece here I showed you at the monument, like where a branch came out. You see the radius here. Okay? And that nub I was showing you is like this, but instead of breaking off here, it broke off way up here, and you see the little like nubular radius parts, but it broke off here. And then you'll see the radius, the tight radius around it. And then you see here how the rings, how it swoops up. These are tiny rings. Okay, but it's the exact same thing. Okay? So we're going to leave that at that. These dogs are pretty happy. Anyway, I'm going to end that here. So I came back over here just because I wanted to show you this modern day cedar. Just to show you the characteristics. It's the same thing. Okay, but on a small scale. You see how things kind of swoop up. Okay? It's the same exact thing. But they're not the giant trees. They're the replacement after the flood. God promised never to, or he vowed, or he never to make the trees that large again. And he preserved the seed. And this is what we're left with, the smaller version. Okay? You see how things swoop up. It's just the characteristics, just like I showed you there. In many places, and over there at the monument. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that. So I'm going to end that here. So I'm going to show all the girls today. You got all the pit bulls, and you got little Addie, the little miniature schnauzer. They used to think she was a rabbit and wanted to kill her. AKA mountain goat. And then you got Chicken Lou right there. You got Gracie, the white one, we got out of the shelter a few days ago. You got Ruby, the bigger one. You got little Roxy down there. Roxy.
I would jump in there. I wouldn't want
So yeah, that's all of them. That's our pack for today. And there goes the little mountain goat down, chasing the big dogs. Let's see little Addie. Look at her.
Addie!
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna head on over that way, see what we can find. There's a nice specimen right here. okay, that's in its natural form. You notice they always break off flat, like I showed you. I just showed you over there. And the way the natural tree breaks down today. Okay? This is just a tiny piece. All this is the same. Okay? It's just bits and pieces. Alright, we're going to head on over that way. Say, hold on a moment. So before we go over there, I want to show you a few things here. So I showed you how things get filled in and it looks like it's one rock, but you can see still part of the rings in there behind the moss. Okay, you come down here in the water. Okay, you come up here. And what's kind of cool about this is that right there is a tiny piece of a standing ring that's still standing. And the way they break up, like I showed you in all the other pieces. But that is just one tiny part of a ring that's still standing. Okay? Let me try to get an end view of it. That's all it is. It's just part of a ring that's still standing. And you should know by now how they break up. So that has been weathered, smoothed, and eroded. Okay? So we're going to leave that at that. So this is just another deal on how the tree breaks down. Just more documentation. Okay? You see there. This is how you get all the pieces that are flat and the giant pieces. This could be as big as an apartment building. Okay? You see how everything breaks down flat. You see in there.
Girls, come on.
This is just how the tree breaks down, and then it petrified. Okay?
How do you know?
This is what happens when it gets water and moisture. It just breaks down and splits. And then after the flood, everything petrified. And so much of it's buried. It has been dispersed across this earth, everywhere. Okay, I just wanted to show this. Remember, this could be as big as a washing machine, and then it could break again, and pieces just continually break down. And then when you look inside here, you could still see all the rings. Okay? All the rings in there. I don't know if you can see them on camera, but everything I've been showing you, these are everywhere from feet thick to several inches thick. Okay, so we're going to leave that at that. So this here I want to show you, okay? You really got to wrap your mind around this. So these are actual tree rings. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and you remember how the tree breaks up. I just showed you that, okay? But this is on a massive scale, okay? Things have been worn and weathered and rounded and smoothed and fallen away, okay? These are just tree rings, I know. They're just giant. That's how you should, if you don't understand that by now, you should just probably shut this video off. Okay? Remember how the tree breaks apart. I just showed you that, but this is on a massive scale. These are different tree rings. And you see the way they split here. Okay? And the way they split here. It's just the way it happens. But this is on a massive scale. And a lot of this is filled in, like I've explained to you. And I don't know how else to explain it. So I just wanted to document this and show you this, alright? So we're going to stop this here. So I'm going to come on the side of this over here, okay? Some of it's still recognizable. Okay, go down under here. Okay, you can still kind of see the rings right there. And you come down under here. Okay, where the weather hasn't hit. Ruby, you're always in my way, girl. Okay, you see here. Okay, this is swooping up and around. Okay, so hopefully you understand this. But you get back. Okay, I'm going to pause this while I go over there. Okay, I'm on the side over here where I just showed you. And you get under there where the weather really hasn't hit, and you see what I'm trying to show you here. That all these are just tree rings that have the moss on it. And it's hard to see the rings. Okay, so I'm going to stop this here. We're going to hike up that trail, but I wanted to show you this real quick. This is more of the granite and quartz. Okay, this all comes from the tree. It's part of the vein or around a knot. Okay, it's not what they tell you. Okay, I just wanted to document that and show you that. So we're going to move on up. Okay, actually while we're right here, I'm going to show you ones again. Okay, remember when I talk about rings, you should understand that. I don't talk about rings like that, like looking at a tree. It's kind of like a cutout. But you got to remember how the cedar tree works. Okay, the characteristics of it, the twists and turns, and how it breaks down. Okay, and all these little spires and just how it breaks down. Okay, I'm going to head on up there. I wanted to show you this here again, like we were just at the monument. What you're looking at here is, so they decided to carve a president's face right here. Okay, all the faces. You have all the spires and stuff that have fallen away and rounded and eroded. And a lot of the rings and identifying characteristics have filled in. Okay, but that's what you're looking at. You're looking at a tree. The pieces and parts are everywhere. And then they decide to carve faces in one of the large uprights. Okay, that's all you're looking at. Okay, so we're going to leave it at that. I'm going to show you this piece while I'm here. That looks like one solid piece, but if you look close at it, okay? You got to look close at it. This has all the quartz in it. But you look down here, you see a couple of the rings that haven't filled in. You see right here a couple of the rings that haven't filled in. And it has the quartz in it, right there. Okay? Just wanted to show you that. You should understand by now how the rings fill in. So we're going to leave that at that. This is the type of stuff that's coming out of the tree. Okay, this is weathered and eroded. Okay? This came out of the tree. So now you know what you're looking at when you go to the mountains. Okay? Okay, we're going to leave that at that. While I'm here, I'm going to show you where I'm going. I'm going to go up there. That looks just like one big boulder. Okay? But when I get up there, I'll show you what it is. Okay? So hold on a moment. When I turned around, I seen this. Okay? This is just part of the tree that's still sticking up, remaining. And you have it over here. Okay? Oh, that branch is keeping me from focusing. But it's just all part of the tree that's still standing. Okay, so hold on. So this is kind of a good example of what I just showed you there at the monument. Okay? Of the nub that was there. Okay, and then you have the smaller radius and the bigger radius. And then you have the swooping part. This part's missing over here, so you can't see how it would go. Okay? And this is where a branch would have come out, just like this. Here, let me turn this over. Hold on. Okay, you see the characteristics. The way I just showed you. So this, it's all kinds of different ways, but this could have went out and swirled up, swirled down, or swirled up. It just depends. There's so many different examples. But that's what you were looking at there on the monument. Okay? So we're going to go up there and I'm going to show you a few things. So I'm going to show you an overview of this before I get up there. You'll see, like all this stuff, it looks just like one big cluster of rocks. Okay? Looks like one big cluster of rocks. But this stuff is all have been filled in with sediment. Like I told you, it looks like it's one solid stone. But when I get up there, I will show you, okay? So hold on. You'll have to excuse the breathing. This is pretty steep mountain here. Anyway, so you look over there, okay? I'm gonna zoom in, maybe. All this over there is the same as I'm gonna show you right here, okay? This is stuff that's really not recognizable, but I'm gonna show you what it is, okay? You look here. All that up there that looks like one stone is the same as this, but it's been filled in and it's kind of monolithic, but it's the same thing, okay? You see on the outside here it's just smooth because of the weather and the elements, but you get around to this side, for some reason the moss and stuff's not on it. And you see the rings that haven't been affected by the upper elements. Okay, and you see here, this could have been one giant knot. Once again, you see the quartz and granite inside the tree, as if it was a knot. And it looks like one, it's just a big cluster. Okay? You can come in here and see. You see the rings that are still present, but it's weathered. You see up under here, you still see the rings. You could see the rings in this, even though it looks like one piece, okay? So I'm going to go around this way, hold on. So more than likely right here, this is the separation from like the knot where the quartz, a giant quartz vein ran. I mean giant, like 20-30 feet thick. Okay, and all this right here is the same as this. It's just solidified, not solidified, it's just filled in with the elements. On the ends you can still see the rings. Okay, it's just got the moss and stuff on it. But this is part of a knot and or a giant vein, okay? You see there, it's just all petrified wood. And this is worldwide, you just got to know what you're looking at, okay? I hope this video helps you out in your journey for the truth. You see here, you see the characteristics, okay? You see the different rings. Okay, it's not like looking down at a stump. It's like a cutout, like 3D maybe. 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional. So you see, all that has been filled in. And if you go up here, you can still see part of the rings that haven't filled in. And you have a vein right here. Okay, right here. And you see down below, the wind has just whipped through here and smoothed all this. Okay, this was a giant knot. You get to the end right here. Okay, you still see the wood. Okay, this is incredible stuff, man. I've been all over documenting this. See, here's more of the rings that come across. This here is just part of the tree. You see there. Okay. You just got to know what you're looking at. This is, like I say, more than likely one giant knot and or vein incorporated. You see all the quartz in the vein. Okay. See, this is just all wood. Just got to know what you're looking at. The whole mountain, all mountains. Okay, I tell you, the quartz granite, gold, silver. It comes from the tree. And I'm showing you this. You see the rings, okay? And there's the vein. It comes from the tree. I know I keep saying that and repeating it, but it's incredible. I can't explain, especially when you understand the implications of the lie, how big it is. Okay? All this, at least from my vantage point, I can see through the moss where I'm at. But you see all the rings hidden behind the moss. Just like I showed you up there at the monument. Okay? It looks like one huge piece, but it's not. It's just filled in. Okay, you can go up there. You could just barely see the rings. This is covered. It's not as open to the elements under there. Okay, so I'm going to pause it here and go up a little further. So this is the back side of what I was just showing you, okay? This black stuff, somebody built a fire down here. Okay? So, from what I've learned and seen over the years that I've been trying to document this lie and deception and the truth about creation, this is one giant, massive knot. A knot that's as large as a 5-story tall apartment building. Okay? And you see the quartz and the veins, whether it was sap or maple or whatever was in the tree, that occurs around knots, even in today's world. Okay? So you come over here. Okay, you can clearly see the wood that's incorporated with it. Okay? This thing is massive. Hey, look close at it. This was just a giant knot. Or it could have been where a branch exited out of a part of the tree. Okay, we're going to go down there and take a look, but I just want to get a better overview here so you guys can see this. Okay. And like I say, this is worldwide. Doesn't matter where you're at. Okay, and here's the veins and the pockets of whatever it was that was in the tree. And all them big, huge boulders that you see that's this color, you know they come from the tree, okay? All the large quartz and granite. Okay? I'm showing you where it comes from. They tell you something different, okay? I hope now when you go to the mountains you'll have new eyes and you'll just be absolutely like you're living on a different planet. It's incredible stuff. Okay? And eventually this stuff will weather so bad it'll turn into like what they call sandstone, and it'll just turn back to the earth like everything is intended to do. Okay? Okay, I'm going to pause it while I go down this area here. Well, I'm actually not going to go down there because I don't want my dogs jumping down that far. But you know, now, like I say, some of it's recognizable, some of it's not. But hopefully you've seen enough throughout this video that when you go to the mountains, you'll understand what you're looking at. But this was definitely a giant knot. Bigger than a full-size apartment complex. It's that huge. Okay? So we're just going to leave it at this. I'm going to move on. So before I leave this area here, I want to explain something to you. So when you go to the mountains and you just see rocks like that, like this or like that, you got to understand what they are. They're not really recognizable, but after I've shown you what I've shown you, you should understand, because even though these look like just like large rocks with moss on them, if you look close, there's always telltale signs. Like here you see 3 rings in this one. Okay? It's just got all the moss and discoloration on it. It's all the same. And this right here, okay? Let me get up on this rock. This is just a small sliver of a standing part, like over there at the monument, okay? And you get back up in here. Okay, these are just small parts that are still standing, okay? That have been weathered and eroded of this massive trees. That's all it is, okay? It's so large. I've been on this project 2 years and I still cannot wrap my mind around it. But it's there for everybody to see, all right? So I'm going to move on. I want to kind of show you something cool that's off subject. When you see all this moss and algae and stuff growing on these rocks, this is kind of cool. You see all the little succulents that are growing in the moss, like you see in Home Depot or different stores that you buy. It's pretty neat. But yeah, little wild succulents growing in the moss. But you know, this stuff grows on it and it disguises it. And it makes it hard to see it for what it really is, okay? So I just wanted to point that out to you. I'm going to move on. So I'm coming back down to the face of this, and I just want to show you where you can see the rings just slightly, but they filled in, kind of like I've shown you over there at the monument and many other places, okay? You can still see the rings behind the moss and the algae. You know, the same thing up there. Okay, but they've just filled in and basically become monolithic. You can still see them here, but it makes it look like one giant stone. But it's not if you really look close. Okay, this is hidden from the elements down here. And it's just like I showed you at the monument and many other places. The rings are still there. You just got to look close. Okay? Okay, I'm going to leave this here. So this here is just a different part I wanted to show you. This is all still part of the tree. You can look down there and still see the rings. Okay? But I want to show you, this stuff is so weathered and it's got so much moss and algae and stuff on it. And you see what they call like a quartz outcrop. Okay? And there's granite incorporated in this. And like this all comes from the tree. Okay? This all comes from the tree. The quartz, white. This could very well be a big, large, massive knot. You know, it's hard telling. So much of this stuff has been weathered. The rings have been filled in. It's got algae and moss and smoothed and rounded and fallen away. But you see, it all comes from the tree. It's just incredible stuff. Okay? Okay, I just wanted to show you this because this is a pretty large area of quartz everywhere. Actually, I'm going to pause it. I'll walk over there. Hold on. Okay, so all this is quartz, granite, mica. So like this big piece right here, it's similar to a lot of the stuff I was showing you, but it's just been filled in. It looks like one giant stone, but it's not, okay? It didn't start out that way. All these pieces look like that. You come up here, and there's just quartz everywhere. White quartz. Okay? This comes from the tree. Okay? All of it. Everything comes from the tree. All this quartz. And there's probably gold all up in here. Maybe that's why they call it. That's why they say gold runs with the quartz. Okay? So you see how this moss disguises everything. All this and all that is the same as this, but it's hiding. Okay? See there, you can see between some of the moss. They're fairly big, but they're small compared to how big I've seen them. I've seen these as big as school buses. 100 feet long. It's incredible. But yeah, this here is the same as this. And it comes from the tree, okay? I've shown you that time and time again. It's in the tree. I got her over here. And all these pieces, all of them up here, all this, everything is solid quartz, but it's got that moss on it. Go down the hill here, it's everywhere. Come down here, okay, you see that? That's a solid piece right down there. It's everywhere. You know, you could probably run your metal detector around here and find some gold. It's pretty incredible. All this is solid quartz, all this. And it came from the tree, okay? All right. We're gonna leave it at that. So I came down from up there and I showed you how the moss hides the quartz. But I'm telling you, all this, all the way down, everything, it's just hidden, is solid quartz. I mean, solid. And granite, okay? Here's the piece that's kind of exposed. But everything here, all that, this is the same thing all the way up. All of it. It's incredible. Okay? And it came from the tree, a massive vein. Okay? So we're going to leave it there. So I wanted to show this part here. You see these large stones, okay? All these large stones. Well, I'm going to show you, okay? If you look close. Let's see here. You could still identify the rings, okay? There's 3 there hidden behind that moss and algae. You see them right up here. Okay? They're just very well hidden. And all this has been filled in by sediment and debris over the thousands of years. It's not as distinguished as the stuff you've been seeing. And this is how the tree breaks down in them pieces like that. Okay, they're not just stacked in perfect uniformity like that. Okay, you come over here and I'll show you. Okay, you get up under here, you could still see. Okay, it's just all part of the tree. Okay, you get up under there where the weather hasn't. Let me see. Okay, and you can see the color, the wood. Okay, this is just so disguised. You get up under here where it hasn't been as wet, I suppose. The algae hasn't been on it. Okay, then it breaks off flat. It comes down. Okay, you see that? It's the same all the way up. But this algae and the large quartz and granite parts of the vein, okay, so that's what you're looking at here. All this, they just look like big stones, but you gotta look close. There you can still see the rings. There's 3 of them there, 4 of them. That's how the tree breaks down. It's just things are rounded and smooth. Much is falling away, and the algae and moss disguise everything. Okay, we're going to leave it at that. So I know that things may seem kind of random and I'm bouncing around, but I just kind of film it as I see it here. It has things come along. Watch out, Ruby. But here's another piece of modern day cedar, okay? And you look at all the flat edges, and then you look how the tree breaks down, and these are all the big pieces I've been showing you earlier in the video, okay? And then here's a piece. This is just this piece of cedar, and it's just like I've been showing you earlier in the video of the big branches, parts of branches. Okay, this is the same thing, but this isn't petrified and smooth and rounded and eroded and pieces falling away. This is on a small scale, but this is just what you're seeing. Okay, and this is where all the large pieces come from that I've shown you laying on the ground. Okay, just want you to remember this. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. Okay, we're going to change gears a little bit here. I'm just now leaving the lake, but I want to show you something, okay? So you look across over there, that looks just like a big cluster of rock, okay? But I'm going to drive over there and I'm going to show you something a little bit different. See? So hold on a moment. Okay, you come over here. This is just like one big knot, okay? You come over here and you see it's just all part of the tree, okay? I want to show you this. Okay, these are all just part of the tree, part of the rings. Okay, that's all petrified wood. Okay, and we're going to go around over here and I'll show you. Come down here. Okay, it's just all part of the tree. Okay? So let me go up over here a minute. Hold on. Well, I'll just keep you walking with me here, okay? And I'll show you. Okay? You see what's underneath the grass up there, okay? It's just buried by a thin layer of vegetation. Okay? Remember, some of it's recognizable and some of it's not. Okay? You see, these rings are wet. Okay, but it's part of the radius. Okay? You come over here. It's just like I showed you how the branch, the log, I mean the tree breaks up. Okay? So I'm going to go down the street here and show you some other things before I call it a night. Remember how the tree breaks up, okay? And there's knots and veins. Alright, so hold on a moment. Okay, I'm going to give this another shot. It's kind of sprinkling a little bit. I don't want my lens to get wet. But you see this right here, okay? That's a piece of cedar, okay? That is the same thing as that, but on a different scale. Okay? That is very small. And this is the same exact thing. We're going to take a walk through here, okay? I want you to look at this. Okay, these are just pieces and parts. Look at that massive one over there. Okay? Just going to take a walk through here. This is incredible stuff. Oh, my battery just died on me. I want to show you that. That thing's huge. Okay? We're just going to take a walk around here. Remember I showed you how everything breaks off flat. I know I keep saying that, but it's important to understand that. Okay? You see all the rings in there. Get up close so you can see. These are all just pieces and parts. Everything's buried. Hey, let's go over here. It's incredible stuff, man. Get back farther. I'm going to pause this a second so I can clean my lens. Okay. All the moss is hiding the rings on this. These are all just pieces and parts everywhere. Oh shit. And you look up here, it's all back up in there. Part of the main tree is still standing, okay? I'm gonna clean my lens. Hold on. Okay. Look at the size of that branch. These are just pieces and parts. Okay. This is incredible stuff, man. This camera is very sensitive, the microphone on it, so I'm sure my breathing may seem really heavy at times. Everything out here has a thin layer of vegetation over it. See everything in the ground, okay? Let's just look at the size of these. This goes way under the ground. And then there's another one and another one and another one. These trees were giant. And listen to me. I'll show you again. You have the tree, okay? And then you have the branch. And then you have the twigs that come off the branch. Okay, let's take a twig off. This is the smallest part of the tree off the branch. These here are just parts of branches and twigs. They're not part of the main tree, of the trunk here. Okay? These trees were miles upon miles in diameter. And you could go over here. You go all the way in the back over there in them mountain ranges. It's exactly the same thing on the ground. Okay? That's how massive they were. Okay? Just kind of taking you on a walk with me. I'm going to wrap this video up here shortly. I'm going to pause it 1 second. Okay. I'm going to just keep you walking with me, okay? So you can see what I see. But once again, I wanted you to understand this, okay? It's very important. Regardless of how hard it is to believe or take in. Okay, so they tell you that these mountains, and I'm telling you, it's worldwide. It's not just these mountains. Okay, you go down there, it's everywhere. It's all the way over there. Okay, and so you really got to understand this. They tell you 160 billion years ago, the tectonic plates pushed up and the mountains are the sea floor, okay? They do that because it discounts God and creation and the Bible. People don't understand the world we live in. It's a spiritual battle. The more people they can get to discredit God and not be a part of that, the more people they can get loving the world and sinning. Okay? They don't want people to know the truth about creation, about the Bible. Okay? And I got a pretty good shot here, and I'm going to continue what I'm saying. Okay? All this up here, we've been through this before. You know, it says that these trees reached into the heavens. They could be seen from all ends of the earth. This is just part of the main tree that's still standing. And from here up, it went up for, could have been 100 miles, could have been 50, could have been 200, 500, I don't know. But if you understood the vastness of this, and these here are part of the twigs and branches, it was a tree so large you can't even wrap your mind around it. But I want you to understand that they do that because they push the Big Bang in evolution for creation. It's the craziest thing ever. And people laugh and mock about the flat earthers or the flat earth. But I'm telling you, okay, just as I'm showing you the truth here about creation, the flood, the Bible, the giant trees, is that they lie and indoctrinate people, science and NASA, the education system, about living on a spinning ball flying through space, okay? The Bible says that the earth is fixed, unmovable, and it's stationary, that the sun, moon, and stars were placed within the firmament, just like we see and witness. Okay, this place was created for us, and these people are destroying it with all their lies and their climate change. It's all a lie and a deception. So people, they think they're living on a spinning ball flying through space. They feel insignificant. Okay, in a ever-expanding, endless universe, galaxy. Yet we see the same star constellations every night. We see the sun and moon move over us. We see the stars rotate in a circle over Polaris, the North Star, the magnetic north. Okay? It's all a lie and a deception. NASA and all their CGI fakery, the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, and all like channels that show you all the CGI fakery of how the earth was formed and how the mountains are formed and how they pushed up, okay? It's all a lie and a deception. Satan and the Antichrist are very crafty people, okay? You got to understand that this is a spiritual battle. It's not about flesh and blood. They send delusions and lies and deceptions. And that's what it's all about, okay? When the Bible talks about the tree, one in particular, a Syrian, okay, that was destroyed and cut down by evil, wicked nations. And all the branches that stretched up into the heavens fell upon all the lands of all the nations and all the lands and all the valleys and hills. Okay, read Ezekiel 31. And there's several other scriptures, especially in Enoch, talks about how the angels labored at the trees. Okay? You look at Egypt and the kings and the pharaohs and the pyramids. Okay? You look at Rome and the Catholic Church. Okay, it's one of the same. Okay, it's whether it's Mystery Babylon or the Antichrist. Okay, I'm telling you, if what I'm showing you so far you don't understand, regardless of how hard it is to believe, so this is going to be a part one. Even though it may seem long, I have like a 20-hour video that I've put together that I'm going to put in after this. And it's in much more depth and covers several other states and their mountains. And you will know without a doubt that no matter what city, state, country that you live in, what national forest, national park, what mountain range, they're all the same. Some are a little bit different. They're not all giant cedar trees. Some could be a spruce or Douglas fern or a pine. But back then, they were giant, just like they are today. Okay? I mean, I could just keep walking back further and further and further. And you got to remember, all this down below is the same. It's a pile up for how far down. And like I say, this stuff is worldwide. People don't pay attention. They're too busy living their lives and being part of this world. They don't look up, they don't look down. They don't think. They've been indoctrinated by the world system. when you're driving, just look around you. Look out in the distance at all the mesas and plateaus, which are also remains of giant trees. They look like big giant tree stumps for a reason, okay? Look at the size of this and the other ones I've shown you. Okay? And it's crazy. I've talked with the locals around here. They have no clue what kind of... This place here is pretty special. But the other places I've been, they're equally as special, just in a different way. And you see everything's buried below the ground. Even all out there, it looks like a forest. It's the same down below, okay? When the flood came, it dispersed everything. I mean, you could go back there for... It's endless, okay? So, you know, back to the spinning ball Earth. People wonder, how could they do it? Well, my camera cut off on me. Anyway, back to the ball Earth. People wonder, it's like, well, how could they ever pull it off? How could they lie? Yeah, I mean, we got pictures of the moon, or the Earth from the moon. You don't understand the deception and the fakery and the sorcery and the magic that's involved in all this, okay? It's all an illusion. It's all fake. And like I said, some of them are in on it, but many others are just indoctrinated and compartmentalized. They believe what they're teaching, whether it's your elementary school teacher, your high school teacher, your college professor. It doesn't matter. They're all either part of it or they're ignorant. Jesus said, my people die for the lack of knowledge, okay? And that's what it's all about. I just don't know what else to tell you. It's important to understand this, okay? You talk about the CGI and the virtual reality and the layering. That's all it is. People don't understand the technology. And you see all this stuff has been worn and weathered, and much of it's fallen away over the years since the flood. And you see here, this here, hold on a minute, let me clean my lens. This here going all the way back, you see that whole section from here. That's just part of one branch that's laying there. And all this goes under the ground. And there's more of it just below it. And I showed you how it breaks apart and separates like that. It's a natural thing that happens, okay? But I'm telling you, it's a spiritual battle for your mind, body, and soul. People are so busy today in their life, they don't understand what's happening to them, that they're being deceived and indoctrinated. And many people, even Christians alike, they think they're saved, and they're not. And I'm not saying that just because you don't know this, that it puts your soul in jeopardy. Okay, but oh, there's so much to it. It's hard to explain. But I want you to understand that the world you think you live in is not what it is. The smart, educated professors and geologists are going to tell you something opposite that ties in with their Big Bang evolution. And like I say, you may have a geologist that believes what he's teaching is correct, but he's been indoctrinated. And he's spreading the lies of the Antichrist. He's snaring people from birth. The indoctrination education system. They hide the past. They hide God and creation. They teach them from a young age about the spinning ball flying through space, evolution, the Big Bang, what they want them to know, what they want them to think, how they should act, what they should wear, what they should buy, how they should dress. I'm telling you, people need to get away from the world system and start looking at the truth and spreading it. Jesus said to go to all corners of the earth and share the good news. Well, this is one way of God showing me of how to show His creation to people and to rebuke the lies of evolution, science, the Big Bang, and showing the truth. These are pieces and parts from the giant trees of the Bible. They speak about in Enoch that they removed from the books of the Bible. Not only did a Syrian, which was a tree of life that all flesh, animals, birds, and humans ate from, but they also destroyed all the other giant trees, like the Garden of Eden. You know, there's a video out, it's a couple years old. It's titled, "No Forest on Flat Earth." They say that because all the trees out there, that's not a forest anymore. Not like we used to have before the flood. It was like paradise. You ever watch Avatar? They'll put truth in plain sight. They'll mock you. Okay? So we're going to walk through here one more time before we get caught in the rain. But, you know, the stuff I showed you earlier at the lake, where it's really not as recognizable as this here, okay? It's all the same. And you can go out in any mountain, any national forest, national park you live in this world. I don't care if it's Mount Everest, Yellowstone, the Andes, the Alps. You look, it's the same thing. They are remains of giant trees. Okay, this is all wood. And what's important to understand is they will show you petrified wood in a petrified forest of what it should look like. Okay, dark brown with other streaks of brown in it. Some of it, you see the some of the petrified wood logs that have all the colors of the rainbow in it. Violet colors, and I believe them are all from different plants or vegetation that was also large, that had different minerals in it that created all the gems and stones. Okay? Remember I showed you, everything breaks off flat, just like it does today, okay? There's so much truth in plain sight. And you know, the first time I came up here and realized this, my eyes were open and it changed my entire life. It was incredible. And I truly hope that this video and my other one, if they don't censor it, that it also wakes you up And when you go out into your parks and your national forests, or you see the plateaus and the mesas, you know exactly what you're looking at. Okay? Look, you can go here, you can go back there, you can go up there, or you can go up there. It's all the same, okay? This is the tree that God preserved, okay? He promised, he said he would never build them at that stature again. But could you imagine what kind of world it was? Like the Garden of Eden. It's like paradise. And it was destroyed because all flesh was wicked, kind of like it is today. All flesh is becoming wicked. You talk about God, and that's an ugly word. Truth is fighting words. You people hate to talk about God and Jesus and creation because they, deep inside, they know that they don't want to be held accountable for their lifestyles and how they act and how they treat others. Okay? Well, I'm going to finish this little jaunt right here, and we're going to go down the road. Okay? I want you to look at these. I'm going to clean the lens. Hold on. Alright. So we're going to finish up here, and we're going to go down the road and do a little bit more filming. Just remember how the tree breaks apart. You see the same thing there. Okay? I'm going to show you one more time. You got to remember there's a scale difference. A massive scale difference. But this is a modern day small piece of cedar. This is the exact same thing. Yet it's petrified. And it's been worn and weathered. And it's got all the moss. You see the characteristics of the cedar? I've shown you that in other pieces of modern day cedar. These are all rings from a tiny twig. This twig right here was hundreds of feet in diameter. And then the branches were more than likely thousands of feet. Could you imagine how large? The branches that stretched out for miles, could you imagine how large the tree was? The trees were. I don't know what else to tell you. But I'm going to end this one here, and I'm going to go down the road and stop at another spot, okay? Okay. Before I leave, I just wanted to give you an overview of everything we just walked back there, and the large one here in the front. Okay? Just remember how the tree breaks down. This is truly incredible. This here was only a branch, part of a branch. Okay, you gotta understand that. And everything down below is a pile up for miles. Okay, and all the other little pieces and parts that I just showed you, and everything else up on that mountain, and all the ones back there and over here and everywhere else in the world. Okay, many things are not as noticeable as this one is, but by now you should be able to distinguish what you're looking at. Okay? Alright, we're going to go down the road. So I'm shooting this here from my truck because I just was passing by. I want to show you this. Okay, so you could go off all the way back in here. It don't matter where you go. It's all the same. Okay? It's all the same. And it goes on and on and on. All the remains of the giant trees. Okay? You can go back there in all them mountain ranges. So we're going to go down this way and take a look at a few things. As I was coming up the road to turn around to go to the next spot, I just wanted to show you this, okay? It's all the same. It's just weathered and eroded, okay? Okay, we're gonna go back in this area here. I want to show you something that I seen a couple years ago when I first started this project, okay? So I'm gonna pause it till I get there. Okay, so we're gonna walk back in there, but so once again, when I tell you the quartz, the gold, the silver comes from the tree, that's going to be a big controversy for a lot of people, but I'm showing you, okay? You see here, this is a vein that runs across, okay? And then you come up here, shoo, okay? And this thing runs all the way down under the ground. And then it comes up here and it runs all along inside here all the way up. And I tell you, the quartz, the gold, the silver comes from the tree. I don't know what it is or why. It's God's creation. I don't know. It's too big for me to even wrap my mind around. You see, this is incredible, and it goes up all the way. I'm going to pause it while I climb up there. Hold on. Okay, so you see, it's in between the rings of the trees, all the way down, and it goes all the way down under. And there was another one down there I just showed you. But gold runs with the quartz. And it's in the rings of the trees, the knots, all that, okay? So, I'm going to actually take a picture of that with my phone, so hold on a moment. Alright, I got my picture taken, but I'm going to show you again. These can be feet thick. And this is what they dig into the mountain, like the gold mines, which is like walking into the belly of a tree, okay? That's all it is. The only reason I wanted to come here was show you that. Okay, and there's another one going up right here. You see it going up? All the way. Okay, it's in between the rings of the tree. Okay, this is more like a granite quartz. And gold runs with that. Okay, comes all the way around the side, up there, and all the way up. Okay, and you got another small little bit right there. But I'm showing you enough of this that you should be able to see it, okay? So these ones aren't as distinguished as the ones I just took you to, because they're just worn different, weathered different, different exposure, different shade to the weather. Okay, so I'm gonna head back down, and I think I'm coming to the end of this video, because this is only going to be part one, a short one. The other one, like I say, is like 20 hours long. That's really in depth. But all you got to do is look at the wood today, the cedar, the pine, whatever. Okay, it's the same exact thing, yet on a different scale. So you could imagine stuff like this, what it would look like. You wouldn't see a whole lot of rings in it like you would there or here. okay? It's just different. So when you see different things that don't look like just tree rings, it's stuff like that, or knots. You know, you come over here and you can still see all the rings in the tree, just like it showed you everywhere. It's just a lot of it's weathered, eroded over thousands of years since the flood. Look at that little tree growing out of the rock. Everything is alive. Everything is energy, okay? So I'm going to go down here and pause it a minute. Just wanted to show you more of the modern day cedar, okay? And how it branches off. It has a characteristic to it. Just like we see in all this, but giant. I mean, so giant. I don't even know if you can wrap your head around it. But I really hope you take to heart what I just explained to you just a little bit ago, because it's really important to know the truth, okay? So I'm going to pause it until I get over here. In my second video, that's very detailed, and it shows caves and gold mines. It shows petrified fruit and eggs, fruit as big as a car from these giant trees. I have been showing some incredible things on this journey. And when I mean showing, I mean the Holy Spirit took me on this journey and has revealed all this to me and showing me and taken me places to see certain things. I don't know if that sounds crazy to you, but I'm telling you it's the truth. I couldn't have done this without being led by like a divine intervention, okay? That's all it's been. There's been a divine intervention behind this whole journey the last 3 years. And like I say, if you watch my second video, which is much longer and in great detail, you're going to see some incredible things. I mean, it's going to blow your mind. I mean, you'll definitely feel like you're walking on a different planet. You're going to see more truth in that video than you'll ever see your whole entire lifetime. Even if you've lived 10 lifetimes. So you look at like the Flatirons in Boulder, Colorado, or Red Rocks. This is the same stuff you see that's projecting up out of the ground, like shards, okay? And they just tell you it's the sea floor, it's sandstone. It's just the craziest thing ever. And I used to believe that until my eyes were opened to the truth. Just look at the size of these things. And this is just such a tiny piece. Is you just got to understand how the tree breaks down today and back before the flood, after the flood. Okay? So I don't think I'm going to put much more in this video, but I really hope that I've opened your eyes. And if you want to see something that makes this video pale in comparison, watch the next video. It's a very long one, but it kind of explains my journey, how all this came about, and it will absolutely blow your mind. And I hope you share it with your friends, your family, your pastor, your teacher. But the problem is you cannot get someone's attention for longer than 5 minutes today, let alone for hours. They're too busy being part of the world, being social media, being in their phone, instead of seeking salvation and finding the truth. Okay? So if you watch the second video, if your mind was blown here, it'll be blown tenfold, 100-fold. So just remember that man, I don't know. So I'm going to leave it at that. If I find something else, I'll put in at the end of this. But for now, I'm going to leave it at this. I hope I've opened your eyes Hope it changes your world. And I hope it changes some of the decisions people make about life and their salvation and the truth of creation and God and the lies and deception from this beast system, the Antichrist. Because everything, and I mean everything, regardless of how hard that is to believe, is a lie and a deception. And they do it to hide God in creation. I'm telling you, it's a spiritual battle. And we're just here for a short time, and you got to make it count. And I just thank God that He opened my eyes to this, because I see the truth, and it's my job now to share it with you, because there's so many people out there that know the truth, that hide it and conceal it and push fake paradigms, fake religion, fake science, fake space, everything. I'm telling you. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you watch the other one that comes out when I get it done. I'm not far away, but it'll hopefully be out soon. So anyway, thanks for watching. Well, before I leave, I'm going to finish off with this here, okay? I'm going to show you, you go way over here, up top, okay? You see, remember how the tree breaks down? Okay? I've shown you this earlier in the video, okay? Just remember how the tree breaks down. That's all the way up at the very top. So much has fallen away. It'll give you just kind of an understanding of how large these trees were, okay? So we're going to go across the street here, and I'm going to show you one last thing, okay? This is where we are right now, okay? So I'm going to go across the street here. I got a car coming. It's pretty sad when the animals get killed. These people are stopping in the middle of the road. They think I'm filming an animal or something. But I'm going to pause it a second. Okay, people act like they've never seen an animal. Anyway, I want you to look close at this piece, okay? And just remember how the tree breaks down. Okay, you see the cracks here and here, just the way it breaks down. Okay, I want you to look close at it. This is just part of a small branch. Even though this is large, I mean, this is 30 foot tall, okay? I want you to look close at it. How it breaks down. Okay? And I'm telling you, I don't care where you live, it might not be, well, it is. It just depends on how sharp your eyes are, okay? But it's everywhere, just different in different places. But you will understand, okay? Just remember how the tree breaks down. They're going to tell you this is the sea floor. Okay, this whole mountain is this. So I'm going to keep you with me on this little walk here. Remember the side of that whole mountain when we first started this out in the video? The whole roadway, remember, was like that? Well, that's what it is. You're just seeing the side of it. And that little piece was on the top. And I said that it would go, much of it has fallen away. Okay? This is all you were looking at. All you could see is the side of it because they cut the road out there. Okay? All this is part of that branch. Whatever was here is missing. Okay? And yeah, it looks like the end of a stump, but that's just the way it is. Okay? So I'm going to show you something down here. This part's in my other video. But you see that piece right here, okay? You come down here, this is kind of exactly the same exact thing, okay? But on a small scale. So this is the same as that, but a modern day piece of cedar. And you see, this isn't completely breaking down, but you see what it does, okay? Just like I've showed you throughout this whole video. Okay, and then you see the rings in here, okay? Yet on a massive scale. Okay, look close at it. Look at the characteristics. These things break off. And they become these. And that. And everything else I've been showing you. This is it, okay? You gotta understand that. So this here is no different than that. Yet this is part of a branch. Okay? Just look at the way it breaks apart, just like today, just like I just showed you and been showing you. It's wet now because it rained. I know it all looks like alike, but it's not. Each piece is different, even though they look alike. It's incredible. So, I'm telling you, they lie about this because they don't want you knowing the truth about creation and serving the one and only God that created it all. Okay? You gotta understand that. It's important. Okay. I wanted to end with that. At least I think this is the end for this video. But don't matter, I've shown you enough. But I'm telling you, in my next video, it's going to be much longer. It's going to be like 20, 25 hours. It's going to be in depth. It's going to cover several states, so you can see the difference from trees and how the mountains look, which are the remains of giant trees. All mountains in today's world, okay? So let me pause it a second, hold on. Okay, so unless I come across something that I feel needs to be in this video, this will be the end of this one. But I just want to reiterate one more time that my other video I've been working on for 2 years is in depth. And I'm going to show you petrified fruit from the giant trees that are around some of the mesas, plateaus, which are also remains of giant trees. I'm going to show you several different states and how the trees look different, from cedars, giant cedars, to other ones. But you will see that the mountains, all have the similar things to them, just different trees, all the same characteristics. Okay, and you remember I've shown you modern day cedar and modern day trees, how they break down. But if you watch the other video when it comes out, you're going to it'll destroy science and NASA, the education system, the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, all the lies and deception. Okay? My eyes were open for a reason. And I've spent endless hours, I mean, literally thousands of hours getting these together and doing this and traveling And you know, one thing I'd like to say in my other video, you'll see another white dog. That's Allie. She was my therapy dog. And Christmas Eve I had to put her down. And that's really why the other video's not done, because I was grieving the loss of her. She was very special to me. So I went out and got another dog. And we're back at it. But it still don't change the fact that I miss her dearly. But anyway, aside from that, I really hope you watch the other video, because it really exposes a lot of the lies. But you got to bear with me, because it starts off slow and it's in detail. I have to show very elementary detail sometimes so people understand what I'm showing them, okay? And what I'm trying to explain. The deception and lies from this world system, all of it. Okay? So I'm going to leave this at that. I really hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you share it, or if you can use parts of it to make other videos to share with your friends, your family, strangers, you're more than welcome to do that, as long as you give me the credit for all the footage that I've spent endless hours and time capturing and documenting. Alright? One more thing is, I mentioned the no forest on flat earth, and other videos out there that are similar that show a tree stump next to like a plateau or mesa. Well, you know, that's all correct, it's all right, but this video, and especially the other one, goes into detail and shows everything, the truth, way beyond a tree stump next to a plateau. Okay, so I hope this helps everybody out. Thanks for watching. God bless you. So I just wanted to finish this off by showing you this here. This is all part of the remaining standing tree. Okay? I'm on the side of the highway, so it might be a little noisy. So I'm just going to do a quick overview. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. This is all just part of it. It's so vast. Okay? And it's the same of everything I just showed you. This is just all of what's standing upright. It's all in them trees. Look here, you can see some of the rings still standing. We're not at the right angle to see them. I need to be more to my right. And things have weathered and rounded and smooth. These are just parts of rings up there that are still standing. Okay? All this is part of the giant trees. Over here. And then Crazy Horse, the same as the monument, is all. They shaved it all. Okay? They put his face on the tree. You come over here where it hasn't been shaved and touched. You see the way the tree breaks down. These trees were giant. Okay? it's still standing. And all the branches fell. And it goes on and on and on. The sun's going to be in the way, but it goes all the way back there. All the way around me. As far as the eye could see. Underneath all this grassland, underneath this road, are just bits and pieces and parts of the branches and the twigs and the tree. Okay? So I hope you tune in for part 2 because it's going to be pretty detailed and extremely incredible. Thanks for watching. So I actually just went down to a different area to show you. You can see here, let me give you an overview. So here you can kind of see how it'll twist up to the right and go up, okay? But you gotta remember, things are weathered, eroded, filled in, rounded, smooth, fallen away, okay? This is just part of the upright remaining part of the trees, okay? Just trying to give you an understanding of how large they were, okay? That's it. Just wanted to show you this. So you have an understanding just how giant these trees were. This is just a small representation of how large they were. This is just a small piece of it, of what's still standing that hasn't fallen. And it goes all the way back. I mean, it is so giant. Alright. I think that's about it. Thanks for watching. Here's a better shot of the curvature of how the cedar twists up. Okay? And the same with here. It's kind of twisted radius. Okay. This is just a small representation. I'm going to pause it while this car goes by. Okay, and just remember how the tree breaks down. Same today as it did back then. Alright guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video and I hope you watched the other video. I hope to have it out in the next couple of months. But I have a lot of editing to do. Okay? So once again, thanks for watching. God bless you. And I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. Okay, I made it up to this area here. I'll probably find a better vantage point, but I just want to show you some of the still standing upright rings, okay? First I want to show you a couple things here. See all the quartz here, okay? It all comes from the tree. Okay, I know I keep saying that. This is pretty incredible stuff. Okay? And it goes on and on and on all the way down. Take a good look at this. Okay. You see it breaks off the same as the tree. It splits apart the same. It runs the same way. Okay, but I'm going to show you some of the upright rings in these massive giant trees. You got to remember, thousands of years since the destruction of it, they've rounded and smoothed and eroded over time. These are just rings. There's two of them right there, side by side. The several in between have since been gone. Okay? All these pieces down here are just little shards still remaining, like a broken off stump. Okay? That's all they are. The weather here has made them not look like trees. But I did get a drone. I'm going to attempt that. We'll see how that goes. But you see the quartz. And this here, I think it's granite. I'm not sure what it is. But it's everywhere. Okay. You see this piece here broke off flat, but it's not recognizable like all the other ones I've been showing you. Okay? Because everything is filled in. But you see, these are just rings that are remaining. And you can go all the way down. This tree's kind of in my way. But you see down in there, they're just all still standing. They've rounded and smoothed. Okay? All this in here. You go way back up in here. It's just like a big broken off stump. Okay? So we're going to move on from here and find some other spots. So I just wanted to show this tunnel through the tree. You know, and you get up there and you see it's the same thing. Okay? It's all wood. And there's your veins. Come over here. And you can just see all part of the rings that are still standing. Spires, whatever you want to call them. Okay? They're just so eroded and weathered. And you see up here, it's all just part of the tree. Okay? I got a car coming, hold on. Alright, yeah, this is pretty narrow. See all the veins. All the quartz comes from the tree, okay? Got another car coming. Okay, I just wanted to show you guys this. All the quartz veins. It comes from the tree. Hold on, I'm going to wipe my lens. Okay. So you see, it's all come down here. You just see part of the ring still standing up. They're worn and weathered. If I was to my right more, you'd see this single file. I got a car coming, so I'm going to move on. So it's a little bit windy here, and I'm going to a completely different area. This is kind of the floodlands here. But I want to show you when I tell you that underneath all this grass is all the same thing. Okay? You got all these pieces of the tree just laying on top. Okay? Protruding out of the ground everywhere. Okay, you come out here. They're everywhere. Just pieces and parts laying around. Over here, see, they're just sticking in the ground, protruding out. All this grassland, all of this underneath it is the same exact thing. Okay, all of it. It's just pieces of parts still laying on top of the ground. But all these hills and mountains over there are all the same thing. We're going to go back up into there, all the way back there for miles. We're going to hit all this area back in here. I just wanted to show you this stuff here. Let me zoom in on these again. Okay. These are just small, tiny pieces. Remnants. Okay. Alright, I'm going to stop it here and head on up to this other area. So I came a little bit farther down the road, and before I go in there, I just want to show you this. You see all these hills and farm-looking country pastures. I'm going to show you what's in and under all this, okay? It's just covered with a thin layer of vegetation. All of this, all the way back up in there. You can go right over here and just see tiny remnants. Okay? Tiny remnants here and there protruding out all through here. All the way back in there. Okay, all the little pieces still laying around. But underneath all of this grassland, farmland, underneath this road, all of this, them small rolling hills, I'm going to show you what's underneath it all. It's just a thin layer of vegetation, and underneath is the same exact stuff I've been showing you. Okay, we just need to go a little further. But you just see remnants of it all still sticking out everywhere. Alright? So I'm going to continue on down and show you that don't let any of this here deceive you. Because most of the rolling hills underneath the grassland and the trees, the new forest, is nothing but remains of giant trees. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to move on. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm still in the same pasture. There's that red barn. Okay, but I'm just down a little bit further. So you see what's over there, okay? A lot of this stuff has been buried and distributed after the flood. And all these hills are just covering all the giant trees. You come over here, okay? You see there's just pieces protruding out, okay? All that up there. You come down here. All these little pieces you see laying around here, okay? All these little pieces. Okay? And then it gets up into there. Okay? all this grassland is full of the same thing underneath this road. Okay? So we're going to go further back on in there, and I'll show you more. Okay? But don't let all this grassland fool you, because this is just small areas. God, can you believe it's snowing? Look at the top of my truck. Little white balls. It's snowing out. That's crazy. But it only lasts for a few minutes. You see up there. And it's crazy because we got a blue sky. You get all these little tiny storms that pass. They come and go pretty quick. See out there in the field, okay? That's just what you can see. But you look up on top of that, you see the grassland. Same thing is under there. Alright? These trees were giant, just like the Bible says, okay? But they're going to tell you all these mountains are the tectonic plates. Billions of years ago pushed up. It's a lie. Okay, so we're going to move on. So I've only come about 1/8 of a mile down the road. Okay? And you can see here, okay, I'm just trying to show you the truth and what I see, okay? All that hillside and mountainside, it's the same in all the mountains in the world, okay? They're all the remains of giant trees. Okay, you get down underneath and you see what's just remnants of it. But you go down there and you see what's really underneath. The grassland, okay? All of it. These are just branches and twigs. Okay, you go all the way up in there. And then the rest is buried. Don't matter where you are in the world, alright? Alright, we're going to move on. So I've come about another 1/8 of a mile down the road. I want to show you this. And you see up here the grassland and stuff. You come down here, this is what's underneath it, all of it, okay? This just happens to be protruding out. But underneath all that grassland I just showed you, all this is what it is. It's just buried with a thin layer of vegetation. Okay? It's important to understand that. Okay, you wouldn't think that up here, all this, the thin layer of vegetation is just hiding it. Okay? Underneath that barn. Everywhere. You go up on the hill over here. They're everywhere. They were so massive. You know, and when you look at how big the lie is and all the other implications behind it, okay? You go down there. Understand how the rings work, okay? See that? That's pretty incredible. So like that stuff I showed you earlier, could you imagine if this was much bigger, how this breaks off here? Okay, this piece right here could be 30 feet across. This is just a smaller piece. Okay? All of that beautiful country mountain grassland. Underneath it is all that, okay? All that is hiding what's really underneath the ground. We're going to look at this one more time. Okay, and this goes down for miles and miles. It's just a buildup of these giant trees. You really got to think about the implications, the lies in from NASA and science and the history books and the whole education system. You got to understand what kind of world we live in. It's all a deception. I'm telling you, they hide God in creation for a reason. They don't want people knowing the truth. So anyway, we're going to move on. Okay, I wanted to give you one more example before we move on. See all this grassland, okay? The road. But you go over there, okay? You see the grassland up there, and then you see what's underneath it, okay? All that protrudes underneath the ground. It's underneath here. It's everywhere, okay? This all looks like it's just would be dirt under it. All of this, everything under the road. Okay? All of this. All of these hills. All going up in there. All of that. Okay? It's just covered by a thin layer of grass and vegetation. You know, you can go up here on the hill. It's just pieces and parts everywhere. Alright, we're going to move on. So this is going to be my introduction video, just really quick. This is going to be part 1 of part 2. Part 1 is going to be significantly shorter than part 2. I'm going to prove to you that the educational system, NASA, science, History Channel, Discovery Channel, they're all lies, they're all deceptions, they hide God in creation. If you just watch this video, I'll prove some amazing things to you and prove that the whole system is a lie set up to hide God in creation. Okay? All this will be explained throughout the first part of the video. And there'll be a part 2 that's going to be about 20 hours long, that's very detailed, that covers numerous different states. So for right now, I'm going to prove to you that science and NASA and all the education system tells you that all the mountains were the result of the tectonic plates pushing up billions or millions of years ago and created all the mountains. I'm going to prove to you that all the mountains in every city, state, and country, all the plateaus and mesas are the remains of giant trees. The kind they talk about in Enoch or Ezekiel 31, the one in Ezekiel 31 shadowed all nations, the branches, and it reached up into the heavens. And all the other trees, the angels labored at the trees. And the flood of Noah dispersed a lot of these tree parts, the limbs and the branches and the twigs and the tree itself. This may sound crazy, but as you get going in the video, you'll understand what I'm saying. So just for now, we're going to start off. We're going to be going up here, okay? And we're going to be going up here. And I'm going to show you that all that area out here and everything under here are the remains of giant trees, okay? This may sound crazy, but I guarantee you if you watch this video, it's going to be a shorter one, okay? It's going to be 2, 3, 4 hours long. But like I say, the second one is going to be about 20 to 30 hours long. it takes a long time to expose such a vast, large deception against humanity to hide God in creation. Like I say, this is going to prove NASA and science, the whole educational system, higher education, the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, all their fake CGI documentaries upon creation and how the earth was formed, how the mountains were formed. I'm going to prove all that a lie. But you got to watch the whole video to truly understand, okay? So I'm going to stop this right here, and we're going to head up here and just show you a few things, okay? So hold on. So I'm just going to kind of walk and talk just for a second until I get up there. But you're going to understand the lies of geology. That quartz, gold, silver, feldspar, precious metals, gems, stones, they come from the tree, okay? Before this video gets going, I want you, for all the shills and mockers and scoffers, throughout my video, you'll hear me breathing heavy as I'm talking. Walking up these mountains kind of winds me, okay? So I just wanted to get that out of the way. So you just have to overlook that and listen to what I'm saying and look and watch what I'm showing you. Okay? So when I've already done all the video, but you'll understand everything. But you see here, all this quartz. It's everywhere. Okay? See this? It's a pretty large chunk. It's everywhere. I'm just going to keep walking and showing you. It comes in all different colors, from snow white. You see this? This is all petrified wood right here. Everything. The quartz comes from snow white to all the different colors you see there. You see all these pieces here. It's all petrified wood, okay? And you see this part of the tree attached to it right here. This is all petrified wood. And the quartz comes from the tree. The gold, the silver, okay? Everything. The darkest stuff you see in there, right here, is petrified wood. All the other stuff you see laying on the ground like this is petrified wood from the giant trees, okay? This is all petrified wood here. Everything under this ground is petrified wood. It goes down for miles. Okay, we're gonna keep going up there. This is all petrified wood, and you see the quartz in it, okay? These videos that I put together are going to expose a lot of truth from the lies. So you really got to listen and watch if you want to see the truth, all right? So I'm going to pause it here and walk up there, and we'll continue, all right? So hold on. Before we get going again up there, I just want to show you again all this quartz. All this, it's everywhere. You go over there, all this stuff laying everywhere. All over there, okay? All this quartz comes from the tree. And gold runs with quartz. Silver runs with quartz. All this is petrified wood that you see in the ground here. As you go along in the video, you'll understand exactly what I'm going to explain and show you, okay? But I just wanted to show you all this quartz again. It comes from the tree. So hold on a moment. Okay, so I got about halfway up. And I'll show you, this is petrified wood here, okay? All this is. This is petrified wood, but it's worn and weathered. Okay? That's petrified wood. That's petrified wood. Okay? As we go up here, this is all petrified wood, and you got to remember, a few thousand years have elapsed since the flood. And this stuff is, not all of it, but a lot of it is weathered and eroded and smooth and rounded. You see the rings right there, okay? You see the rings in this, but they got the moss and algae and stuff on it. And it's not the color that it should be. That's petrified wood. That's wood. All this is petrified wood, okay? And you see the quartz comes in the tree. Okay? All these pieces you see laying on the ground are all petrified wood. Right here. Everything. All of this up there. Okay? It's just been busted apart, weathered and eroded. This is all wood, okay? It's just not the stereotype of petrified wood that people are accustomed to seeing. Okay? You come over here. See all the rings in that. This is all petrified wood. It's got the moss on it, and it's not recognizable in a lot of places. You see here, you see the rings. Well, I have quite a bit to navigate through, so I'm going to pause it a minute. Okay, kind of winded. You see the rings here, okay? As the video goes along, everything will be explained in detail. You see the quartz in the tree there, okay? It comes from the tree. And you'll understand all that as you watch the video. But like I say, this is part one. That's going to be probably a few hours long. And part two is very extensive and very detailed. Covers numerous states, different mountain ranges. All this is part of a giant tree of many across this earth. I don't care what city, state, country you're in. They're everywhere, okay? So as we walk over here, that's Wonder Dog. I'm just kind of walking you with me. See, all this is petrified wood, okay? The whole thing all the way up. You see the quartz. Like the gold miners talk about the quartz veins. Okay? They come from the tree. Show you here. So you see, this is all petrified wood, right? And you see all the quartz in it. They try to tell you that this is the sea floor that pushed up. It's a lie. It's the giant trees that were on this earth before the flood came. Wicked evil nations destroyed Assyrian in Ezekiel 31. And the angels labored at the rest of them in Enoch. But you see here, hey, this is, if you had the peripheral vision I had, you would be absolutely blown away. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a good amount of gold running through here. But you see here, this is all petrified wood. And one important thing to remember is that everything returns back to the earth. So when this stuff gets weathered enough through moss and moisture, you can actually peel it off and grind it back to sand, okay? And even places where they say they're sandstone, it's still petrified wood that's disintegrated or dilapidated, whatever the word is. It's broke down, it's weathered, it's at the end of its life. Okay, I just want you to look at these close. Okay, this is all petrified wood. I'm going to try to make it around the face here. Like I say, this video, this shorter one, will explain a lot. You see here, these are all just rings in the tree. And you see the quartz. Okay. So I'm going to pause it here. And I'm going to go up around a different area. I just want to show you this area one more time before we leave it, okay? See, all this is petrified wood. You see the quartz veins running through it. And this will come in snow white and all kinds of different colors. You see all the rings. If you keep watching, you'll be blown away. You'll see the truth from the lies of science and NASA and the education system that hide God in creation, push the Big Bang and evolution. Okay? It's a spiritual battle. Just like Ephesians 6:12 says, it's not about flesh and blood. It's about principalities, powers, and spiritual wickedness in high places. Okay? And then you'll understand, watching this video, how the tree breaks down. Okay? So I'm going to pause this and head up around over here. Okay? So hold on. Okay, I'm just going to do an overview of some things. So you see, this is all petrified wood. Okay? See the characteristics of the cedar tree. It's all petrified wood. Okay? Some of it's recognizable, some of it's not. But it's all the same. Okay? In this video, as it goes along, you'll understand how everything breaks off flat and how the tree breaks down. Okay? That yellow stuff is like an algae. That greenish yellow. But this is all petrified wood, okay? I know I keep saying that, but it's important that you understand this, because you need to understand the lies and the spiritual battle that we're in for spirits and souls and minds. There's Wonder Dog. Roxy. There she is. She's a little wonder dog. Anyway, I want you to take a close look at this here, okay? You see, it's all petrified wood, everything. And these are all giant cedar trees that reached into the heavens, that were miles upon miles in diameter. And they're all across this earth. All that out there is all the remains of giant trees, everything, every mountain range, every plateau, every mesa. So I'm going to pause this here until I get to a different area. So hold on. Okay. So as we round this corner here, you'll even see more, okay? telling you. The mountains, all mountains, are all the remains of giant trees, okay? This is all petrified wood. All of it. Just pieces. And when you look at this here, and this here, and this here, I will explain in great detail what you're seeing there and how the tree breaks down. I don't care if it was a 50-mile tall tree that was 8 miles in diameter, or a modern day tree that's 3 foot in diameter, okay? You see the quartz vein running up. All these pieces, everything you see, are just the remains of the trees in the Bible, okay? They lie about everything. And these videos will explain that, okay? You'll never see another video like this. This is the most truth you'll ever see in your life. You see here, it's all petrified wood, everything. Okay? It's incredible stuff, and you'll understand these pieces, how they get the flat edges. Okay? I'm going to go down there to get an overview of this. So, okay, so let me pause it a second. Okay, so if you want the truth from the lies, you have it here. See, look at this. This here hasn't seen much weather, so it's very recognizable without all the moss and algae on it, okay? You see all the rings there. Some of these come feet thick, okay? We'll walk around over here. See, and this stuff gets like this. It gets discolored from the weather. It doesn't look like wood, okay? And you'll understand how these split and break, just like here, okay? And then the quartz, see it runs in the tree. Walking into a gold mine is like walking into the belly of a giant tree. Okay? You see the small veins running through there. I don't know if that was sap, maple. I don't know what it was, but I do know that what archaeology or geology tells you is a lie. It comes from the tree. All these are pieces and parts. This thing was giant. It reached 10, 50 miles in the air. I don't know. The Bible says they could be seen from all ends of the earth. Assyrian in Ezekiel 31 was so large, its branches shadowed all nations. And all the birds, the animals, and humans ate from this tree. It was food for all flesh. And then it was destroyed by evil, wicked nations. You see the quartz in the tree, okay? It's where it comes from. Gold runs with quartz. Okay? Take a good look at this. She found a little pocket of water. Okay? We'll just keep on going over here. See this? See how this is different color? It's just been weathered. Look at this vein up here. Let me see if I can. See, this is all petrified wood. And you see the radius right here. Right here. Okay? And you'll understand how pieces break off like that and get the flat edges. Okay? And this piece right here, that piece looks like it was part of a branch. A giant branch. Kind of similar to, well, this is burnt. But you can see here, that's what it looks like to me. Looks like they had a fire up here. Let's go up around this way. So like I said, this is just the introduction part. And the video will follow with all the explanations and information you need. See this quartz? See the quartz veins? They run in the tree, okay? You see all the rings right there. That's an 18-inch wide quartz vein running through there. But I'm telling you, it's part of the tree. I don't know God's perfection and how He does things, but you see that there. This is all petrified wood. Okay? This has been weathered right here, but it used to look like that. This has been weathered. Okay? But they're all just pieces and parts. And you see this radius right there, just like the characteristics of the cedar tree. Okay? That looks like it was a knot of some kind. Anyway, I'm going to pause this until it stops snowing. These little storms come in and out, so I'm going to pause it here a second. Well, I got stuck in a major snowstorm, like sleet, rain. It just now cleared up and it's passing over. I had to hide in that little cave right there with my dogs, man. It was so cold. Boy, it just comes and goes. Anyway, back to the video. Here's your quartz veins. As the video goes along, you'll understand how the tree breaks down. But you'll hear me say this in the video. But I want you to understand the most important thing is why they lie and how they lie, how they get away with it. Because we live in a world that most people don't have any idea. It's a spiritual battle. And they hide God in creation. They push the Big Bang in evolution. Okay? These mountains are not the tectonic plates. These mountains are the remains of giant trees. Okay? And that's all they are. And we're just going to walk, oh shoot, we're going to walk around over here and take another look. We're just going to walk all the way down here. This was all part of one giant tree. And you got to understand that these branches were hundreds of feet in diameter, just the branches alone. They reached up into the heavens. You see this here? Okay? And you see all the quartz veins up there, right here. Okay? I'm going to have to pause this a second and wipe my lens. It's got some water on it. Okay. I got nothing but blue sky above me, and it's still got some sprinkling going on. But I want you to look at these pieces here, okay? And we're going to go up and around, and I've showed you the quartz veins. They come in, they're from the tree, okay? And like I say, walking into a gold mine is like walking into the belly of a tree. Okay, these are all pieces and parts of giant cedar trees. All that, everything you see there. Okay. I want you to take a close look at this. Okay, you'll understand this as the video goes along. This is all petrified wood. And these are all only branches. They're not the main tree, they're only branches. Branches that were hundreds, possibly thousands of feet in diameter. Okay? You will understand that as the video goes along. And you'll understand right there what you're looking at. And all that over there, how the tree breaks down. Okay? I'll explain all that as the video goes along. So let me pause it a second. Okay. I'm going to walk up here and show you this stuff. So you got to understand, you look at how this breaks down and splits. This here was hundreds of feet in diameter, and it was only a branch of the giant tree that was miles upon miles in diameter. They reached up into the heavens. They could be seen from all ends of the earth. Okay? These are giant cedar tree branches. And everything under the ground for miles upon miles is the same thing, okay? I want you to look at this close, and you'll understand more as the video goes along, okay? So I'm going to pause it until I get over there, so hold on. So I'm going to show you and prove to you that the quartz, the gold and silver, comes from the tree. And everybody knows that gold and silver run together. There was something in the trees. I don't know what it was, silicon, carbon-based, maple, sap. I don't know what it was. It's God's doing, not mine. I don't know. All I know is this is absolutely incredible stuff. Okay, you see all the radius here. This is not the sea floor, okay? Every mountain range in every part of the world, every city, country, state, every national park and forest, every plateau, every mesa, most of the rolling hills are all the remains of giant trees, okay? So I'm going to pause it here a second again. I want to get a picture with my phone, so hold on. Okay. So when you look close at this, it'll all make more sense. And when you look at modern day cedar, okay, the trees that God preserved that are nothing like they used to be. You see the quartz. It's everywhere. It runs in the tree. Okay? These are quartz veins. You see it everywhere along here. I guess this would be a good place for somebody to run their metal detector. It's incredible stuff. Like I say, it comes snow white to all kinds of different colors. And you see all the wood running through it. Okay? This is all petrified wood from the giant trees. And you'll understand, I have no question, once you get done with this video. And you'll see the lies and the implications of exposing all this from NASA and science and the education system, the history books, the Discovery, the History Channel, They do everything they can to hide God in creation and the truth about creation. It's a spiritual battle. It's not about flesh and blood. As hard as that is to understand, it's the truth. People laugh at other people about when they talk about like the flat earth and that they don't live on a ball. Well, I'm here to tell you. So yeah, when it comes to the ball earth, you know, it's no different than, I'm going to prove to you without a doubt, the lies of NASA and science, the education system, the History Channel, Discovery Channel, and all their CGI fake documentaries about how the earth was created and how the mountains were created from the tectonic plates millions and billions of years ago. I'm going to prove to you that all the mountains in every city, state, and country in the world are the remains of giant trees. You're going to have new eyes when you get done. And about the ball earth, it's no different about them deceiving people that they're living on a spinning ball flying through space, okay? It's the same thing. It's a deception to make people feel insignificant, living on a ball in a ever-expanding galaxy. It's a lie and a deception. So let's just start with this one first. The mountains being the remains of giant trees. And as the video goes along, you will completely, 100% understand. Okay? Well, we're just going to walk around right over here. And you will understand. You look at the cracks and the breaks, how this and how everything's flat. You're going to understand that as the video goes along. Okay? I'm going to peek around this side, and I might just go up around the other side. Yeah, I'm going to pause it while I go around the other side, so hold on. Okay, I come up around this other side, and you can see here another large quartz vein. Okay? I want to get a shot of this from over here. You can see, just like the cedar tree. You'll understand that as the video goes along. Okay, looks like I was having troubles with my camera, but I think I got it figured out. Anyway, here's another giant quartz vein. Okay, so I should take a look at this stuff. We're gonna go under here. See here, this is just the radius, just the characteristics of the cedar tree. Okay, I'll show you up here, and you'll understand how everything breaks off flat. Okay. You see all the quartz, okay, all the veins in the quartz right here. And this is all just petrified wood. Okay. So, and you can see coming down here, the quartz vein going all the way down. It's pretty incredible. Most people call people like me and a lot of other people conspiracy theorists, but this video is going to prove it once and for all. Okay? And then we'll work on the ball earth, because it's no different than this deception. Okay? It's to hide the truth about creation. And that's the honest to God truth. And this video will prove it. You'll never see another video like this, ever. You see all the quartz comes from the tree, okay? It's incredible stuff when you see the truth. And man, when my eyes were open and this was all revealed to me, it was beyond incredible, very humbling. Phew, excuse my breathing. And there's so much truth in plain sight, but the lies and indoctrination overrides that. I used to see this stuff all the time and believe, yeah, it's just the tectonic plates, the sea floor. It's all a lie. Look at this, and then you'll see modern day cedars. Okay, so this is stone, all of it. Look at here. Okay, it's all the same. This video is gonna not only blow your mind, but it's gonna show you the truth, alright? It's so important. See, so you see what it really looks like, but you get out here, it's not that color because of the weather over the thousands of years since the flood. Okay, the flood distributed a lot of these giant trees, but they're everywhere around the world. Like I say, every city, state, country, every mountain range in today's world, every mesa, every plateau. And if you spend the time to watch my videos, I got endless time in it. And it's for you to view and see the truth, okay? So I'm going to pause this here a second while I go around the other side. Hold on. Well, it's starting to rain again. It seems like it comes and goes. And I don't want... It's not very good when water gets on the lens because it distorts the video, okay? You see here, we'll go up and around over here. More quartz veins. Anyway, I'm going to pause this until it stops raining. You could see it coming in over here, so hold on a moment. Well, it seemed to have stopped for a moment. So I just kept walking to a different area because it was like little white balls and it's pretty cold up here. I'm not really dressed for the weather like that. I didn't expect it to be this cold. But this is just pieces and parts. So small, and you'll understand how small these are as you watch the video. But you see here in this mountain, everywhere, all mountains. So when you see stuff like this in the mountains, you know what they are, okay? And you'll see stuff just like this. Any mountain, national forest, national park, they're everywhere. See all this? That's all they are, okay? So, we're going to go up here. I'm going to pause it till I get up there, okay? Alright, I'm going to take you on a walk up through this stuff. But you know, Ruby, I travel with my dogs because we encounter quite a bit of wildlife. And I mentioned it later on in the video. This one right here, we just got out of the shelter a couple days ago. She's been a really good dog. She stays right with the pack. I told you about the other video I've been working on that's about 20 hours long. Well, I haven't been able to get it done because my dog died, my main dog, the day before Christmas, bone cancer. And it really did a number on me. So, you know, I'm just now getting back into it. You know, I really missed her, and it was pretty devastating watching her go that way. But anyway, that's why I travel with the dogs, and they're good companions. So once again, these are just pieces and parts. Gracie, can you say hi? These are just pieces and parts. And, you know, they got all the moss and algae and stuff on them. But you can go anywhere in the mountains, any country, any state, And you'll see the same thing if you have new eyes. The mountains are the remains of the giant trees. All of them. By the time you get done with this video and the other one, you'll see the truth from the lies. Okay? You see up under there where it don't get a whole lot of weather. Okay? You see more of the wood color. But I have been on this journey with a divine intervention, driving it. And it's just incredible how all this came about, how my eyes were opened. And I had to share it with people because it's the truth. All those who hide the truth of creation are going to be severely judged. All the deceivers and liars, it's going to be pretty bad. So you come up here, and this is a good example that you will see how the tree breaks down, but on a massive scale, so large it's even difficult for me to wrap my mind around it. Okay, I'm going to pause a second while I catch my breath. Okay, so yeah, climbing up these mountains here and talking really wins you, man. Hey girls, leave it, come on. So we'll just continue on up here. And like I say, this is just part of the introduction to the video. Okay? So I'm not going to make this too long because I've already made the video. I just got to add this to it. And you see over here, see, it's all along there. That's just part of a branch. And you'll understand everything as you watch the video. But you see up here, these are just rings, pieces and parts of the giant trees. Okay? And these don't look like the others because they got the moss and algae on them. But you'll notice how everything breaks off flat. Okay? It's just the way they break down. 4,000 years ago, that's the way they broke down. That's the way they break down today. Hey. You see down here, I have some of the most incredible footage that you will ever see in 10 lifetimes. You only got one, but it's just a figure of speech. I have been so many places documenting this. I have seen so many things. It'll just, I'm telling you, if you finish this video and you watch the 20-hour plus long one, your entire world will never, ever be the same. It will completely destroy the lies of NASA and science, the History Channel, Discovery Channel, the history books, the educational system, all of it. Okay? It's going to show you without a doubt the lies and deception and the true world you live in. And when you understand what I'm showing you is true, you see the implications and the vast deception that's going on upon humanity. Okay? So, looks like we're going downhill. That's good stuff. This is some pretty tough terrain for the dog, so I'm going to try and get out of here. We're going to head up over on this mountain area here, so I'm going to pause it till we get there. Okay, so here you see the rings in the tree, okay? They're about 8 inches thick. Shit. You see the way the backside breaks down. All this will be explained as the video goes along. I'm just kind of giving an overview. Okay? All this, you see all the rings there. It's just the way they break up. Okay? I've been to many different mountains, many different states. It's all the same, a little bit different. These are all cedar trees, giant cedars. And you got to remember, you have the tree, you have the branch, and you have the twigs that come off the branch. Everything you're seeing here are only parts of the branch and the twigs that were hundreds or thousands of feet in diameter. Okay? Oh man, it's so... You'll understand as you watch the video. So I have yet to make it over to that other mountainside. So we're going to hike over there. And we'll continue when we get there unless I come across something else. So hold on. So I'm just going to stop real quick and show you this. You're going to see it many times throughout the videos. But this is a piece of cedar here, okay? And this will explain how everything gets the flat edge and all the big pieces you see with the rings in it. So this is how the tree breaks down today and back then with the giant trees, okay? And then you'll see the pieces. And then you'll see the rings in them. I don't know if you can see them very well here. These are kind of wet. Let me see here. But all these pieces you're seeing here, you see all the rings in there, okay? All the different rings. That's what you're seeing there. And they come in all kinds of different shapes and sizes. But this piece here could be as large as an apartment building, okay? This is exactly what you're seeing. And then if you look at it close, you see the rings in it. But the rings you're seeing here on the giant trees are inches to feet thick, okay? That's how large these trees were. So these pieces that you're seeing that are like this, they come from, it's just such a tiny piece from a much bigger branch, okay? Ruby, back up, girl. So you just got to understand that. This is how the tree breaks down, okay? These pieces like this. This is exactly what you're seeing. And then you have the flat edges. And you see the way it breaks apart. You see all the cracks down and this way. And if you look close at it, they're small rings. They're only like a 32nd or a 64th thick. You know, on the stuff up here, like I say, they're inches to feet thick. And this is what you're saying. This is why you have the flat edges and all the different ends to them. Okay? All the different shapes. You see here, this is how you get, it looks like the end of a stump. This is what you're seeing, okay? But on a massive scale. And the more you watch the video, you'll understand, okay? So when I find more examples before the main video starts, I'll show you. So I'm going to pause it here until we get up over there. I'm going to show you some of that stuff, so hold on. So I brought a couple of these pieces over here just to show you, and I know this sounds crazy, but you will not think that when you're done with the video. So you can look at it and see the rings in it. You see the random straight edges. Like right here. Where's the damn camera? Like the random edges here. And you see the rings, but you got to remember, thousands of years have passed since the flood, and things have rounded and smoothed, fallen away and eroded, and the rings are much thicker, so they're very defined. And that piece I just showed you that looks like the end of that, okay? But you remember this, the rings, okay? And the random pieces. And you see here, this is why they break off flat. Okay, everything. And these are just pieces and parts. And you see the rings in here. But they're much bigger, and this is why they break off flat, just like I showed you, as crazy as it sounds. Okay? Oh boy. And I just showed you the end of that, and that piece of wood over there, why they look like that. You see the random, the way they break off just randomly? Same thing I just showed you. And you can see the rings here, but a lot of this is filled in from the elements and debris and just become like monolithic. And you could see into the end of this, you could see the rings. And when you come up around over here, okay, you can see the rings. Just like I showed you in that piece of wood. You'll see it many times. Little pieces. You look at the characteristics of cedar, remember that? It's the same thing as the small stuff today. The way they got these deep inlet grooves, okay? This is how the tree breaks up. Back then, before and after the flood, and in today's world. And you look at the characteristics of this. It's the same as the modern day cedar. All these pieces, everywhere. Remember I showed you that piece? Well, it looks like an end of a stump. It's the same thing, but on a giant, enormous, massive scale. Okay, so we're gonna head on over that way. I'm gonna get the dog some water and catch my breath, so hold on. Okay, you see the characteristics of this wood. You see the rings, how everything breaks off randomly. This is just part, this whole thing going up is just part of a branch or a twig that come off the branch. It's not part of the main tree that stood upright. Okay? It's kind of funny because if you Google the largest petrified tree, it's so pathetic. They're such liars. Or the largest piece of petrified wood. It's so crazy. They're all liars, and so many people are indoctrinated or compartmentalized, and they believe all the crap that they're indoctrinating people with, like the science community, the teachers, the NASA employees. They really believe all that stuff that they're doing or teaching, and it's a lie. You see how things just break randomly, just like I showed you in that piece of wood. Okay, you stand back and look at this, you see it's the same thing. I'll tell you what, there's no words to explain the things that I have to show you and the things that you're going to see. Your eyes are going to think they're deceiving you. I have some of the most incredible, one-of-a-kind footage in the world, and nobody has shown this to you or brought it to you because their eyes have been blinded or they're hiding the truth. Okay? I'm going to pause it again a second. Hold on. Actually, I wanted to show you this. So you see this piece that fell off right here, and I told you it's not the correct color because it's weathered, and this is quite weathered too, but you see underneath it discloses the color of the wood. Okay, you can go all the way up there. I mean, I go over all this. You can go all the way over there, all the way in the very back one. It don't matter. All the mountains, they're all the same. If you just have new eyes to look at to see what you're looking at. Okay, so I'm going to pause it while I get around over that way. Okay, I'm going to show you something amazing here. All the way from right here, all the way up. And remember, this goes down under the ground too. You take it all the way up, and it goes, you look all the way back up there between them trees. That's a couple hundred yards, if not more. All that was one part of one branch. All of it. And so much of it has fallen away. All this just used to come up and around like that. A lot of it has fallen away. Okay? You got to understand that. And it starts from way down there. So, one of these branches here came off the tree, okay? And it starts right there. Okay? And it goes all the way up. All this right here is missing. It's fallen away. It's been buried. It's been washed away. Okay? And it goes all the way up. And we're going to walk all this, okay? I want to show you a couple things. More than likely, all this here came up and around, even higher than it is, all the way down and around under the ground. Just that limb that's on top of limb after limb after limb underneath this thin layer of vegetation. Okay, you'll understand all that as the video goes along. And this quartz, what they would call a quartz outcropping, okay, it goes all the way up the side of this, the entire distance. Okay, goes all the way up the entire distance. And then you have all this quartz laying all over the ground. So, from what I've seen in the last few years, is that this more than likely, this branch came all the way up and around, way higher than it is now, around and way down underneath the ground on the other side. And all this here has fallen away. So let me show you this. And you see the wood still connected to it, okay? This whole quartz outcropping. But this was a giant, massive quartz vein in this tree, okay? And like I say, it goes all the way up the whole distance. And if you remember me showing you earlier, see, this stuff here has been in the ground. You see the color of it. It's been preserved. So this is a piece of modern day cedar here. But I told you, remember the deep grooves, the characteristics. Same thing I showed you, and that you'll see in these massive petrified branches. Okay, come up here, show you. You see this? All this stuff here is discolored. You see the rings there, they're massive. Okay, and you see here. That's all petrified wood. When you understand how the tree breaks down, which you will, it'll make perfect sense. Okay, so I'm going to end the video with this here. Just this introduction part until the main video starts. We're going to walk this whole thing. And you'll have to pardon the breathing because I'll be going uphill. Okay? So, we start, oh shit, I had it on Zoom, sorry. So we start down here. Okay, and we're working our way up. And you see here, okay, and like I showed you on that small piece of cedar, you see the deep grooves. Okay, it's just the characteristics of it. And when I tell you, you see the height of this one here, and that quartz outcrop that's running up along here. That's part of a quartz vein that was in the tree, and it goes all the way up and around. All this is missing here, okay? You got to understand that. It's all falling away. Hey girls, stop. Come on, let's go. Hold on a moment. Roxy, come here. So that's what it is there. Wonder Dog found her a bone, and they're having an issue over it. Hey, drop it. Drop it. Yeah, it's a freaking animal bone. So that's what the problem was. So I'm just gonna put it right up here in the tree, and everybody should be happy. Okay, so back to what we were doing. So you come up here, okay? Remember, all this is one branch, and this quartz vein right here continues all the way up the length of this branch. And this went all the way up at one time, and all this in here is missing. It's buried. It's been washed away over the couple thousand years. 4,000, I think it is, since the flood. And we've already been here. I've shown you this. Okay. We'll just keep on going up. Damn dog's fighting over frickin' turkey leg. And you see how everything breaks apart? It breaks flat just like I showed you, okay? I'm actually gonna go down here and walk the lower road so you can see the quartz vein, okay? So hold on a moment. Okay, so I'm down here where the quartz vein is. So this may sound crazy right now, but I'm telling you, it will not once you continue the video. Ruby, get out of there. Ruby, come here. Hold on a minute, I gotta see what they're eating. Okay, yeah, they found the rest of the deer and they're up there eating it, which I don't mind, but now's not the time. See, there you go. That's what happens when you eat some bullshit. Anyway, that's pretty funny stuff. So, back to the video. It may be hard to believe this or understand this now, that this quartz vein, that this was even a branch off of a giant tree, but I guarantee you, keep watching the video, and you'll understand, okay? That there looks like a pile of chopped wood, don't it? That's all it is. It's wood that pulled up when that tree went over. It's just pieces and parts that are in the ground that are more preserved than having the elements of the weather. Okay, but that's just all the same. That's what color it should be. Maybe a little darker. But anyway, so this here was a quartz vein that ran all the way up the length of this tree. And I know you've never heard that quartz grows in a tree. Gold and silver comes from a tree. But I'm telling you, you've been lied to about everything. You'll never see another video like this. And when I'm done, you'll understand. So this branch from the giant tree used to come up and around. All this is fallen away. And this quartz vein is exposed. And I'm sure there's probably quite a bit of gold up around here. Maybe that's why they call it the Black Hills. I don't know. I say that because, they got all the Black Hills gold. Anyway, we're going to keep going up. And by the way, I got the bone. I will let him have it later. So, this is all one branch, and we've continued from way down there all the way up here. So I think you kind of get the quartz vein right now, okay? This travels the whole distance, all the way up. So I'm going to go right up here and walk that, so hold on. Okay, I'm up here. So I want to show you something. So you see how this is higher than this. All this is gone, and it probably went much higher, this branch, okay? And you got to remember that it goes way down under the ground and around, and there's another one and another one and another one. They're just piled and piled upon each other in these mountains, and they're everywhere. And you will understand that the more you watch. And you look here, you'll understand how the tree breaks apart. Not just the cedar tree, but all of them. Like I said, I've traveled to many places documenting the mountains and the giant trees. And you see all the rings in here, okay? And you see how they break apart flat and random, but on a massive scale. It's beyond any words I can tell you. And you see how this section's here, this section's missing, this all used to come around, and it's all fallen away. It's buried, it's just gone, it's washed away with the flood. Okay? And we're a couple hundred yards up. That's how large these trees were. You've got to understand that. This is one branch that continues all the way down, all the way down to there, then all the way back up. And that quartz vein is running right along here, the whole distance, all the way up to the top of here. And this branch at one time was like this. It went all the way up and around and underneath. And all this here where we've been walking has fallen away. It's just gone, whether it went with the flood, but these mountains are all buried, okay? It's got a thin layer of vegetation. All these mountain ranges, even the one way back here, every single one of them, I'm telling you. If you watch the entire video and the next one that follows, that's about 20 hours long, your world will never, ever be the same. Okay, look at the way it breaks up. Okay, and you'll also see in today's world, as well as what I'm showing you with these giant trees and the branches, that there's always gaps between them. It's just the way it happens. I don't know why, but it's just what happens. So we're still continuing on up, okay? And we still got the quartz vein going down here. And down here, all this area here is missing. And you see all the pieces and parts everywhere on the ground. Okay, this goes down for miles upon miles. If I were to zoom in on that mountain over there, it's the exact same thing. Okay, it's all petrified wood. And I don't know what it is from up here to where the bottom would be, but it's all full of the giant tree branches and tree remains. Okay, so look at the size of this. That's 40-50 foot tall, and you see the branch goes all the way down. Okay, it's beyond incredible. Okay. Ciao, Ruby. And this is the end of it. And then, oh shit, there's another carcass. Go figure she would find it. Roxy. Wonder Dog, what are you doing? Roxy, what are you doing? Shit. Anyway, kind of looked like a zebra. But you see all the pieces and parts down there, and you see how they break off flat, and the rings are so big they're very distinguishable. And this is the end of it. So I'm going to leave this here. I will tack this video on the front of all the other footage for the shorter video of the two. I haven't finished the second video. I explained why about my dog being put down due to bone cancer. I will get that finished. It'll be the part 2. This will be part 1. And you will never in your life see anything like this. I'm telling you, there's a divine intervention that was behind this whole thing, driving it. And when my eyes were opened, it was pretty incredible. So anyway, I'm going to leave this here. If I find anything else, I'll put it in the video for this first one. So there's some incredible stuff you're going to see. So I'll leave it at that. All right? Thanks for watching. You know, I'm actually just going to keep you walking with me until I finish this this SIM card up. So we walk the whole distance of that branch, okay? And we'll walk over there and I'll show you all that. But we'll go down here real quick and check this carcass out. I see carcasses and bones everywhere. There's tons of mountain lions up in this area. And they kill a lot of these animals, but that's just how it is. That's nature. The survival of the fittest, I guess. Anyway, just showing you all these pieces and parts from the bottom side of this branch. Okay, hey. So there's the skull. Roxy, watch out. Oh boy. Let's see here. Yeah, looks like a deer. I don't know what that is. But you see, yeah, there's the poor guy there is stripped clean. Yeah, pretty crazy. I would bet you that this is a den right here. You see the little cave under here where something could definitely get out of the weather and the wind and the rain. Wouldn't surprise me a bit. It's a perfect spot. Yeah, I would bet he drug it up here and ate it. I would put money on it. Okay. You see here all the different rings. Looks like the end of a picket fence, don't it? You see all the different rings in there. From small twigs coming off the branches. You got all different size of rings, from feet thick to that thickness. Okay? It is incredible. And when you see all these pieces, I showed you how they break off randomly with flat edges, everything. Okay, this is how they do it right here. You see this piece right here? Right here probably broke right out of there. It's just what happens. Okay, we're not going to stay here long. You see all the rings in there. But I'm going to tell you again, if you finish this video or if you've gotten this far, and come on girls. Yeah, I don't know what kind of skull that is, but anyway, come on Roxy, let's go. We'll just walk this area right up over here. Actually, I'm gonna go check on my dog. Make sure. Yeah. Oh, she's gone. All right. I'm gonna leave the skull right there. There's the bottom jaw bones right here. That's pretty crazy, man. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, there's the bottom chompers right there. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it's just bad voodoo for me to be taking anything like that home of the dead, you know, for display or something, unless they had a purpose for the dogs to eat or something. But yeah, I don't need all that. It's kind of bad mojo for me. Hey, stop, leave it. Come on, Roxy or Gracie, leave it. All right, well, I'm going to pause this a second. Hold on. So I do keep collars on them just for emergency, and when they decide they don't want to listen to me, I will send them a message. A lot of people may not like that, but my dogs get treated better than most people treat their children. But you see this here? Remember how the tree breaks down, right? It's the exact same way as I showed you in the dead wood, the modern day stuff. So the same thing happened there as up there, the exact identical thing. So she's got it again. Drop it! Get over here, Roxy! Okay, well, drop it! Drop it, Roxy. Drop it. Go. Come on. Little shits went back to get it. Roxy, get out of there. Come on. Oh, she's so stubborn. Come on, drop it. All right. See here. Roxy, drop it. They are crazy. She's our little wonder dog. Come on, girl, leave it alone. So, you see here. Sorry about all the extra activity, but I'm trying to do a couple things at one time. So you see here, okay, it's just the way they break down. These are just pieces and parts of branches and twigs. I know I keep saying that, but you gotta understand what you're looking at. Okay, so we're on the top side, so we can't see the face. But you see how everything works here. I'm actually going to go down around the side here. Come on, girls. And then you can get a better view of it. Looks just like a big wood pile, don't it? Yeah, there's some more bones. Okay. They'll probably don't mind them picking them up, but I don't want them fighting over it. Okay. We're back down here where you can see what's going on. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, I think. What you see here. It's just the way they break off, and all this goes down under the ground for miles upon miles. It's just a pile up of these trees and branches and tree parts. Okay, so I think you've probably seen enough for I guess for the introduction, and then when you watch the video, I hope it keeps you entertained, because it's truly incredible stuff, and it'll show you the truth of God's creation. It's just like it says in the Bible. Okay? I don't know what she sees. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if big cat's watching us. Yeah, it looks like a little den under there for sure. Yep. Definitely big cat area. Alright, I'm going to leave it here. So, I hope you enjoy the video. Thanks for watching. So I just want to show you how high up we are. The valley's way down there. And then these are just parts, once again, of the giant trees and branches. Right here, see, I'm going to go up here so you can see how high up we are. It's just more of the same. So, you can see the road way off there in the distance. We're pretty high up, the road way down there. And you see how massive these were. And these are just branches, like you see all these here. Roxy! All these branches here. That branch right here was hundreds of feet in diameter off these giant trees. The main tree was miles in diameter, okay? It's incredible. Yeah, it's just like a piece of wood. This little wonder dog is so crazy. Okay. Nothing changes. It's all the same. And you go over here on the other slope and you'll see it's all the same. It's just one giant tree. Alright, I'm going to move on. You'll have to excuse the breathing. It's just when I film this while walking, I just get winded. It's pretty chilly out this morning. It's supposed to be 50 degrees out, but it's still quite early. You see back there, that hill, it's all the same. Yeah. They're chasing the chipmunks. See all these pieces everywhere. Google the largest piece of petrified wood and you'll see what kind of BS they show you. This is a big secret. It doesn't even look petrified. It looks just like regular wood until you get to this stuff that has the moss and algae and been really weathered by the weather. But you see, I mean, it don't even look petrified, but it is. It's pretty massive. Remember, these are just part of the branches, part of the tree. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even look petrified. It looks just like regular wood. It's pretty incredible. You see how it breaks off flat. Let's go up here. Alright, I'm going to pause it here a moment. This is pretty cool. You just see the weather and the erosion, what happens to them. This is pretty crazy. These things are so massive. We're gonna head on over there. Hold on. There's a modern day cedar stump. Boy, it sure looks pretty familiar. Yeah. See the deep grooves and all the rings. It's pretty cool. Same thing. Yeah, parts of this that don't have the weathering and the moss. Boy, doesn't even look like it's petrified. Yeah. See the deep grooves like that stump I just showed you? It's pretty incredible. Phew. Yeah, this camera, its microphone is very sensitive. So it's pretty incredible. Looks like the fire got over here too, and you see the characteristics of the cedar, at least where it's not burnt. See the rings. It's pretty insane. See, again, it's like the quartz comes from the tree and the gold runs with the quartz. So the gold is in the tree. And you see here how it won't be long compared to how old these are, where what little rings you see are going to be filled in. It's going to look like one stone. This is incredible, man. Watch out, shelter dog. See, this doesn't even look like it's petrified. It's just like regular wood that's not petrified. It's pretty incredible. And you know, this is just all this went around like that, and so much of it's fallen away. You know, probably during the flood, you know, all these valleys that were created by the fallen trees and giant branches, the water just probably washed them out, washed them away, buried them. It's just pretty remarkable when you think about the lies. You know, I've shown you for your own eyes to see the truth. And you can compare that to where they say quartz comes from, where gold comes from, the largest petrified tree in the world, or the largest piece of petrified wood. It's all BS. there's a lot of people out there that understand this and know it. And they don't see this here, but they know the truth about the trees and all the lies and deceptions and propaganda. But I hope this opens your eyes to the truth. Like the wow factor. And I went down into Colorado, into around Golden, Colorado, and there are giant cedars there too, but there's different kind of trees, and it's equally as remarkable, but different. Okay. You can see how large these are. This thing used to be so much bigger, and it goes down and around. This section's missing, probably just washed away. Even over there on top of that mountain, like I say, they're mountains, but they're giant trees. See all this quartz everywhere, just laying around everywhere, all the way up there. As you know by now, it comes from the tree. I don't know what was in the tree, what was special about them, but that's where it comes from. Okay, I'm going to move to a different area. So, I talk a lot about the quartz. The gold and silver come from the tree, possibly the sap, maple, whatever was in the tree. Watch out, Ruby. You come down here and you see it, and this sap kind of like crystallizes. And it's all up through here, which would kind of resemble quartz. But yeah, it like crystallizes, just like the quartz would. Yeah, it crystallizes just like the quartz. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's hard. And I think there's another one over here. Let me look. Yeah. So, this could possibly be where the quartz comes from. Let me see. You see it right there? It's like crystallized. So, you know, I've seen some of that sap, maple, whatever, that's just coming through, whether it's a wound or just bleeding out of the tree. But I'm pretty confident to say that this right here, it's like glass. It really is. It's like glass. But this is probably where all the quartz comes from. It sure looks like it. So this just supports that visual fact even more. I don't know if you can see that, but it's like a baby quartz. And somehow the gold and silver run with it. You know, people may tell you different, but I'm showing you right here. I'm showing you hundreds, if not thousands, by the time you get done with these videos. So we're gonna head back up there, so hold on. Okay, I'm pretty confident where the quartz and the gold, the silver, everything that comes with the, comes from the tree. So shit, it broke off, but here's a little piece right here that's dripped, and it's like crystallized. All this here would be what turns into quartz and gold and silver, whatever in it, because gold runs with the quartz. But all this is like crystallized, and it's the sap or whatever it is that comes out of it. I don't know if you can see the shine on this right here, but it's like glass. It's crystallized. Okay, and this is where the quartz is coming from. Okay, let me see if I can pull this out of there. Yeah, let me see here. This piece here is like glass. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, all this cluster right here, and all this down in here, and all this right here is like crystallized sap, which when you see all the quartz that's in the tree, that's sure makes sense to me. All right, we're gonna leave that at that. So this will kind of give you a reference on the size of these. And I was actually here yesterday. I had to bring the family up here to see this stuff. But I'm going to show you this again. That whole mound over there. Everything, like I said, everything under that grassland over there is petrified giant tree underneath it. But it's this kind of stuff. Watch out, Vay. That doesn't even look like it's petrified. It looks just like regular old wood.
Sadie, Sasha,
Yeah.
Diamond, Mercedes, Porsche.
I've showed you 100 times how everything breaks off flat. But we've been through here yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat. But you see up there, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. It's too dark. Okay. And if you haven't seen it already, I've already shown where the quartz comes from. It is definitely 100% the maple sap, whatever was in the tree. Whether the carbon base or silicon trees had anything to do with it, I don't know. But gold runs with quartz. Quartz runs in the tree. So the gold has to come from the tree. It doesn't come from stars. How ridiculous is that? Alright? I mean, I really hope when you go to the mountains you open your eyes and you'll see the same thing. I don't care where you're at. It does not matter where you're at in the world. Okay. I'm just going to climb right on up here. This is... You see this up here, Lou? Yeah, it doesn't even look petrified. It looks just like regular old wood. That is not petrified. I wish that I could actually show the peripheral vision. And you can actually see how giant these tree limbs are. You missed the little ground squirrel. Okay. Gotta move on.
There's some good rocks over here. We're gonna get lost at the last place.
Oh my gosh, these things are so giant. Look at that. Just a big pocket of sap. Lou, did you see this?
Yeah.
I mean, this don't even look petrified. Looks just like regular wood. It's so crazy. That looks like one big knot where you would have the sap bleeding out or whatever it was. that was in these trees. Look at that, that's just one little sliver. Gee. Yeah, that don't even look petrified. It's just, yeah, it definitely looks like a knot with all the twisting and turning. So I want to give an overview of this and try to put this into your mind here. So you see all this here looks just like a knot, okay? A giant knot. A knot as large as an apartment building, a 5-story apartment building. And it all goes up into here. And you see all the large quartz pieces down here, right here. I think this whole area that's empty right here, all of this area connected to that was just one giant knot. And you see here, it's all twisted up. It's just like in today's world where you would see a knot with sap, maple, whatever coming out of it. And if you go up here, you see this twisting up. You see all the twisting and turning, just like you would in a regular, just like you would, W-O-U-L-D, in a modern day tree. You see here, okay? And then you see all the twisting and turning, and this was definitely a knot. And you see, and there, it twists around and then it goes up around. This was one giant knot. I'm going to do an overview of it from down here. We'll go up to it one more time, just to show you. It's pretty incredible. Could you imagine a knot in a tree that's as large as a 5-story apartment building? I am not exaggerating. I mean, it doesn't even look petrified. And then you come down here, and then you see the color difference from natural looking wood to here, because it's been weathered and the moss and the algae has changed its color. But you see it even goes down into the ground, all the twisting. This is really incredible stuff. Yeah, this was just a knot as big as a 5-story apartment building. And how do I know that? Well, I've been doing this for over 2 years now, documenting and hiking summit after summit. I've seen a lot. Okay? Like I said, I was here yesterday, but I'm seeing things that I overlooked. This here is more than likely part of the same knot over there. I'm telling you, it was that large. These trees, just branches alone, were hundreds of feet in diameter. And miles in diameter, the tree. And they literally reached up into the heavens like Tarzan, the movie Tarzan. Okay. You see up there. Okay, all that stuff twists and turns. This is all part of a giant knot where the sap and moisture solidified. Just like, I don't know if you've seen it yet. If you haven't, you will. On the sap that crystallizes in the tree and bleeds out. Okay? It's pretty incredible. Even this piece here, I am surprised it's not weathered like some of the other stuff. Yeah, this was definitely all of this. All this whole area. Right on the other side is where I was just filming, but this whole area right here was a giant knot the size of an apartment building. And you see the twisting and the breakup, just like in today's world. We're gonna walk around this here. Yeah, I probably already told you this. It's my shelter dog. I pulled her out 4 days ago out of the shelter. She was pretty scared and pretty pitiful in there. So yeah, if you're a dog lover, an animal lover, don't ever go to the animal shelter because you won't leave alone. It's kind of sad seeing all the dogs in there that people abandon, or they don't go and get their dogs if they got out. Maybe they were let out. I don't know, but my dogs are my friends, my companions, my hiking buddies. This is pretty incredible. Yeah, I've done part of this video yesterday, but this is just too incredible. I mean, you know, there's more than not all the sap that solidified out of the tree. And remember, they say gold comes from stars or something like that, and they say quartz is the most abundant mineral or stone on earth. But what does that tell you? If it's the most abundant and it comes from the giant trees, well, during the flood, a lot of that stuff got dispersed. Just got to use a little common sense. But this is, I mean, this here doesn't even look like, I mean, I wish you could see the peripheral vision instead of just through this small screen, because it is beyond. There's no words to describe it. And I don't even know if the pictures can do that. It's, you know, you see this piece here laying on top. Like I say, it goes down and down. It's just a pile up all across this earth. Not just here in the mountains. All mountains. Don't care where you're at in the world. In today's world, the mountains are remains of giant trees. And most of the land across this earth is has remains of these trees. They were that large. They dispersed everywhere. Yeah. That right there and that is just, this is a piece of sap, and it's crystallized right here. I'll find some bigger ones, but this, if you break it in half, you'll see it's like it's just like what you would picture quartz as, all kinds of different colors, but it's literally like just like the quartz would be. That's where it comes from. And this doesn't even look petrified. It's, I mean, not petrified, but yeah, it doesn't even look petrified. Looks like just regular old wood. And like I say, some things are recognizable, Some things are not, but once you've seen enough of the recognizable, all the way from recognizable and everywhere in between not recognizable, I've been doing this a long time, trying to get this documentary together. And like I say, I have a 20-hour documentary I've been working on, but it's been put on hold because my dog passed Christmas Eve. It was pretty devastating, and I didn't really feel like doing anything. So I got some new dogs a few months later, and a couple dogs to add to my pack. But Allie was my number one dog. Let's go up here. This is just like the modern day cedar tree, hey? It's the same thing. That's petrified giant tree piece. Just like it. So I want to show you this again. I've shown you many pictures of modern day non-petrified wood from the cedar. It's the same exact thing, okay? These are giant cedar trees. In the other places I've been, I've seen the other trees that are giant all across this earth. They're not all cedar. They're different, but they all break down the same and a little bit different. But it's still, after seeing this, you should be able to recognize everything you see wherever you go. So I'm going to pause it till I'll just keep it rolling. Kanan, stop destroying stuff. I don't care what you're doing. Stop destroying stuff. Okay, quit making excuses, bud. All you had to do is say okay. 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 Well, we're gonna head up. See the characteristics of the cedar tree, the deep grooves. It's pretty incredible. See, it comes from the tree. And if you look close at it, it resembles almost exactly, if not exact, the sap that's crystallized in the modern day trees. See, that looks just like a knot. I mean, God, that don't even look petrified. But it's definitely part of a small knot right there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Phew. From all this burned out area, my dog's feet were like so black yesterday. I'm gonna pause it a second while I catch my breath. Okay. So Yeah, you see everywhere there's a knot, you always got the twisting and turning, just like you do today. Yeah, it comes twisting down, everything. And that's where the sap crystallized, solidified, all of it. And this is what the gold miners look for. All these quartz veins, because the gold's in them. But it all comes from the tree, okay? You don't have to take my word for it. I'm showing you, okay? If you haven't watched enough of the video or all of it, you're not going to understand it. I've seen some incredible places, like Colorado, Clear Creek Canyon, going up through like Central City, all the way down I-70 through the Eisenhower Tunnel into Utah, and then through Utah into Las Vegas. And then you get up around Boulder, Colorado, where the Flatirons, where all the shards, the rings are protruding up out of the ground. All they are is numerous rings, shards, sticking up. My other video goes through a lot of that. But look at this. This is just beyond incredible. It doesn't even look like petrified. Look at this. It's... Oh, Ruby girl. I'm going to pause it a second. Okay, so you see there, and then you get out here, and it changes color due to the weather down there. All this. You get up here in this undershot where it don't get much weather, and it looks just like freshly broken wood. It is so crazy. So I'm going to back out and give you an overview of this. See, in some of this stuff, it's really weird. It's got this silver tint to it. And I don't know what that is. It's just in certain spots. You look at this. It doesn't even look like it's petrified. But the thing's hard as a stone, man. It's just... You see here, all the quartz, and part of the granite, mica. That's just the word they put on these stones. I'm going to give you an overview here, and you remember this knot, okay? This is a different one. And you see all the twisting. You see the quartz, and this is different kind of stuff. This is actually wood that's still attached, and you know the gold runs through this stuff. So it was something with the tree. You see right here more of the twisting and turning. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, it sure is. All that up there looks just like wood that just broke yesterday. See that big ball of sap? This thing is huge. I mean, this thing's literally as big as a Volkswagen Bug. It's bigger than that. It is so huge. Another giant knot. It's pretty incredible. And you do an overview here. Look at my white dog. Come here, girl. Look at them feet. I don't know if you can see them. I can't see the camera. They're pretty black. You see down here, it just, you know, the quartz is a really important thing because it shows where it really comes from. See, even this broken wood that's rotted breaks down the same way. Modern day cedar. You see the rings there. And this stuff just goes down, down, buried under the ground, and everything down there. Just a thin layer of ground cover for miles on down. Hold on a minute. Okay, so my wife's got some sap here. Let me try to...
No sap bubbles.
And it looks just like quartz. And then you get inside of it, it looks like rose quartz.
And that's still really moist.
But some of this is still kind of tacky, but some of it's really hard, like crystallized. But this is definitely where all the quartz is coming from. For sure. So, and then you look here at the tree, okay? This one's burnt, but it don't matter. The burnt didn't make this. But you see how everything breaks up, okay? And it just falls away. Big pieces of it stay. No different. Just on a giant scale. Alright, we are gonna head all the way around up to here and check that out. So I'm gonna end this right here. Okay. So this is gonna show you where all the quartz comes from. I've always said it's the maple, the sap, something that was in the tree. We all know that quartz and gold run together, as well as silver, feldspar, mica. If you crack that sap open, even here, let me see this piece here. So all these pieces that come out of the tree, it's also in the tree, in between the rings, okay? If you were to break this open, this is kind of, it's like crystallized. And when it hardens, it's just like a little miniature piece of quartz. But this is where all the quartz is coming from. All the different white colored stone that's within the tree, okay? And I'll do another short video on this, but all this stuff right here, all the clusters, it's also inside the tree, in between the bark and the rings, okay? Just like you see them, like the maple trees where they tap them and they drain into buckets, okay? That's where the quartz comes from. You see it all coming out of the tree here, 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 all the way up. Okay, all this is where, see, this is crystallized right here. Okay, it's like crystal. You see here, there's white, all kinds of different colors. This is exactly where the quartz is coming from, all right? So I just wanted to show you this. All right, we're gonna move on. Okay, so we were over there, okay? This is where we were. Okay, and we came all the way down that, all the way up over here. Okay? And we are going to just do a walkthrough, okay? We're gonna walk all the way down and around this whole thing, and I'll give you a tour, okay? So let's go. But I just want to reiterate one more time that you can go up into all these hills here and you see all the grassland down here. All that is a thin layer of vegetation and grassland covering the same exact thing I've been showing you. All this whole area, everywhere in the world, okay? So we're just gonna walk around. You got to remember, these are branches, parts of branches. Okay? Yeah, all this got burned out, but there's a lot of new growth coming up. You know, it's springtime here, and a lot of new growth coming up. Well, I got my fat dog with me, Ruby, so I got to kind of take the path of least resistance for her. She can't be jumping over all these logs. I just got to scan this as we go. Oh, it seems like I'm going down. Come on, Ruby. You know what? I'm gonna pause this a second and give her some water. Okay. There's some snow. She might eat that. Let's go over there. See this here? So you got to remember how they break off flat. So looks just like the end of a stump. So hold on a moment. There you go. She's eating some snow. Getting rehydrated. It's good stuff. So you see how everything breaks apart. Even the ledge is right there. It's just the way it does it.
This sounds hollow.
See the size of them. Hey girls, don't start it. Yeah, they are so ornery together. Alright, hold on a moment. Okay, we're gonna continue on. I think they're done eating snow. Okay. Wow, you're sitting on a big cave.
That's probably why it's hollow.
Maybe. This is pretty cool. So this is like walking into a gold mine. Into the belly of a tree. Ouch. That's a stickery bush. You see here? Let me back up a little bit. You see, it doesn't even look petrified. It looks like it's brand new. Look at that piece. That looks like it could be bark. Hold on a second. Okay, I took that out from underneath there, but I told you earlier, a lot of this stuff has like a silvery tint to it, but I think that's a piece of bark right there. So I grabbed a piece of bark, and you see these also have like rings in them, but this sure looks like a piece of bark to me. It really does. And I'll show you when it starts getting weathered and beyond composition of being petrified, it'll just break down and turn into back to the earth. Okay, but this sure looks like part of the bark from this tree. Okay. So I'm going to pause this and go up in that cave, so hold on a moment. Actually, before I go up there, I'm going to show you this. I don't know if it'll see on camera. The sun's not out, but it has a gold sheen tint to it. It's pretty darn neat. I don't know if you can see that or not. Anyway, let's go up. So I have a fair amount of footage from a couple gold mines. Some friends of mine let me go in. And it's the same exact thing. It's like walking into the belly of a tree. It's all timber. Okay? This is truly incredible. Like I said, I can't put no words on it. I really can't. See how thick them rings were? They're about 5 inches thick. Look at there. That looks just like it's wet, but it looks like it's not even petrified. See these rings here? Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This is incredible stuff, man. And then when you're in the mountains and you see bedrock, my other 20-hour plus video will show you this is all you're seeing. It's just large rings of the tree laid down that turn into bedrock. Okay? Hope this answers a lot of questions for people. And when you understand how the tree breaks down in today's world, I go over that in great detail in my other video. You'll understand how everything breaks off flat most of the time. I would say 9 out of 10. Roxy, hey, stop eating. Okay, so you see all these pieces on the ground. You know, these are all just remnants, and you'll see them all around the mountains, which are the remains of the giant trees. Okay, you know, when you see stuff like this, it might not be recognizable, but I guarantee you there'll be other things close by that'll show you what it is. It's worldwide. Every city, state, country, every national forest, everywhere. So here's a pretty good overview. So we were over here, okay, and oh gosh, man, it's just parts everywhere, as far back as you can see. And like I say, it's worldwide. It got dispersed during the flood. Everything petrified. And you see, I don't know if you remember this, over there and in that corner was and then here was that large quartz vein, right? I think this is it. No, it's gonna be right. Where was it? Oh, it was over there. The trees are in the way. But anyway, just shows you how large these trees were. That's just small, tiny remnants that are piled up. That's probably one large branch that laid over. That didn't get washed away during the flood. Okay, I'm gonna put this camera down a minute. I want to take some pictures with my phone, so hold on a moment. Alright, I got my pictures taken, but I'll just give you one more overview of this because it's pretty incredible. Like I said, it doesn't even look like it's petrified. But it's definitely, you can see it's weathered and smooth and eroded. And this is a natural occurrence, the way it breaks down flat. All the way down through almost everything you see. I've shown you dozens and not hundreds of times. And like I say, in the gold mines, it's the same exact thing. It's like walking into the belly of the tree and you see all the quartz comes from the tree. The sap maple, along with the gold. So there's something about the tree that produced the gold. And you get back up in here, it's pretty incredible. And remember, this is how the bedrock is. I go over that extensively in the other video. And you see as this goes up, everything just gets smoothed and weathered from the rain and the wind coming down. But like up in, it's many places, but just to be specific for a couple, Red Rocks, Colorado, and the Flatirons in Boulder, Colorado, you'll see a lot of this. And you see it's just been smoothed and weathered, and it's just layers of rings of the tree. But some of this could be sticking up at a 45-degree angle, and they call it the sea floor that pushed up. Okay? The people that run this world know the truth. Everybody else is indoctrinated, including myself, until my eyes were open. And I hope by sharing this with you, it really makes some changes in your life and opens your eyes to the truth about our Creator and God and the creation. Okay? Because it's absolutely incredible. Alright, we're going to keep moving on around. Hold on. Before I leave here, I want to make a mention of something here, because I see it all the time, and it's kind of a deception. So here, you can clearly see, like I counted, all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the different rings. You come over here, that looks like a whole bunch of different rings, like 3 right here, but it's not. They will all be the same thickness, like you see right here. There's 3 rings right here. There's 1, 2, 3. But it looks like there's 3 here, but there's not. It's just, if you look here on the edge, you'll see there's actually 3 rings there. It's just what it does on the end for some reason. Okay? There's not 3 rings there. It's 1 ring, and just on the edge of it, it splits. But I see that a lot. You just got to keep that in mind, because there could be a foot wide ring. There could be a ring that's, let me back this out a little bit. There could be a ring that's a foot thick or 18 inches thick, 1 ring, but it looks like there's several, but it's not. It's 1 ring, and you see how it does it. Okay, that's actually 3 rings, but it appears it's 3 in 1, but it's not. Okay. Here, these are clearly defined. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rings there. Okay, so we're going to move on around here, and you see the sap, okay, that's in the tree. And I'm going to do a short video on just the sap alone to explain all the quartz. Okay, so I'm going to move around over here. Hold on. Okay, we're going to carry on. You know, all these branches, man, really make it difficult. I mean, all these dead trees. See here, you could, more of the cedar, the modern day, you see the rings, and just the characteristics. Okay, so we're just going to go right up through here. So all these smaller pieces you see laying around, they're just smaller pieces here that break off out of there, that fall off the top here. I don't have a... Hey, we're gonna go up through here. Come on, girls. Ruby. This is a good example just to see how the weather and the water erodes things and smooths it. Okay, come on, Ruby. I don't know what's up over here. If we're gonna be able to get down. Yeah, so you see, it's kind of dark. But all the way down, all the way back to there, it's all the same, everything, as far as your eyes can see. That's how large these trees were. Oh boy. Look at this. It's pretty incredible. So I'm going to pause it till I work my way down there. Hold on. Okay, you can see here. You know, all this may look the same to you, but it's not. I mean, it's all this has been eroded by the wind and the rain. But you see here, it doesn't even look like it's petrified. It's really incredible. Oh, keep on going down. Ruby, come on. Up this way. Come on, girl. Over here. Come on. Good girl. Yeah, you just see how the tree breaks down. Hold on a minute. I gotta get my girl right here down through this so she'll get hurt. So hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's not as acrobatic as the other two girls. Just see here, this is like it's not even petrified. Okay, we keep on headed down around the backside here. See how the tree breaks down the same way, but just on a giant scale. This is incredible, man. You know, I've seen this for 2 years now in many different states and many different mountains, and it's all the same. Like I say, a lot of it's different. It just depends. Yeah, this is so everything breaks off flat. And I got some incredible footage in the other mountains. It's a little bit different. Some of it's even bigger than this. Much bigger. Yeah, I mean, you could go as far as you want. Everything's the same. There's the road way down there. Show you how high up we are. So you see the way these are stacked here. You'll see that a lot in many different places, especially in El Dorado Springs, Colorado. So just remember this. You'll see a lot of that, and then you'll know what it is, just the way it's stacked and woven like that, okay? This piece here has that silverish tint to it. I don't know if it's because of the algae or if it was carbon or silicon base. I couldn't tell you that. But I can tell you that right there, that quartz, you got rows. All this is sap, and I will prove it. It's sap that was in the tree. And I'm talking sack pockets that were as big as vehicles or buses. It's no different then than it is today. It's just part of the living tree at the time. And even today the sap will solidify and crystallize. Okay? Right here, I will show you. This is all sap. And the gold runs in it. That's where gold comes from, the tree. Every gold mine is timber. It's the belly of a tree. Okay? this way. Yeah, it doesn't even look petrified. It's just crazy. We'll go right up here, uphill again. You gotta go downhill to get uphill. Oh, that dog is just so filthy. Her feet are so black. Yeah, you get winded pretty easy here. It's going up and down, up and down. Phew. Yeah. This looks like a knot also. It's pretty incredible. But you'll see when I show you, all that is nothing but sap. Look at it close. Okay. It's just a cluster of sap. Okay. This is just incredible. You see all the quartz, which is sap. Comes in pure white and all kinds of different colors. Look at that. It's as big as a Volkswagen Beetle. It's incredible. You still see all the wood in it. Gee. That was one big ball of sap. Yeah, this stuff here don't even look like it's petrified. Everything breaks off flat. Today on a small scale, see that? Oh, let me see how the lighting is. This is incredible here. See, all this here has been rounded and smoothed by the wind and the rain up there. You see how everything here breaks off flat. And we'll go up to it a little closer. You see all the wavy rings in it. And you see like it was a knot. You know, if you had a peripheral vision like I do, it's so much better, man. You got all the sap, not sap, but algae and moss on it. I mean, this don't even look petrified. And you'll see when I'm up on top of a 5-mile wide plateau mesa, you're gonna see the same exact thing, identical. That it was just the remains of a giant tree. A tree that was 5 miles wide and larger. And all this is sap. It's solidified and hardened and crystallized. They say it's volcanic. It's BS. Okay. And you see here, it looks just real like a real wood. I was just about ready to say that all this, before my battery died, all this looks like real wood. And you see how the moss and the algae makes a discoloration on it. But this is what it really looks like underneath it all. Okay. Alright, well, I'm going to end this here. I need to put in another SIM card and battery, so just wanted to show you this. Remember, this is sap from the giant trees. That's all it is. Same thing happens today. Alright. Okay, so this old piece of cedar here is a perfect example. It's not petrified, but I can show you a lot of things here. So earlier in the video, you've seen the large spires that were sticking up just randomly. This is exactly what you're seeing, okay? Yet feet thick, okay? This is exactly what you're seeing. All these spires, the same as up at the monument, okay? And I tell you about the characteristics of the cedar. Okay, this is a small branch, but I want you to look at that, okay? I'm sure there's no disputing this, but I just want to show you all these deep ribs and the rings, okay? Now, like where the knots were and all this stuff, I want to show you different things. Okay, cedar is very special kind of wood, because you see how all the rings are here, okay? Not like the rings of looking down on a stump, okay? These are all individual rings. If you look at them from here, they're different. And then you got this thing, okay? Cedar does all kinds of crazy things. And you see all the rings in here and the radius, that curve. Same here. It's like it goes like that. Okay? And the spires I showed you yesterday, they're all over the world. These things sticking up, they could be at a 45. Okay, you got to remember, they've weathered and eroded. And you could see the different rings in here. And parts of them fall away. There could be one standing right here, and the ones in the middle are gone. Okay? Look at the rings. Okay? All the different rings. Okay, this piece could break off. But you look over here, this is standing upright, okay? And I want to show you something. So I'm going to knock this over. So let me pause it a minute. Okay, now I want to show you something, okay? So you look here, okay? You see the way this is here. I'm going to show you something in a minute, but I got to go down there. This is what happens. Okay, and all these pieces fall off, different sizes, and they become, that's where you get all the flat edges. Okay, it don't matter what size. Okay, and remember, everything's smooth and eroded after 4,000 years. Okay, and you look at the cedar here, the characteristics, and you got to remember, these rings are so large on these giant trees. Like in each one of these individual pieces, these rings are inches to feet thick. Okay, this is exactly what I've been showing you. Okay, and then you see all the twists and turns in the cedar. It does some pretty crazy stuff. You know, like this piece here, it just broke off. Okay, we see this everywhere, but I want you to remember this right here. Okay, you've seen it many times, but on a scale larger than apartment buildings. So I'm going to pause it, and then when I get down where I need to go, I will show you. You come over here. It's just kind of ironic that all the seed that God preserved is all the cedars here where the giant cedars were. You see the spires, okay? Each one of these is a different ring. And these could be feet thick, like I showed you yesterday, the spires that stick up. And then they get rounded and smoothed, and a lot of the rings get filled in, and it just looks like one big solid piece. But that's what happens after years of filling in and kind of coming monolithic. Okay? You see that all over the world, and they tell you it's from one thing or another. Okay, so hold on a moment. So this is another fallen cedar. I mean, they're everywhere. But you look here, it's just now starting to do it. Okay? And then all this stuff petrified. I don't know. It's just so hard to explain this other than being here. So I'm going to go down there, and I want you to remember this. Okay? Let me get back up here. And you look down in here, remember, everything breaks off flat, even the tiniest pieces. Okay? All this is petrified wood, and you see it's hidden by the moss and the algae. But you see what's underneath it, okay? It's all the wood. You go walking through the mountains and you see all this stuff, and it just looks like rock. But you see how it breaks up. Okay? And then you get this stuff rolling in a river, and it becomes round, and then they put it in your front yard for landscaping. Or they'll just put it in front of banks and businesses and schools, apartment buildings, as landscaping. You see it everywhere. So, just remember this, okay? But on a giant scale. Alright, so I'm going to pause it till I get down there. So I'm actually just going to walk you down there with me just to show you a few more things. But remember how everything breaks down flat, how the tree breaks down, how the rings are. Okay, and how everything breaks off flat. Okay, we're just going to walk through here. Once again, remember this here, okay? And as I walk along, I'll just point things out. Everything here, okay? You can come down over the edge here. We're on top of a giant branch. But you see how everything breaks off flat. I'm going to come down right over here. You see when the moss isn't on the wood, you can clearly see what it is. And you see how everything is just like I just showed you in that piece of wood. All the rings, the way they break down. Okay, you see this? And everything else. Okay? Everything breaks off flat. Even the smallest pieces. Okay? You see the wood? Everything breaks off flat because this is what the tree does. Remember that. You see the rings in that. Okay? All this stuff. If you could see this mound I'm on, there's a hump here, and it goes all the way down. This whole hump is a branch that fell all the way down. And these are all pieces and parts. See the way it splits and breaks up? And like I say, so much of this got carried away by the flood. That is so tiny compared to the tree that it came from. And you see the cedar. It has the characteristics and the rings and the curves. Come on, girls. Roxy. Come on, Ruby. Let's go, fat girl. Okay, all this is wood. And then this rolls in a river. And it becomes round and not recognizable. You see. It's not your stereotype piece of petrified wood, okay, that people are indoctrinated into seeing. They come in all different shapes, size, and colors, but they always do that. They always break off flat, and they have the ledges. And let me see, how can I explain this to you, okay? Like when you see along the side of the highway, it looks just like shell or flat pieces that are chipped off like that on the whole side of the highway. All it is, if you could picture, I've explained this several times throughout the video or my other one, that these branches are so large, the radius is not very much, so it appears flat. So when these branches fell and broke from the giant trees, it looks like shell, and you see layers like this and ledges all along the highways and all over in the mountains. All it is one ring after another. I've explained that several times throughout this shorter video. And here you have a radius, okay, but if this thing was 200 feet in diameter, it would be like that, and on top of this ring would be a next and next and next, and then they'll break off like this, and then you'll have a ledge, okay? I've explained that already, but look at these pieces. Everything is always flat. 9.9 out of 10, they're always flat, okay? So I'm going to pause this until I get down there where I want to show you, so hold on. This is not where I wanted to show you where I was going, but remember that wood I told you to remember up there? I know this might be repetitive, but the more documentation, the better. You see, it's the exact same thing. And all this is falling away in there. And this goes under the ground, and it goes on and on and on. And you see everything breaks down flat. Even all these tiny little pieces. Okay? You see there, everything breaks flat, okay? We're gonna go around, see my truck down there, around the front of this, and I'll show you exactly what I wanted to show you. But when I said that the rings are more prominent on them pieces that come off, like on the wood, most wood, it's like a 32nd, a 16-inch thick, but you can see the rings here, and they always break off flat. And these are little pieces that just down to the smallest piece. Okay, you see stuff like this, it rolls in a river. You would never believe that's part of a giant tree, you know what I mean? But hopefully now you know what you're looking at, you know? This could roll in a river. I'll tell you, all the rocks in the rivers are all petrified wood of a plant, tree, shrub, bush, vegetation, something, okay? It's the same thing, okay? And this, you see that hump, this hill that's rising up. This was one giant branch all the way down, and another one, and another one, and another one. Like I say, down there under that road, all up under that grassland, all up over there, it's all the same thing underneath that. And it goes down for who knows how far. Okay? But just remember what I said. It's every city, state, country in the world, the mountains in today's world, the plateaus and the mesas are the remains of giant trees. And the mesas are a little bit different, okay? You'll see the singular tree standing alone that looks like a giant tree stump. My other video, that's like 20 something hours long, covers that in depth, like this one, okay? That one covers so much more. Your mind will be completely blown, and you'll see all the lies, all of them, okay? And I'm also going to do a video on the sap, which converts over to the quartz, and the gold, and the silver, and the feldspar, and all the other precious gems and stones that come from the tree, okay? Only God knows how it happens. But anyway, I'm going to pause this. I'm going to go around the front of this. Okay, I made it here finally. So, I want you to look at this close. Okay, it's the same thing I've been showing you. This is a little bit different. This is possibly not a cedar tree. Okay? But it's the same as everything I've been showing you. And all them pieces that break off, okay, they're just like this. And you see all the rings in there. This thing has several thousand years of erosion and weathering. Okay? Everything breaks off flat. I know I say that so much. You see, right up in there. They break off flat, and they still have all the little pieces. So check this out. You see here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a dozen in that one cluster with the flat edge. Okay? So you come over here, okay? You have a piece like this, and you see all the little squares in it. Okay, but remember, this is eroded and weathered and rounded and smooth, and you see all the little squares in it. Okay, and then it could break off again. Okay, you get another piece right here. You see all the little squares in it, part of the rings, okay? See here? There's probably a dozen or so in there. And they weather, okay? Everything breaks off flat. And so one of these pieces, okay? These rings are very prominent, okay? So let's just go here. See that piece? And on the face of it, or I don't know if it's a face or not, you see all the rings. And that would be like this, okay? This is not petrified and weathered. Okay, it's the exact same thing, but on a scale like that, okay? So that all the way down and all the way down the other way is just part of a branch that has done this, okay? Right there. It's the exact same thing. So this piece right here, okay, could be the equivalent to this piece right here, okay, out of that much of that branch, okay? And it'll show you how large they were. So you take this piece in my hand away from that, you see how much bigger the tree was, no matter how large this was. So you take this out of there, and this is the equivalent of that from a branch. They were enormous, okay? Do you understand that? And then these pieces break off in all kinds of different shapes and sizes, and that's everything you see laying around on the ground. You see they always have a flat edge because of that. So we're just going to go up around here really quick. So this is definitely a different kind of tree than the cedar. I don't know if it's a Douglas fir, a spruce, a pine, I don't know. But you see, same thing here. Shit. It's hard to see through there. But you see them pieces and everything up in here, okay? You see all them pieces there are just pieces from there, from the branch I just showed you that's breaking apart. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you. So I really think that this is going to be the end of part 1. Okay, and part 2 covers so much more. I know I've already had an ending to this once, but I stayed here another day and just wanted to do some more for you. But look at this close, okay? I know I've shown you a lot of what seems to be the same thing, but this is really important because it exposes the lies of science, NASA, the education system, the history books, the Discovery Channel. And when I tell you it's worldwide, I don't care where you're at. I hope you go out into your mountains, your community, and make your own video and expose it to wherever you're at. I've covered numerous different states, different mountains, different plateaus and mesas and hills. That's why the next video is going to be so long. But I'll tell you, it covers. So not all trees like today were fruit bearing, but some of them were. And I have found fruit, petrified fruit with the skin on it, that's as large as a truck, a full-size truck, or a washing machine. I found seed pods, I found eggs, petrified, everything. And the Holy Spirit has led me to so many things. It's been incredible. So if you want more truth, shut off the TV, quit watching the Discovery Channel and all that indoctrination into the world system, because this is the most truth you'll ever see in your whole life, okay? So I'm going to end this video here. Be looking for part 2. It may be several months. I just got to finish it, and it will cover several states, many different mountains, plateaus, mesas, and hills, lots of different things. It will completely blow your mind, okay? So anyway, that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it. All right, have a great day.